watching America's Day at the Races on this Friday afternoon. Thanks for joining us as we're getting ready for live racing here at the Big A at Aqueduct. In our featured 9th race today, we'll see Windfall Profit, who's been very consistent, hitting the board in 4 out of her last 5 starts for trainer Shug McGahee. We'll also be bringing you racing from Churchill Downs this afternoon. Full card there in race number 8 today. We'll look at Verb, who's finished in the top 3 in all 7 career starts off the back of a win for trainer Keith DeSormo. All that and more coming up on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney. Pleased to be joined by former champion jockey Richard Migliori as we're getting ready for all of that good live racing action, Richie. And we have a nice sunny day here at the Big A for us.
Well, it's always sunny in the Equestrian, especially here, that sunlight coming through the window. But we have great day of racing, beautiful weather. It actually, it's cool enough, but not as cold as it was the last few days, even though we're in this kind of sauna setting. But a lot of good full fields, a lot of good betting opportunities.
Yeah, there really are. The fields have been big here at Aqueduct. A lot of good opportunities for you and some good multi-race wagers to take part in as well. But that featured 9th race coming up a little bit later on. We'll be going a mile on the inner turf. Here's a look at the field for the fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up in this nice allowance race. Already mentioned Windfall Profit as she'll rematch with Eye of a Soldier, as these two have been pretty close to one another in their last few races.
And they really have been, and I think what's separated them actually has just been trips. Eye of a Soldier, I think she makes a little bit more of her own trip because she can be a little bit more forwardly placed, actually making the running last time. But Windfall Profit, we talk about it all the time. Shug McGahee, horses continually improve, get better with racing, get better with time. Windfall Profit, late in her 3-year-old year, is still improving. Probably won't see the best of her until she's 4 or maybe even 5 with Shug.
As we see them continue that development, she should be an interesting one. You've got Go-Go Shoes in there, who could be a big part of the pace too. Makes her a very interesting race. And interesting too with Fierce Scarlet off of a layoff for Chad Brown. There's kind of a lot of ways it seems to go in here.
Yeah, and there's even more pace towards the outside with the 10 Apterate, who Todd Pletcher, she made all the running last time to finally break her maiden. But I think it's a very competitive race, and once again, another big field.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one coming up a little bit later on in race number 9. But here's a look at what's on tap for the whole program. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 10 here at the Big A. Fast and Firm in South Ozone Park. Bringing you races 1 through 9 at Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. Fast and off the turf, as it was announced that there will be no more turf racing through the end of that Churchill Downs meet, just on the main track. So keep in mind that when you're getting ready for your handicapping, but we've got some nice fields to look at there as well. You can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NYRABets.com to get that $200 deposit match. First race coming up at the Big A, about 16 minutes away. We start things off with the 2-year-old fillies here in this maiden claiming race. Tap the Barrel to the outside. Currently your favorite, as we'll be going 6 furlongs on the dirt. Key scratch in here, Richie, of Well Kept Secret.
Yeah, Well Kept Secret looked like she pretty much laid over this field out of who had run so far, so it really changed the dimension. Even the other scratch of the 5 Simple Sugar, who I think improved getting in off the turf last time. So a little bit of a different complexion here.
Tap the Barrel, who dropped the rider at Monmouth last time out, will look to keep things in a straight line today, as we'll bring you the opener from Aqueduct coming up after this quick break, as Tap the Barrel and Irad Ortiz taking the early money here for the first.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War Front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the app to get started today. Getting ready for the first race here at the Big A. 2-year-old fillies will be sprinting on the main track, going the 6 furlongs in this maiden claiming affair here, and Tap the Barrel to the outside, currently even money. One of 2 in here for Wayne Potts as we welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, hope it's a little bit warmer today down there for you as we get ready to kick off the day with some 2-year-olds.
It's a gorgeous November day down here, Acacia. I'm just actually standing in the shade because the sun is so bright and intense and directly in my eyes. As we'll take a look, though, at your current favorite. That's number 7 in here, Tap the Barrel, whom last time at Monmouth was kind of separated ways from her and her jockey, Farron Peterson. I don't know if she was really, well, first of all, she was never going to beat the winner, who went off and drew away by 8 1/4 lengths. But actually, the winner was the one who kind of started the chain reaction as she drifted out on the turn as she came up the rail, and the horse to the inside of Tap the Barrel kind of overreacted and drifted over into her path. To my eye, to my estimation, it didn't look as though Tap the Barrel was ever going to go by the horse that she was dueling with. If anything, she was kind of getting tired and leg weary in the stretch. So based upon what I see here, though, she has moved forward from that debut effort, which did take place up or at Belmont. She's more fit. She's more tucked up. I get why people like her, but I mean, I think there's some other interesting propositions in here. And we'll take a look at number 1, Cashmere Queen, who, with the scratch, a well-kept secret, she looks to be the speed in here, and she at least is showing that as well here in the paddock. She's very sharp. She's also very fit in her 3rd start now of her career. Yeah, maybe she's a little bit better on the turf, but it's not as if she has that overwhelmingly convincing kind of turf hoof to her. She kind of looks like she could go either way, to be quite honest. And another reason why I don't often talk about my husband Tom Morley's horses, because they all look good. It's something that he learned from his former boss, and Eddie Keneally. I used to have the same trouble with Eddie's horses. And Eddie always said to him, if you don't have the fastest horse, make sure you have the best looking horse. So sometimes it doesn't matter how good they look. They're just not fast enough. But we'll see how Kashmir Queen does here today. As number 6, Twiddle, the lone first-time starter, I think is a little interesting. The law bred by Star Guitar. The whole family, the dam and the siblings, either won their debuts or their second start. So it's a pedigree to say that these horses are going to win early. She looks fast. She's kind of an awkwardly put together filly. She's not the tallest, but she's kind of long and stout, and it looks there's just a little too long through her kind of barrel and flank there, and really built downhill. But she's been so professional here in the paddock, quite classy acting too. And the pedigree also had some siblings that won on the turf. She does have a massive turf hoof. That's neither here nor there at the moment, but she looks very well prepared by John Terranova. And I remember a couple weeks ago when we were back at Belmont, John had I think a lone first-time starter in a maiden 40, and that horse won. So I think this one, taking the money, rightfully so, could be very dangerous here, Acacia.
Yeah, that money could be significant, Maggie. Thank you. 9-5 now on the 6th. Twiddle. Filly by Star Guitar, we love to see that too. Here's a trainer stat though, just some food for thought. Not the strongest numbers for the barn first-time starters on the dirt, with maiden claiming just 1 for 15. But as Maggie mentioned, we just saw it happen recently.
Yeah, and one thing you do know is John Terranova gets his horses fit. He's not a trainer that's afraid to work them and work them fast. He kind of subscribes more to like the Bob Baffert kind of school, and he does take care of Bob Baffert's horses when they come to New York. I think what Maggie pointed out about this horse, the 6 Twiddle, though, is the precocity in the family. Looking back, seeing how the mother broke her maiden on debut and has had several offspring that either won first or second time, and you like to see that.
You certainly do. That win early pedigree that can give you some clues as to how this filly might potentially fare on the racetrack in her first start, as the number 7 Tap the Barrel. Well, there's a look at John Velasquez, though, and John Terranova. Tap the Barrel, though, still taking the money, as Maggie, I thought, brought up some good points as she was forwardly placed, and it was a big field she was running in that race at Monmouth. And she actually, when she dropped her jockey, kind of inhibited a little bit the other Wayne Potts runner in here, the 2 Graham's Gal. As she comes out of that same race having to steady, you kind of feel like it takes some of the others out of contention when a horse does lose their rider.
Oh, of course. Everybody's got to either, steady or check to avoid either the rider, the horse, and kind of ride defensively,
right,
if you will. Tap the Barrel was bothered, dropped Farron Peterson, who actually did pick herself up that day and go on and win 2 other races. She gets replaced here. She was riding a lot for Wayne Potts at Monmouth, but I don't think I've seen her on any horses for him here yet.
No, we've got Irad Ortiz on this one, and unsurprisingly, Irad Ortiz's mounts do tend to take some attention, as this one's 4-5. We'll get into the post parade, though, starting with the 1 Kashmir Queen.
Yeah, she showed good speed second time on the turf. First time, she was in the slop, at Saratoga. I thought she got buried a little bit with a kickback, but from the rail, she should show some speed.
Here's Graham's Gal for Wayne Potts.
Well, you brought it up, had to be tentatively ridden after steadying after that spill. Would have to improve.
Looking at the 3, Jordy Can Tap, who turns back.
It turns back in distance off a poor effort in the slop. Maybe she just appreciate the fast track.
Next in the post parade will be a first-time starter, the 6 Twiddle.
Twiddle, from a family with a lot of precocity, a Louisiana bred by Star Guitar. The fact that John Terranova reaches out for John Velasquez makes me feel like he thinks this filly's okay.
And we wrap up the field with the 7 Tap the Barrel.
Yeah, taking all the money after being in contention when bothered last time and dropping the rider. Gets an outside post, and in a race that really the complexion changed completely with the scratch of the 4, Well Kept Secret.
Who looked to be the biggest speed presence, as Maggie mentioned. Maybe that does fall to Kashmir Queen now on the inside. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started. 4-5, still on the number 7 in here, Tap the Barrel, as seems like the outside couple are the ones taking the most attention. Let's talk about the potential pace scenarios. It is a shorter field now. Cashmere Queen, who it seemed like she was trying to run off a little bit last time out on the turf, but showed much more improved speed last time from the inside with Louis Cardenas. Do you feel like that kind of simplifies things with her?
Yeah, I think, you get an apprentice, so you're getting a 7-pound break in the weight. The rest of this field is carrying 119 pounds. She gets in with 112, giving the apprentice an advantage. The inside post, she actually showed decent speed on debut on the dirt, before packing it in. I would take a shot here, go to the lead and see how far you can carry him.
Looks like that could be a good move for her as she goes back to the main track today and drops in class for the first time. I think that's potentially a positive too, as some of the others in this field, in fact, all the others that have run have already been exposed for maiden claiming company before she drops for the first time.
Yeah, she's getting some class relief. Now, people say, look, she's by Palace Malice. He's a horse that won a Belmont Stakes, but she's also out of Pentelicus mare. Pentelicus was a very, very fast horse. 6 furlongs was actually stretching him to his outer limits. So you can see where she gets her speed from, probably more the female side of the family.
There she is on track warming up with the pony in here. Let's talk a little bit about the other Wayne Potts runner, the number 2, Graham's Gal. As you said, she'd probably need to improve. I think you can be a little bit more forgiving about that race, though. But it is interesting if these two runners, Tap the Barrel, took so much more money in that Monmouth race, too.
Yeah, and listen, Tap the Barrel came up to Belmont. She ran in a restricted maiden special weight race, meaning it was for horses that had been purchased for $40,000 or less. Try to give those horses a little bit of a break, not having to face million-dollar purchases, if you will. And she ran okay. And you would expect improvement second time. She certainly was getting some class relief, maiden 40 at Monmouth compared to that race at Belmont. And she was running well when the incident happened.
Showed improved speed last time to Tap the Barrel with the addition of those blinkers. For more on these 2-year-old fillies out there warming up, though, let's check in again with Maggie.
And ultimately, I'm going to side with the first-time starter here. Not necessarily thrilled with the ones who have run. As number 6, that is Twiddle. She's getting a lovely warm-up as well beneath John Velasquez, away from the pony. Continues her professionalism here upon debut. Has a nice bounce to her stride. Again, somewhere down the line, since she's a lawbred, maybe she ends up at Evangeline or Fairgrounds, but I would love to see this filly on the turf. She really moves like a turf horse, too. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if she does have some early pace to possibly keep these other horses who have run, honest up front. I'm gonna go with her as she is your current second choice. As number 3, Jordy Can Tap. She's turning back in distance, which is good. She is much more confirmation-wise, looking at her, she wants less ground. She's very compact, very short, coupled, but she's also very nervous. Once again, she's been that way in all 3 of her starts. Really wish she would just kind of relax a little bit. She got washy coming into the paddock, and she stayed that way out on the racetrack too. But looking as though your current favorite, nonetheless, Tap the Barrel is getting a lovely warm-up too beneath Irad Ortiz. Acacia.
And she's 4 to 5 now. Maggie, thank you as we see her with Irad Ortiz, keeping her contained out there on the track now. Affiliate by Bourbon Courage, Maryland bred, what we're getting to see here in New York once again. And I know you believe strongly in a good warm-up, Richie.
I do. I just think a lot of horses don't get warmed up properly enough. And it was always my experience, horses broke from the gate cleaner. They broke from the gate better. They put run on their mind. They were limbered up. Their blood was pumping. And you're asking them to go from a standstill to 35 miles an hour in 2 strides. I believe in a warm-up.
Seeing those horses, that's why we talk about it so often, being taken away from the pony, getting a good warm-up in. It does seem to make a difference, too. Do you think this is too short a price, 4 to 5 on the 7 Tap the Barrel?
I do. And especially, I keep going back to the first-time starter who I wound up picking as well as Maggie did, the 6 Twiddle. The mother won on debut. She's by Star Guitar, who was, won 24 races out of 30 starts. He also won his first start. The mare has thrown foals that have been, good early. And I think when you see that consistently in a family, you've got to put more credence in it.
With the 2-year-old's pedigree can be a good clue. And there's a lot of things that go into it in just getting a horse to the racetrack as well. Sometimes they don't run to their breeding, but again, often it can kind of help you give some little clues. I think that's why it's fun seeing some horses that either A, come from a really strong family with a lot of big winners. You think about like the My Sister Nat, Sister Charlie, Sot Sass family, all those big winners in there. And then some that seem to come from nowhere. Swiss Skydiver, I think a good example running now, a very inexpensive purchase price on her as well.
Yeah, well, and, I always say that I think, horses create their own pedigree, too. They can come from very strong families, but they've got to go out on the racetrack and perform. I think the biggest example of a horse that created his own pedigree, Carryback many years ago, Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner, by Saggy at a Joppy. Not exactly what, household names, right?
I love that for sure. He now has a stake named after him down at Gulfstream too, the Carryback, usually a sprint race. So,
well, he was a Florida bred,
Yep.
and Florida bred Kentucky Derby winner. A lot of really good horses have been bred in the state of Florida.
Yeah, sure.
Classic winners.
For sure. Good horses can come from anywhere, as we have a Louisiana bred, a Maryland bred, a couple Kentucky breds, and a couple Florida breds here in this first race. A very diverse group to start things off, as this will kick off the pick 5 as they head towards the starting gate. 4 to 5 right now on that number 7. Tap the Barrel to the outside. Richie and Maggie Linding on the first-time starter. The number 6, Twiddle, in here as they step forward. When you're riding a first-time starter, Richie, explain quickly a little bit just about how important it is giving that horse a good experience for her first race.
Yeah, you don't want her to come away from a first race, any horse, to not like it. So you want them to break clean, get position. You hope they don't get bounced around too much out of the starting gate, which is something that can happen, particularly with young horses. And you don't want them beat up. You want a rider wants to ride them hard, but he doesn't want to punish a horse for trying to do the best he can for them. It's a fine line between being competitive and overdoing it.
Want them to have a good experience so that they like it and want to come back and do it again, as the rider is off. The number 2, Graham's Gal. Looks like she was just a little bit anxious behind the starting gate as the starting gate crew takes a hold of her, and she will load. Oh, no, looks like you're getting to leg back up. And there's always people to help you there behind the gate as she's being a little bit antsy there.
Yeah, but you can see that how jurisdictions trade information, where they knew to go get her with a shank on, so that they have more control over her. The rider seems very reluctant to stay on board her, and it feels to me like he should have given just a little bit more of a chance. I don't know the filly, and I don't know if the gate crew told him to get off, but he looked like he was, pretty quick to get off of her and not give her a little bit of a chance. And sometimes the rider has to convey that calm. Help a horse, to, hey, it's okay. I'm here with you. I'm not nervous about it. You have nothing to be nervous about.
Horses, thoroughbreds in particular, are incredibly receptive, perceptive animals. They feed off of your feelings, and if you're calm, they're going to be listening to that as well. That's a big key. As she's in, the rider will climb on in the gate as they load in the rest of the field here. We'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbriel, for the opener here at Aqueduct.
In the gate. And they're off. Cashmere Queen away well from that inside post position. From the outside, it is Tap the Barrel, and Graham's Gal is there. And then it's Twiddle, who is racing in 4th. And on the inside, Jordy Can Tap is next in 5th. There's a rank Cashmere Queen as they move up the back stretch. Cashmere Queen holding on to the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Graham's Gal runs in 2nd, and on the outside, it is the favorite Tap the Barrel in 3rd. The quarter won in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Cashmere Queen appears to have settled down now, is in front by a length and a quarter. Tap the Barrel is next in 2nd. Graham's Gal is in 3rd. It's 3 lengths to Jordy Can Tap, and then the first-time starter, Twiddle. And they're coming for the top of the stretch. Cashmere Queen, Tap the Barrel on the outside. They are 1-2 as they head for home. Graham's Gal in 3rd. The half went in 46 and 3/5 seconds. On the outside, here's Tap the Barrel. Now to poke ahead in front of Cashmere Queen, and now Tap the Barrel has opened up on Cashmere Queen. Farther back, it's Jordy Can Tap, Graham's Gal, and Twiddle. Tap the Barrel running away with it here in the stretch. It will be Tap the Barrel at 3-5. Cashmere Queen holds on to second. Jordy Can Tap was third.
She took all the money, and the money was right. 3-5 favorite. Tap the Barrel gets the job done. Much the best here under Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, it looked a winner every step of the way. It was just tracking the pace set by Cashmere Queen, who was a little bit keen down the backstretch. Lee Cardenas maybe took a little too much hold where she threw her head, but no doubt about your winner. The money showed, the money was right, and I think she caught the right group.
She found her friends today, so to speak, as she took all of that money there. Maggie, we talk about this a lot. Sometimes it's just finding the right spot to get the win.
Yeah, and with those early scratches, that definitely helped Tap the Barrel's chances today. And I just said to my husband, Charlestown! 4.5 furlongs for Cashmere Queen. I think she would find her niche there, guys.
There you go. There's a place for everybody.
Well, she broke running.
Yeah.
She was a length in front right at the start, and she did hang on for second. And usually when you get passed by a dominant winner like this, sometimes horses just kind of cave in. You know, think about if you were running track in school and you just running as hard as you can and someone just kept pulling away from you. It's discouraging.
A little bit disheartening there, but did manage to hold on for second as the number 3 Jordy Can Tap. Bigger Price does check in third, but there was no doubt about the winner. It was your 3-5 favorite, Tap the Barrel, for Wayne Potts and Irad Ortiz to kick off the day. The Maryland-bred filly is the one that got the job done, owned by River Card Stable. Congratulations to the connections there for taking the opener here at Aqueduct. We have a lot more live racing still to come, though. Stay with us as we'll be bringing you the next race and some more races at Churchill Downs, too, coming up after this.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinzie.
McKinzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsie's in front.
McKinzie, they've done it. McKinzie has it by 2.
It's McKinzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as the first race at Aqueduct is in the books. It was the favorite, the number 7, Tap the Barrel. Much the best winner here, the 2-year-old filly by Bourbon Courage, Richie.
Yeah, and she just set up a perfect trip from that outside post, tracked the leader, Cashmere Queen, who hung in there gamely to be second and then drew off at will through the final furlong. The 6 Twiddle, first-time starter, actually ran extremely green, was really well beaten. She probably will appreciate going a bit further.
one to watch next time out. Even heard from Maggie that she might like the turf, so one to keep an eye on if she does end up there down the road. But it was the number 7, Tap the Barrel. Cute name for a filly by Bourbon Courage, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, short field, some key scratches, and an outside post certainly aided her victory.
$3.40 winner, a popular winner for sure. Congratulations to Owners River Card Stable. Ridden to victory by Irad Ortiz, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, whenever Irad Ortiz is aboard, horses pretty much always alive. As we saw that with Tap the Barrel today, Irad in the opener, I mean, just sat the perfect stalking trip outside the speed, and she was just much the best.
Yeah, she put me in a good spot. When she brakes really good. And after that, just try to relax, and she relaxed so well. She come back to me and wait for my call. And whenever we turned for home, I was like a half a lane behind the horse in front of me. And I just asked her, and she started picking it up really well, and she just make the lead, and she keep going.
Now, Irad, you were just telling me that you're actually going to California to ride a bit. So talk about that decision, you and your agent, Steve Rushing.
Well, honestly, I leave my agent do his job. I don't like to get involved. Just look at the overnights and the entries and see what I ride, and I just don't wanna, you know, let him do his thing comfortable. And he told me we're going to over there to the march, so I say, all right, go ahead. I mean, we're going there, and after that, probably we come back here. We're going back to Gulfstream. I don't know yet, but whatever he decides, I will do it.
Is there a specific horse that you're riding out there, or a trainer that you're going to ride for?
As long as I know I'm going to Denmark, I'm going to ride a couple horses for Chad. I got a couple, like probably 3-4 horses for him, so hopefully everything works out good.
Well, wishing you the best of luck. I think the matriarch is out there as well. Well, Irad, a nice way to kick off the day here at the Big 8 with a winner.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, guys. Well, it's all about finding those opportunities. And Mig, I know you know well, when you find some good horses, you follow the horse.
Absolutely. You don't want to let the good ones get away from you. There's only so many good ones to go around, and once someone else gets on them, it's hard to get them off.
They want to hold on then, right?
Absolutely.
At that point. You saw a big thumbs up there from Irad Ortiz as he and his agent, Steve Rushing, as Maggie mentioned, doing a great job together. And it's all about that teamwork as well and the trust between a jock's agent and their jockey. As looking ahead to some stakes action this weekend, Richie, we have some stakes here at Aqueduct, but also some nice card stakes at Churchill Downs, including the Chalukey on Saturday, where we'll get a chance to see a rematch from the Raven Run. Finite and Grand Cru Class A, the two headliners in here as they chase behind Venetian Harbor last time out.
Yeah, and Finite had to kind of work her way through traffic. It took her a little while to find a clear path. Not that she was ever inhibited. Ricardo Santana never had a steady or anything, but sometimes just not having that clear path, the horse will be running just a little bit hesitantly. Then you're going to see finally he's going to fight his way out. Grand Cru Class A came around. She circled. But you see, she's still kind of running up behind this horse, and now she's going to commit all the way to her inside, and now she really leveled off to me the last 70 yards. So real good run from her. Grand Cru Class A, that was a big step up in company for her, and I thought she comported herself quite nicely.
Coming out of the Weber City Miss overnight stake at Laurel in September, went into Grade 2 company from there. But what about the 4 Whoa Nelly, as she's been ultra consistent. She faced the tough Go Google Yourself, who has quite a resume to her name, last time out in the Grade 3 by Akoa.
I see a name like this, and all I can think about is like how Tom Durkin would call it. Whoa, Nelly. But, yeah, obviously a filly that's, very talented. Could get the right kind of trip. I think the one-turn mile should suit her well, don't you?
This was her win in the Pippin. 2 starts back in January. My cat's name is Pippin, so I'm feel a little close to that stakes race.
you like that?
I like
stake,
that one.
huh?
I like that
Okay.
one. So she won the Pippin, Whoa Nelly, as she gets her picture taken there at Oaklawn, beating a neck in Grade 3 company last time out. So this will be a chance for all those fillies we just mentioned coming out of close defeats to take a step forward in the Grade 3 Chalukey on Saturday at Churchill Downs. Looking forward to that one. Again, a mile on the main track as Churchill Downs, of course, no turf through the end of their meet, but still quite a few nice stakes to look forward to, including the Clark as well.
Yeah, the Clark, the River City, which is a race I used to hate to go ride because it was always on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
And by the time you got back, it was late at night. It just kind of threw a whole damper on the holiday.
Well, it'll be fun to watch. Hopefully you can watch it from home while you're enjoying your Thanksgiving dinner as we take a look back here today at race number 2 coming up next at Aqueduct. That will be, I'm on the wrong day right now. I'm sorry. Today is the 20th. We are on the turf still here. For 2-year-olds, it's the New York Breds in a maiden special weight going 6 furlongs on the turf. And tepid favorite at 3-1, just what the morning line was for this filly by the Factor. Comset, second time out for Gary Siaka, who ran a solid race in debut. Let's see if she's able to sustain that speed a little bit stronger today. But a nice field of 12 to talk about. 2-year-old fillies coming up next on the turf here at Aqueduct. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We've been here for 50 years. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. His first foals are 4-year-olds this year, and he's been the leading sire in New York for the last 3 years.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
The New York bred breeding program, so strong, so lucrative. For more information, visit nybreds.com. As our friends at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, the breeders of the number 2, Get the Candy, coming up here in the second race at Aqueduct, a first-time starter filly for Michelle Nevin. As this one, a filly by Twirling Candy. Certainly be rooting for them as she's 3-1, taking some attention.
Yeah, taking some money here, and Twirling Candy, he's pretty proficient with first-time starters and turf sprinters, so both of those bases covered here. And they also, the one horse is by Central Banker, who they stand, and I had to go back and look. Central Banker was a very good turf sprinter as well as a dirt sprinter. He could go on either surface.
Good to have that influence, too, especially here sprinting on the turf, as that one by Central Banker named Banana Fana Foe. Makes me laugh. I like that name.
Yeah, definitely. And not taking a lot of money. We say often with, young horses, 2-year-olds that don't have a lot of proven form, you kind of have to let the board be a little bit of your guide. And her not taking much money just probably speaks to that she hasn't been dazzling in the mornings.
One horse that is taking some attention, though, is the 2, Get the Candy, who's now your favorite, bred by our friends at McMahon Thoroughbreds. Best of luck to them. For more on this filly and the rest of the field, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, we might see a filly who was raised at McMahon in the winner's circle here at the Big A upon first asking, because she's taking money, guys, and I really like what I'm seeing. She fits the billing as a turf sprinter very well. She's compact, she's broad, but, she's well muscled. There's some substance to her. She looks as though she'll be suited to the turf here. The dam was a quick 2-year-old. She went on the synthetic, not necessarily the turf, but she is half to Rock and and one other foal to like the turf. So she's well muscled. She's got an excellent coat on her. And so far, she's been really professional here in the paddock. Hasn't really turned a hair. But with that being said, she's also fairly quiet. So is she truly kind of tuned in to what's going to happen? Sometimes you worry about that with these 6 furlong turf sprints. Are they going to get outfooted if they're not that sharp? But the money she's taking, obviously, that usually speaks of horses who will have some early speed. Number 3 is Social Whirl in here, daughter of Freud. There isn't that much pedigree to go on the bottom side. A little bit more dirt meant, though she is a daughter of Freud. She has a turf hoof to her. She just looks as though she might benefit from a start, to be honest. But rich, hydrated coat, I think she'll need one as far as fitness is concerned. Number 5 is Athena Dancer. She'll make her second start, where she debuted behind Coca Pelli, who was a well-bet Christophe Clement, first-time starter, I think. I can't remember if she was well-bet or not. But Athena Dancer, she ran well. She wanted to lug in pretty badly in the lane there. Farron Peterson had her hands full. Now, I don't have any notes on what she wore first time out. I guess I should ask Pete Fitzgerald what she was wearing as far as a bit was concerned. But today she does come in wearing a ring bit. So as I always say, that gives the riders a little bit more leverage for horses that had that propensity to want to lug in or lug out. We'll see if that makes her run straighter and truer today. As far as pedigrees go, I think number 7, Beryl Bliss, has the most convincing turf pedigree. A daughter of Big Brown. The dam was a 2-time turf winner. She's a half to Barrel of Destiny, who was a 5-time turf winner. And there's another one in the family, too. So she's well spotted here. She does come in from out of town for Kevin Boniface. She is wearing a full cut blinker and a hood. That's all kind of one piece there. So covering her ears. She was a little nervous prior to getting the tack on, but she since has settled down. I don't necessarily love all that equipment first time out, but this is the right spot for her. She looks pretty fit as well. And then finally, number 8, No Pain, comes out of the same race with number 9, Comset. The problem with that 7 furlong race is we actually saw several horses come out of that affair yesterday going longer, and none of which ran well. They took some money and none of them really made any impact on that race yesterday. But I do like a little less ground for No Pain, who, albeit to my eye, didn't do that much running. She just kind of never really accelerated, but maybe she gets a little bit more of a quicker pace in front of her, cutting back, and physically she at least looks like one that should appreciate a little less ground. And she's got that big hind end to her, really built downhill, compact. So whereas Comset, she's a little bit more of a longer, stretchier filly, where it almost looks as though she would be better at the 7/8, whereas No Pain, maybe she prefers this distance, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see if getting a little bit less real estate to deal with today will help the number 8, No Pain, who did debut at the 7 furlongs on the turf. Second time out here for Ray Handel.
Yeah, and she should improve. You know, I thought she was a little bit, I don't want to say dumb, but just not clued in first time, the first part of the race. It looked like it took her all a little bit by surprise, so she should improve. Maybe just the light bulb going on a little bit in the second start.
And you see that, especially with 2-year-olds as well, as then they're able to kind of figure out what exactly is expected of them. As we often say, you can't replicate all the atmosphere of a race in morning training.
No, you can get them, you know, okayed out of the starting gate, so they're going to break cleanly, but they don't quite understand the difference, you know, how much more urgent it is in the afternoon to leave running. And they've never been around this many horses while they're working out. They may be on a track with 100 horses galloping, but they're not all in it together, kind of jumbled up. But I thought No Pain could definitely take a step forward.
Second time out for Ray Handel, has that start under her belt now. Is some interesting pedigrees here too, as we'll get into the post parade, starting with the number 1, Banana Fana Foe.
Yeah, I haven't seen a tremendous amount of turf pedigree, particularly on the female side, but like I said, Central Banker was a proficient turf sprinter himself.
Cool on the board now for Chris Engelhart, 15-1. Here's your current favorite, Get the Candy.
Get the Candy, taking money. That's usually significant when you look at first-time starters, that she's been showing herself in the morning, and Manny Franco and Michelle Nevin are a good combination.
Here's the 3, Social Whirl.
Yeah, Tom Morley, once again, Maggie said it earlier, his horses always look good. Looks good on the track. See, Junior Alvarado's got his feet out, and they kind of keeping his legs around her. That helps keep a horse a little bit settled.
Second time starter is the number 4, Athena Dancer. Wow, she's a big price on the board.
Oh, that's a number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trade War.
That makes sense. I have numbered wrong. Trade War.
Yeah, and again, not taking much money cold on the board. Kind of take a wait-and-see approach.
And the 5, Athena Dancer, is 9-2. That makes much more sense.
Yeah, and she ran well. We heard Maggie talking about she was a handful, trying to lug in, had a propensity to hang to the left. Shows up with a ring bit. Let's see if she improves off of that first start.
Next, we have another firster, Duchess of New York. Mike Leslie will be up.
Yeah, another one not taking a tremendous amount of money, but she's got a very steady work tab, if not a fast work tab.
Here's the 7, Barrel of Bliss, coming in from the Mid-Atlantic. I've been training at the Boniface's Bonita Farm.
Yeah, Barrel of Joy was a good, decent turf sprinter around here in New York, trained by John Hertler, and she has thrown 2 turf winners herself.
The 8, No Pain, is next.
Yeah, a filly that I thought was just a little bit on the green side so far as she just didn't really know how to get with it early. I think she'll improve with that effort.
Coming out of that same race is the number 9, Comset, who's still 3-1.
Yeah, Comset showed good speed going 7 furlongs. How's that going to translate here to the 6 furlongs? Gary Siaka trained his horses will tend to improve with the start. Comset, too, a state preserve out on Long Island.
Love that. As we wrap up the field with the number 10, Love's Misery.
Yeah, ran okay first time, kind of took a little step back. Second time, it would have to improve.
The cross-country Pick 5 includes racing from Aqueduct and Churchill in one Pick 5 sequence every race day for the remainder of November. Today's sequence starts in race 7 at Aqueduct. Look for the Bet as XCP5 in your wagering menu and visit NYRA.com/cross-country for free past performances. Make sure you don't miss out on that. Always a fun wager to take part of, as we have the 2-year-old fillies on the turf. Coming up next, we're about 4 minutes away, taking a look at the number 9, Comset, who did show some speed. She was up close last time out behind the pace setter, and as they were all closing in, she did fade there, Richie, but I think it's a positive to see Jose Ortiz stays aboard second time out.
Yeah, I agree with you. When you have a high-profile rider like Jose Ortiz, they normally have options. They have 3 or 4 horses they probably could choose from in a race. The fact that he stays here, and, you know, again, Gary's not a guy who's going to crank him up first time. Not that he can't win with first-time starters, so you would think from a fitness standpoint she would take a step forward. You know, I don't remember October 24th. I mean, it says the turf was firm, but did it have a little give in it? Because those are very controlled fractions.
Very controlled fractions there. It's absolutely possible the end of October that maybe there was a little bit more cut in the turf, and that's just kind of by virtue of the time of year that we are. The turf is not really going to dry out as much as it would, say, in the middle of the summer.
No, you just don't, you know, have those drier kind of nights. It's going to be cool. It's going to retain the moisture. You know, we're so lucky to have, you know, the ability to come here to Aqueduct now with 2 turf courses. And turf courses, when they get run on a lot, they get used up. They get divots put in them that they're just not going to repair, particularly like you're saying, the time of year when the weather is not going to be helpful in that respect. But, you know, with the turf courses here, and Glenn Kozak started to, you know, put the covering on them over the winter, and they would just come back so lush. Now, you got to remember, too, because of the pandemic, we did not have racing at Aqueduct this spring, so this course did not get used at all since last fall until this fall.
Getting a good look at the turf course there in top condition. As Maggie, it's looking good out there, and certainly the team has done a great job, especially given Mother Nature, which of course we can't control.
Yeah, no, she always throws a monkey wrench into the plans of trainers and horsemen and groundskeepers alike. But this Aqueduct turf course is just in pristine condition. Whereas the race you guys were talking about back on October 24th, I mean, we had a kind of slew of wet days towards the end of October, and obviously you're not going to get drying out conditions during that time of year. And while it was labeled firm, as Mig pointed out, it was not as firm as, you know, your typical firm. Again, I'll go on my soapbox about why we need a going stick here in this country to really get true readings and accurately labeled course conditions. I think it helps people with their handicapping. But anyway, No Pain is one that kind of spun her wheels because the turf was just kind of coming off the top. You know, it was a little bit softer, so a lot of horses were not able to really get a hold of it and truly accelerate. And I think that's what I saw from No Pain. And Comset, she's a great mover. I love the way that she moved out here on the racetrack. Like I said, she is one that's a little bit long and narrow, and she showed some good speed. Is the 6 furlongs going to help her? You know, looking at her physically, I would say no, but the way she ran, I would say yes. So I would just rather side with actually the first-time starter, who was the one who walked into the paddock and my eye immediately went to, and that's number 2 in here, Get the Candy, who again has been professional, though you are kind of taking the worst of it because just Michelle's Nevin is fabulous in so many respects. It's just she often doesn't get first-time out winners, but I think this filly should run very well, Acacia.
And she just could be in the right spot, Maggie. Thank you. And the money looks like it could be significant with this first-time starter. She's continued to take attention all along in a big field.
A big field taking that kind of money. And again, it's about practice. Morning training's practice. She's been good in practice.
Loading in here to the starting gate, that first-time starter, Get the Candy, still 5-2 as Comset continues at 2-1. There's a look at the 8, No Pain. Both of them rematching as they'll run on this Aqueduct turf course here, going 6 furlongs. The 2-year-old fillies, always an exciting race for a lot of these first-time starters. You never really quite know what you're going to get with some of them.
No, not at all. And watching them, they've been all pretty professional in the post parade. You know, obviously that can change at the starting gate, but also 2-year-olds to me is always the hope of what potentially could be.
This is where it all begins. There goes the number 5, Athena Dancer. And waiting on just a couple more left to load here in the second race at Aqueduct. We'll send it up to John Imbrial, who has the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Comset broke well from the outside. Now Social Whirl moves up. And it is Social Whirl and Comset. And those two are quickly joined on the front end there by Barrel of Bliss. Down at the rail is Get the Candy, who is a close-up 4th. No Pain is next in 5th. And Trade War is running in 6th. Then it's Athena Dancer. Next in 7th from the outside, Love's Misery is 8th. Then Duchess of New York in 9th, and Banana Fanafo trails the field in 10th. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds, and Social Whirl has the lead midway on the turn. On the outside is Comset, and she is getting closer now in 2nd. And Get the Candy is next in 3rd. No Pain is on the move now from 4th. Athena Dancer down at the rail in 5th. And Trade War, the half went in 46 seconds. The field is in the stretch. It is Comset, Social Whirl. On the outside is No Pain. Looking for a way through is Get the Candy. On the outside is Athena Dancer as they move for the 16th pole. It is No Pain with the lead. Here's Athena Dancer driving up on the outside, and Athena Dancer gets the win. Half length over No Pain. A photo for 3rd between Get the Candy and Comset.
Athena Dancer, as trainer Wayne Potts sweeps the early double here. This one, second time out. Got that ring bit on, kept a straight line today, and finished up nicely to get the win.
Yeah, improved off her first start with the ring bit on, and it looked to me like the 8, No Pain, was going to get it. And I said to you about the 16th, well, she's going to get gunned down. And look where the winner came from. She was, fairly far back and was able to kind of work out that trip, save ground, and then angle out. Made all the difference, right?
And the number 3, Social Whirl, who did a lot of the dirty work on the front. And props to Junior Alvarado, too, as you and I were talking, watching the race, as she was trying to get out a little bit, and he was doing everything he could to keep her in a straight line, little half halts throughout.
Yeah, she was in front, and she was definitely trying to get out with him. He was doing a really good job. And it looked like when she got company alongside of her, she kind of, quit getting out. But yeah, good effort by the winner, good effort by the runner-up, and the 2-horse, who didn't break really great and kind of got shuffled around a little bit turning for home. She'll improve a lot with that effort.
Ones to watch moving forward, Maggie, but one with a start under her belt, Athena Dancer, certainly took a big step forward today.
She did, and she ran true and straight, and Eric Cancel with some good strong handling, left-handed urging as well. And, we saw the horses that finished 1, 2, 3. I believe we do have a photo for 3rd. But the ones that had experience, and then obviously this first-time starter that finished well within that group too. In here, number 2. I think it kind of just speaks to having experience and how much of an edge that can give you. Here, No Pain running well, the one to make the first move, and Comset, and it turned out that Athena's Dancer, she made the last and the right move, guys.
She certainly did. Athena Dancer under Eric Cancel, filly by War Dancer, whose progeny have certainly been picking up as you think of Step Dancer, and 2-year-old stakes winner there too. And they seem to love the turf here in New York.
Yeah, they do. And he stands just about within 2 miles of Saratoga.
Right
just
outside.
At Union Avenue over the Northway to the left there. And yeah, he's been making some noise. And he had a lot of offspring in here. He had, I think, 3 or 4 War Dancers were in this race. Well, 2 that ran anyway, but the one that got the money here, now 3.
3.
By War Dancer, and start under her belt. She was still trying to lug in a little bit, but seemed more manageable than her first start.
Definitely took a big step forward as the 2 with experience run 1, 2, Athena Dancer and No Pain. That first-time starter, Get the Candy, who did take the money and go off as your favorite, checks in 3rd. But congratulations to the connections of Athena Dancer. Winners of the 2nd race here at Aqueduct. Will bring you prices and more after this.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at the Big A. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6.
For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6 today.
America's Day at the Races continues. Acacia Courtney, Richard Migliori, and Maggie Wolfendale, glad to have you along with us as we just finished up the second race here at Aqueduct. Into the winner's circle goes the number 5, Athena Dancer. Second time out, filly by War Dancer to get the win today.
Yeah, improved off of her first run, worked out a good trip, and ran down the leaders. Turf course looks like it's playing pretty fair. Definitely keep an eye on the 2-horse, the first-time starter from Michelle Nevensborn. I thought she really had a compromised trip, get the candy.
One to watch for sure, but the winner, Athena Dancer, piloted to victory by Eric Cancel, who's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, and Eric's been riding the turf really well as of late, getting another winner here with Athena Dancer. And Eric, first time on this filly, she wanted to lug in her first start, but it seemed as though you had great control of her, and she gave you a great last kick.
Yeah, like you said, I got along with the filly pretty good first time. Wayne told me that in the first race, she was leaning in a little bit. But today he brought her back pretty straightforward, and I just had to sit for the right trip, you know, and just get it done.
Eric, this is kind of your home, your winter home here at Aqueduct. Looking forward to having a dominant season once again, because last year, obviously before coronavirus pandemic, you were well on your way to being one of the leading riders here.
Yeah, I mean, Aqueduct, to be honest, it's our time, you know. It's where you could improve as much as you can, you know. You just got to keep on trying and grinding, and it's just a matter of time, you know. Everything, you go step by step, just like a baby, you know. You start by crawling, and you end up running, you know. So I'm just hoping for a good winter this year again, and I'll just keep on swinging.
I like that analogy. Very good, Eric. Well, congratulations at getting off on the right foot here at the beginning of this Aqueduct meet.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, guys. Well, Eric Cancel, as he demonstrated today, is a guy that is gearing up for a big winter here. He and his agent, PJ Campo, Acacia, they look to ride a lot of winners here over the winter.
I can imagine, as he said, this is our time. This is where you get the chance to take some more opportunities here throughout the winter at Aqueduct. And Eric Cancel, who's steadily, I think the last couple of months we've seen a big step forward from him, and it's been showing in the wins and the opportunities that he's gotten as well.
Well, when you get good opportunities, your confidence level is going to rise, and confidence is such a big part of any athlete's game. If you're confident, you're going to just make decisions naturally. You're not going to overthink things. And I think a big component of this is PJ Campo. You know, taking over his book. I know they talk a great deal about racing, about tactics, about, you know, having position and being in a position to win, and it's showing in his riding.
And PJ, too, with a lot of relationships to horsemen on the backside, too, and congratulations to him and Eric Cancel continuing with that good momentum. Looking ahead to Saturday, though, the graded stakes action here in New York. It's our America's Best Racing race of the week. It is the Grade 3 Red Smith, 1 mile and 3/8 on the inner turf here. And Sadler's Joy, of course, the headliner, as he often is. I mean, how can you not love a horse like Sadler's Joy, who's a 7-year-old still competing at the highest level? This is his win in the Red Smith last year, Richie, as he looks to defend his title.
Yeah, and I mean, he's earned over $2.6 million. He shows up, he tries hard, he's got that closing kick, can be a little tricky to ride because you don't want to hit the front too soon. I actually thought for him, he hit the front earlier than normal in last year's Red Smith, which was his last official victory. He did win the Bowling Green in Saratoga, but was subsequently disqualified. But he's getting some class relief here, isn't he? He's been really facing some of the best, and Channel Maker, who ran so well in the Breeders' Cup Turf, coming off of back-to-back wins in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer and Turf Classic, but this is a little easier group for Sadler.
And Channel Maker is the type of horse that likes to wire the field, whereas Sadler's Joy likes to come from last. I mean, I remember Tom Albertrani, I think it was like 3 years ago now, as this horse has been around for a while. He said, yeah, he likes to give me a heart attack because you have to time things just perfectly with him. And as Joel Rosario climbs aboard, I believe for the first time, it seems like he'll really suit this horse quite well.
Yeah, you know, he's subbing for Javier Castellano, who had surgery early in the week. From all accounts, I hear Javier's doing well. But Joel Rosario, I don't know that there's anybody in the game right now, any rider in the game, that times their moves better. And he might just be a perfect fit for this horse.
Certainly could, as we'll be looking to see him closing from off of it. Now this race named in honor of Red Smith. The question comes who it was. Red Smith, one of the most celebrated turf riders whose career spanned over 5 decades. And look who got a mention by Red Smith.
Yeah, which I did not know existed. Actually, Ernie Munich and all our Crackerjack team behind the scenes here found this. You know, it's pretty cool. And reading that whole article, A Lovely Morning Under the Elms, he was such a wordsmith. And he basically painted a picture of the place, the time and the place, and it puts you there. Because reading it, I could have been that kid again at Barn 24 at Saratoga underneath the trees with my boss. And, you know, Red Smith was, you know, he had a lot of great quotes, but I think the one most poignant towards racing was, if you want to find Saratoga, drive 175 miles north and turn left on Union Avenue and back 100 years. And that pretty much sums up Saratoga, I think, succinctly.
Yeah, it certainly does. As a rider, as you said, just such a command of the English language and really fun to watch. As you said, a lot of things so visual now. Fun to read, I should say, as it brings you back to another place in whatever story he was telling. So nice to have a race named for Red Smith. The Red Smith. We'll look forward to that on Saturday here at Aqueduct Goes as race number 9. Back today, though, we have race number 3 coming up next here at the Big A. We're sticking on the turf, this time on the inner turf course, though, going a mile and a 16th for this $40,000 claiming race here. This is for 3-year-olds and upward, and Morocco currently 5-2 with Irad Ortiz aboard. As get a look at him dropping down in class. Several drop-down runners in this field. Mike Baker and Irad Ortiz teaming up with Morocco. As we'll talk more about this race, get a paddock report from Maggie, and a lot more after this quick break.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the app to get started today. We're getting ready for race 3 here at the Big A, about 10 minutes away on the inner turf course here. There's a look at the number 7, Morocco, taking a drop in class. It certainly looks like this should help this 6-year-old gelding getting some significant class relief here.
Yeah, and he lands in a very good spot. You know, it's an unusual race. I see 2 horses that I think are clear-cut speeds, and then really no speed. And I think Morocco's the one that kind of falls in that in-between slot, that kind of perfect, turf kind of trip in between flights, if you will. But Mike Maker, no surprise to see him with a short price favorite on turf.
And with Irad Ortiz aboard as they're 5-2. For more, let's go to Maggie.
Nothing creative here, guys. As Morocco looks like the best horse on paper, he looks like the best horse here in the paddock. I mean, he's this big, scopy, good-looking son of Pioneer of the Nile, looking a lot like his sire, to be honest. Fantastic coat on him as he ships up here from Kentucky, dappled head to toe, obviously fit. He's much the horse to beat. Honestly, I'll be surprised if he doesn't win this affair. As the other horse I want to look at, though, is one that's getting back to the turf, and also back to the turf at a distance that's a bit more reasonable. Willing to Speed doesn't want to go 1.25 miles, in my opinion. He is smaller, shorter coupled, very round. He has that big crusty neck, these big, well-developed hindquarters to him. He's a horse that always looks good, but I just feel as though he's finding the right spot, the right condition. And we saw Rob Atras win 2 races yesterday, one with a heavy favorite, but one with a that was a big price. So when his barn gets going, they get going in a big kind of way. I would not be surprised to see Willing to Speed get to the winner's circle today. Is also Acacia, at least in his turf races for Rob, he's facing much better company. Maybe not Morocco, but the rest of the horses in here are not quite as good as those other ones.
Yeah, some class relief for him, too. Maggie Thang says Willing to Speed 7-1, and she brings up Richie about the barn, as we saw things really heating up for Rob Atras yesterday with those 2 winners, and that's when you have to pay attention.
Absolutely. Anytime a barn gets going good, it just seems like the energy of the barn kind of feeds into that, and they do a good job. Their horses look good. You can't, when you see a horseman, not just that they're winning, but their horses look as good as his horses are always turned out. It's got to have a lot to do with the care they're given, the feed program they're in. I've never seen a Rob Atras horse that didn't catch my eye in the paddock.
This one, a nice, generous price at 7-1 right now, as he will rematch with Abiding Star. This is back from Saratoga in August. Abiding Star, one of those confirmed speed types you mentioned, Richie.
Yeah, and I just wonder if Abiding Star maybe doesn't kind of get a free ride on the lead here. I think there's potential for that to happen, and he'll make you pay. If he gets away a little easy, he's not a horse that quits. He'll fight you for it. As we see here, Abiding Star, gets it done when he's able to control. The fly in the ointment for him is the 2-horse drawn on the rail, Old Dominion, who can show speed at times, but also does have the ability to sit just off a horse. So a lot's going to depend on how it plays out in the run past the stands the first time.
Yeah, that's what Old Dominion did last time. Sat just behind the pace setter as the winner swept by from last. Old Dominion kind of doing the dirty work there, but was beaten by a consistent runner for Claudio Gonzalez and Lucky Ramsey that day. So you'd have to mention with the inside, he has the ability to show some speed. As we've seen before, if somebody like Abiding Star just gets comfortable and left alone on the front end, that could really hurt some of the other big closers in here.
Yeah, and I go back to Abiding Star likes to win. He's a horse that, he gets his trip. He is going to show up and run hard. Son of Uncle Mo, likes to use his stride, and Jose Ortiz is the last guy to win on him, so he knows how he likes to run.
He last won for $40,000 back in Saratoga. They stepped him up to the Grade 3 Red Bank, where he ran 3rd behind Analyze It back at Monmouth, and he drops back down to the $40,000 today. It seems like he's one that can be competitive at those higher level races, but sometimes, especially with an older horse, you just kind of drop them back down in class, and they're able to get that confidence back up a little.
Well, and also we're getting towards the end of turf season. He's done very well for these connections, and Allard, his trainer, actually wanted to be a jockey. He used to sleep in a bed that was too small with boards on his head to keep himself from growing at night. Didn't work.
I was going to ask, how'd that work out for him? Let's kick off the post parade. Here's the 1-0 Gravity, the one formerly part of an entry. He'll break towards the outside, though.
Yeah, he's got some decent turf races, but he's kind of a deep closer.
Next will be the 2 Old Dominion.
Old Dominion for High Kings Racing, neighbor of mine up there in Millbrook, a horse that has speed and I think holds the key to how this race is run.
Next, we'll look at the 3 Dream Doctor, first time for Tom Morley.
Yeah, New York bred getting to New York finally here with Tom Morley, although this race is not limited to New York breds. Another horse, though, that seems more like a deep closer.
There's the 4 Patriot Drive.
Yeah, a horse that, you got to think with Kendrick, he'll try to get a bit more position, but consistently, he hasn't run fast enough to win this.
Willing to speed, dropping in class here.
Drops in class, gets to a more reasonable distance like Maggie alluded to, and Rob Atras, a trainer, you have to give every one of his horses a second look.
The other one for Tom Morley, here's Attentive.
Yeah, I wonder if Attentive couldn't lay just a bit closer, first time off the claim. Last time, Tom claiming him off of Carl Broberg.
Here's the 7 Morocco, that favorite at 2-1 now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Mike Maker on the turf, drop in class, should get a good trip.
Here's the 8 Wrapped, who also gets a drop in class.
Gets a drop in class, and Wrapped can show up with a race at times that would be very competitive here. He's not an easy horse to ride. You can't let him get too keen, and you can't let him drop too out. Finding that balance with him.
Has been facing some really tough New York bred companies. We look at the 10 next, Soulmate.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like has races fast enough to beat some of these in here.
Here's the 11 Abiding Star, that 7-year-old by Uncle Mo.
I think a horse that they better respect, because if they allow him to be alone in the lead too long, they won't catch him.
Next will be the 12 and the last in our post-parade, Noble Thought.
Yeah, ran well last time for 25, was claimed by Rob Falcone. He's going to have to work out a trip from that outside post.
There he is with Joel Rosario board, 5-1 right now on the board. Naira Bets is hosting a live money handicapping contest Saturdays during the Aqueduct Fall Meet featuring racing from the Big A. It's a $250 buy-in with an all-cash prize pool paid through 7th place. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today. Visit naira.com/challenge to register to play. Taking a look at the number 12, Noble Thought, as this one was claimed for $25,000, but we know that Rob Falcone, very good off the claim, and we have seen him too, stepping horses up in company off the claim.
Yeah, I mean, those are really strong numbers there. He does a good job. His horses look good. See this horse getting a nice warm-up under Joel Rosario. That's a tough post, though, for a horse that isn't so slow that he's going to drop completely out, and he's not fast enough to clear. He's got to find some position. I'm going to really keep my eyes on him going to the first turn. I always find it fun to see how your best riders find that gap, someplace to drop in and save some ground into that first turn.
And that's so important when you want to be able to save that ground. That's kind of like the key to the race a lot of the time, and being able to drop in and get some position, not be kind of hung out to dry there.
Well, particularly on the turf. You know, these races are so competitive, and they're, horses are within 4 or 5 lengths. We'll see a whole field on the turf sometimes. 4 or 5 lengths cover the whole field. You have to save ground. You have to get your position. The key to getting position, though, at least for me, it never worked. I had to get my position going forward. If I took back to try to find a spot to drop in, it just never seemed to work out. I think you're better off going forward a little bit to find that kind of space in between, that gap between flights to drop in.
Getting that position so important, but one horse that we know will break running, our man Abiding Star, Maggie, the 7-year-old. We know that he typically a big part of the pace here.
And Acacia, how can you not love Abiding Star? Win or lose, a 13-time winner. He is a horse that I've watched a lot over the years for trainer Ned Allard, as he also has, over the years worn some pretty interesting equipment. He used to run with a run-out blinker, so a blinker completely covering his right outside eye. Now he's cut back to just the French cup, 3/4 cups. He still runs with that pretty extreme slider type of cage bit, but he is breaking from the outside. He's just a massive horse. He's, one that if you see in person, you're like, whoa, is he all thoroughbred? Because he's just so big, and he has that really thick and substantial bone to him as well. The problem is what does Jorge Vargas do from the inside with the rail runner in here? That's Old Dominion, as he has some early pace too, and he was very sharp in the paddock and the post parade. So wondering what kind of trip Abiding Star pulls here. Obviously, he'll be in front, but how hard he's going to have to work to get in front. A horse my eye just kept going back to, and maybe he's not good enough, at least as of late. It's number 4, Patriot Drive. His last race at Pimlico, off the turf. Then it was Kentucky Downs. Then there was a gap where he had the one start at Gulfstream in which he was really wide, and saving ground at Gulfstream and all turf racing is a premium. So I think we can forgive him. And then you go back to his races last year on the turf, and they make him a serious player. But those are for Mike Maker. Physically, this guy looks great. I love the warm-up that Kendrick Carmouche gave him. As Meg was pointing out, maybe the aggressive warm-up hints at the fact that they're going to try to keep him at least mid-pack or that second flight of horses behind the early pace, which could play into his favor. Like I said, he's a big price out there at 19-1, but my eye just kept wandering back to him, Acacia.
And that can be a key. Maggie, thank you. Always love getting to hear Maggie's opinions of horses out there on the track, as Patriot Drive has not been in the easiest of spots, at least for a horse looking to run on the turf. And he will get to do that today with Kendrick Carmouche aboard as they're loading in. Who did you land on, Richie?
I wound up on the 11, Abiding Star. I mean, you notice sometimes how a rider will kind of straddle the starting gate and they'll pull their saddle back a little bit. That's when they feel like the saddle's a little too far forward and they're afraid it might slip. They kind of pull it back into place.
That's the last moment to get everything done. One more left to load. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call of the third.
They're all in. And they're off. Awkward start there for number 4, Patriot Drive, and he's towards the back of the pack. Out for the lead, Old Dominion and Abiding Star. Abiding Star narrowly over Old Dominion. The front two have opened up more than 4 lengths on the Soulmate, who's on the outside and racing in third. And down at the rail is Willing to Speed next in fourth. And then comes Attentive, who is running in fifth. To his inside is a Dream Doctor in sixth. Morocco is next in seventh. It's another 3.5 lengths. Back to Noble Thought in 8th, followed by Zero Gravity in 9th. Then Patriot Drive, and trailing the field is Wrapped in 11th. The quarter 23 and 2/5 seconds. Midway up the backstretch with Abiding Star in front by 2. Old Dominion is second by 3 lengths. Willing to Speed is down at the rail, and alongside is Soulmate. And then it is a length and a half back to Dream Doctor, who's on the inside of Attentive. And then we come back to Morocco, followed by Noble Thought, Zero Gravity, Patriot Drive, and Wrapped continues to trail. The half went in 48 and 2. Abiding Star is still the leader as they come for the head of the stretch. Abiding Star by a length and a half. Old Dominion is running in second, Willing to Speed down at the rail in third. Soulmate on the outside in fourth. Looking for a way through there is Dream Doctor on the outside. Attentive is now coming on, and they are still chasing Abiding Star, who has the lead here. It's Abiding Star in front. On the outside, Attentive. Noble Thought is kicking in late along with Morocco. It's Abiding Star and Noble Thought, and it's a photo finish. Noble Thought on the outside and pace-setting Abiding Star.
The outside, too. Richie, you've been so close in the last couple. Looked like you were home with the top pick, Abiding Star, who did get very comfortable on the front end. But the 12, Noble Thought, Joel Rosario, he got in, he saved the ground, and came running late.
And just snapped me at the wire again. But terrific job by Rob Falcone Jr. Have this horse ready to claim him. But look at the position that Joel Rosario was able to get with a horse that broke from post 12. He was dead on the rail turning for home. He's starting to come out. He's looking for room. You can see he's going to kind of ease his way out here inside of Morocco, actually. And this horse gets to the clear. He drops his head, and he gets to really running, but saving ground that last run. And what we were talking about earlier, Sadler's Joy, that's the kind of trip he wants. Joel Rosario might just be the key to getting that kind of perfect produced run at the wire.
Yeah, you think Tom Albertrani was watching this race and saying, perfect, all things good for tomorrow for Sadler's Joy.
Just in the paddock. So you know what you did in the third race? Just do that.
Just do that as Abiding Star, that 7-year-old class horse up there on the front end. You can just see even when Noble Thought, the 12, comes next to him, just how big Abiding Star is. He's a cool horse. He runs his race every time.
Oh, he ran so hard. And from that post, Jose Ortiz had to ask him to clear, but then he settled in nicely and he got his trip. That's the way he wants to run. He just got run down by a really good horse off the claim, Noble Thought, with a terrific ride from Joel Rosario.
We saw those stats on Rob Falcone off the claim, and clearly a sharp claim on this one as he stepped up in class a bit to the 40,000. As we'll be bringing you racing from Churchill Downs after this, the opener coming up next.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying, Motown will win a Thriller, Motown to win it, and Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Two of the best of their generation. What connects them? Bernardini. The sire of one is the broodmare sire of the other. See his influence, his beauty, in the Bernardini yearlings at the sales. And remember this, Bernardini has sired more $500,000 juveniles at the 2-year-old sales than any other stallion ever. $1,450,000. Thank you very much. Bernardini, the height of summer, the height of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We promised you live racing from Churchill Downs, and we are just a few minutes away from their first race. Taking a look at the opener here, $8,000 claiming race, a mile and a 16th on the main track, 4 fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, and currently the number 2, Fun Patty, back on the dirt for Steve Asmussen, is your even money favorite, and getting a pretty significant drop in class too, as we'll get into our post-parade, Richie, with My Winter Rose.
My Winter Rose showed a little bit of speed on a slow pace last time. Would have to improve, I think.
Next will be your favorite, the 2, Fun Patty, whose last win came on the dirt, in fact, to Louisiana Downs.
Yeah, and this horse was claimed for $8,000 by Steve Asmussen. He's the owner-trainer. Just going back to the place he claimed this horse from, looks formidable.
Here's Nestum Dorma, my favorite aria.
Yeah, stepping up a little bit in class, been running at Bell Tower, trained by one of my favorite trainers, Paulo Lobo.
Next will be the 4, Lucky Be a Lady.
Yeah, Lucky Be a Lady ran well last time to be second at Churchill Downs at the same level.
Molly's Game won that race where Lucky Be a Lady was second.
Yeah, but she came from well back that day. The race really heated up in the middle. Maybe Lucky Be a Lady gets to control things a little more.
Here's the 6, I Dream of Lois.
Well, this horse did show a little bit of speed in the sprint last time with Corey Lannery. Now stretches back out in distance.
Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, is offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Even money favorite on the number 2, Fun Patty. But looking at those 2 horses that are rematching, the 5, Molly's Game, won that last race on November 4th at Churchill. Lucky Be a Lady did sit in second, as Lucky Be a Lady kind of did all the dirty work as she broke running from the outside post there.
Yeah, that's what it kind of felt like to me. Like she was the last lady standing, if you will. And Molly's Game came from, well off the pace and ran by her, but she was very game. She really gave it a good try, and maybe she gets a little bit of a different setup today and controls things with the 2 turns. Your 2-turn races are run so different, where a mile, 1 turn, they keep picking it up. So that's why you'll see faster fractions in the middle. 2-turn race, they jump out, run to the turn, and moderate. And maybe that'll help her last longer.
We'll see how that does help her today, as they'll get a little bit of a rematch. Molly's Game is currently up there at 3-1, while Lucky Be a Lady is 6-1. You're getting a more generous price on the 4, too.
I mean, but do you see, like, is my argument, does it hold
no,
water?
I understand
like,
what you're meaning. Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, if I'm going to try to beat the favorite, the 2 Fun Patty, I would try to do it with the 4 Lucky Be a Lady. And John Cord is a rider that excels when he's on the lead. He has a knack for riding front runners, and potentially this filly could be on the lead. If the 6 I Dream of Lois goes, then she's laying second in a perfect spot.
Really could kind of trip out, so to speak, as your favorite. Now 3-5, Fun Patty dropping back. I do think it's fun, too, that this one ran at Lone Star, ran a couple of races ridden by Steve's son, Keith Asmussen.
Yeah, it was really neat that Keith got to do that. You know, very tall. His dad, Steve, you know, was a really good apprentice rider here in New York, but was very tall. Actually went on to much bigger and better things as a trainer. But he gave his son Keith the opportunity to do it, and they said, as long as you're not hurting yourself, and they, you know, tried to do it very thoughtfully, very carefully. And you know what? Keith could really ride. He could really look good on horses.
Did very well this summer. As I remember talking to Steve about it one weekend when he was in Saratoga, he said, you know, I was more nervous for Keith's first ride than I was for any of these big races that I have horses in here. Because, of course, it's your son riding.
Yeah, that's your son out there. And, you know, of course, his uncle, Cassius Asmussen, one of the greatest riders of his generation, went to France and basically taught those guys the American style of riding. They really adapted around him.
Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana aboard today for the 2 Fun Patty. Who's your favorite as they load in for the opener at Churchill Downs? We'll send it up to Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. I Dream of Lois. Quickly, right to the front and over to the rail, in front by 2 in the first few jumps. I Dream of Lois out there setting the pace. My Winter Rose and Lucky Be a Lady come away second and third. My Winter Rose takes a clear-cut second spot into that opening turn. Lucky Be a Lady is back into third. A margin of 4 from there to Fun Patty, who settles into fourth. Molly's Game is away fifth, and Nessun Dorma's at the back in sixth. Moving for the backstretch run, I Dream of Lois, after that alert beginning, is the leader by 2, and trying to foster out that speed is Corey Lannery as they move down the backstretch run. So it is I Dream of Lois, the leader by a length. My Winter Rose prompting from second. Lucky Be a Lady not far behind, while third. There's 5 furlongs to go. A margin of 3 from there back to Fun Patty, Molly's Game, and Nessun Dorma. The opening half goes in 49 and 1/5 seconds. There's 4 furlongs to go. I Dream of Lois onto the far turn, still with a narrow lead. Lucky Be a Lady comes on while wide, and My Winter Rose right there between them. So these 3 across the track with 3 furlongs to go. Still 3 lengths back to Fun Patty, who's asked to go now, racing 4th. Molly's Game is 5th, and Nessun Dorma 6th. Round the far turn, Lucky Be a Lady and My Winter Rose go on with it. I Dream of Lois is back into third. Fun Patty has switched outside 4th. Top of the stretch, Lucky Be a Lady and My Winter Rose battle with Fun Patty looming and now pouncing. Here comes Fun Patty outside to the front, furlong to go. Lucky Be a Lady fights on with My Winter Rose. Nessun Dorma is late on the scene. Too late to catch Fun Patty, who's kicked away by 2 down to the wire. Fun Patty from just off the pace ends up winning by 2.5 in the end. My Winter Rose was second. Lucky Be a Lady and Nessun Dorma.
Fun Patty, your favorite, back on the dirt, back at the scene of her last win on the main track. She gets the victory again today.
Yeah, not only is Steve Asmussen a terrific horse trainer, he's a terrific manager. He puts horses in position to excel. This filly got a really good trip under Ricardo Santana, and she was the best.
She was, as it was pretty gutsy effort from the runner-up to My Winter Rose, who managed to outlast the 4 Lucky Be a Lady, who was not able to get the lead. It was that stretch-out runner from the outside, I Dream of Lois, who was intent on getting the lead early on.
Yeah, she bounded out of the gate, went right to the rail under Corey Lannery. And, you know, I thought the 4 Lucky Be a Lady got a good trip under John Court. She just wasn't good enough. And the 1 was very game because she was under pressure. My Winter Rose around the turn. Rafael Bejarano was asking her, and she just kept on resolutely. But no doubt about your winner, Fun Patty.
2-1, and it looks like the 4 might have held on for third. But the 3 Nessim Dorma was closing in there as well. But no doubt about your winner. It was the number 2 Fun Patty on that drop-in class. And back to the main track for Steve Asmussen, owner and trainer, with his go-to rider, Ricardo Santana, in the saddle. We'll have more racing from the Big A after this on America's Day at the Races.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarshall, new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the app to get started. Well, this morning, hope that you watched, but we had a special presentation of the Bahrain International Trophy on Fox Sports 2, as we've been thrilled to have some more international racing on our shows throughout the last couple of months. It went to one of the local runners this morning, Sincere. Very strong finish from this horse, who pulled away and held off close-running Global Giant for John Gosden and Frankie Dettori, and Sovereign, who had been the favorite going in for Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore.
Yeah, this horse was set up in second, in behind the leader. There was a pretty good gap back to the rest of the pack. He kicked for home, and I didn't realize how long the stretch was.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like it was forever. In the last 50 yards, it got a little desperate, but Sincere, he made his own trip. He was up on the pace and kept going.
He held on so gamely. Pretty exciting finish for the second running of the Bahrain International Trophy. They had 14 runners and 5 Group 1 quality horses in there, which is pretty exciting given the quality. So congratulations to the connections of Sincere. Back here at Aqueduct today, though, in the third race, it went to the number 12 Noble Thought, who just managed to run down a very game, always hard trying Abiding Star in the front end.
Yeah, and it took an absolutely Herculean effort from Joel Rosario to find the rail from post 12, save all that ground into the stretch, able to find the seams, the gaps when he needed them, came out in the clear, and just snapped me at the wire.
Always seems that that's how it goes. Noble Thought off the claim for Rob Falcone. Won last time out for $25,000, stepped up in class, and he took some attention too in a big field on the turf, 6-1, paid $14 to win.
Yeah, he did, and you know, again, Rob Falcone Jr. does a great job. His horses look good. First time off the claim for him, and worked out the right trip.
Absolutely did, under Joel Rosario, who will get ready to pilot Sadler's Joy tomorrow in the Red Smith. But turning the page here to race number 4, we have 6 furlongs on the main track in this $25,000 claiming race, and McAaron to the outside was claimed by Tom Morley. The race came off the turf and really just ran too well to lose last time.
He ran great, set very fast fractions in the slot, and just missed. Could have some company on the lead today, too, though.
That could make things interesting as he's currently 8-5. He is your confirmed speed towards the outside, but Ryan's Cat, we know that he's not slow from the inside either.
No, and, you know, he's been ridden twice by Junior Alvarado. He was on the lead. Those were fast fractions as well, and he has the rail. Doesn't he have one way to go?
You'd think showing speed would be the key for him from that inside post. If things do heat up, how did you potentially see it playing out?
Well, I thought it could play to Topper T, who last time was on the pace from an inside post, from post 1, and then he couldn't quite keep up, and he backed up from all the kickback. He's not a horse that runs well with dirt in his face. And then when he got to the clear, he re-rallied for second. Wasn't going to beat the winner that day, but I think he would have been a lot closer, and I think if he can work out the right trip with Dylan Davis and set up outside of the other speeds, come out running enough, let them go on, but then put him in the clear and let him get really comfortable, because he's a big horse.
Topper T, yeah, he's a big horse, the Iowa bred. And it's funny, I remember him back at the end of 2018 and the start of 2019 running in all of those graded stakes. I looked back, he was my top pick in the Swale, as I was convinced going 7 furlongs would be a right move for him. It was kind of one of those wise guy horses, and things just never really panned out, but he's clearly a horse that has ability and a tricky one to ride.
Yeah, tricky one to ride. Last time was first time gelding, and just to get him to settle, I had talked with his trainer, John Toscano, about that, and John just said, you know, he just always seems to run a little bit hot. We're just trying to get him to relax a little, save some of that energy. And I was right aboard with you. When he ran back in the Swale and the Hutchison, I was like, this is what he wants, the sprint. And I think we were right. Maybe they were just a little too good for him. He did run third in both those starts, but kind of a horse that I think has always shown some ability, has never put it all together.
We'll see if this could be the right spot for him, as he was gelded last time. As you mentioned, he went off as the favorite there, finished second that afternoon. See if he gets a little bit of a cleaner trip today, as McAaron still 3-2 on the outside as they head out from the paddock and the saddling area there for the 4th at Aqueduct. We'll start the post parade with the 1 Ryan's Cat.
Speed from the inside. He's a horse that does his best running when he's on the lead, and the rail, I think that simplifies things. Takes a slight drop in class.
Next will be the 2, Release the Thunder. He could be coming a bit late.
Yeah, I mean, last time he showed speed, it was a fairly soft pace. He's more comfortable in more of a stalking to mid-division role. Certainly a contender.
Second off the claim here for Mike Maselli. There, you can just see the size, I think, from this angle, too, of the 3 Topper T.
Yeah, big, strong horse. And I know Dylan Davis watched the replays with him, so he's aware that he's not a horse that handles kickback dirt thrown in his face.
We'll look next for the number 4, Durkin's Call.
I love the name. Love Durkin's Calls, that's for sure. And, you know, a horse that if things got really hot on the front end, at least he'll be coming in the right direction at the end.
7-1 on that one right now. And here's the 5, Brush Country.
Yeah, another one that would need a lot to go right and come with that closing run. 3 starts back, it was a good race for the same price.
And your favorite to the outside, the number 6, McAaron.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. You know, gaudy speed figures. First time he ran for Tom, it came off the grass, and he showed high speed and just missed. He's a major player, obviously.
as run at a variety of distances and surfaces. You can earn a $10 bonus today just through playing the best racing on the NYRA Bets app. Bet $50 at Churchill and $50 at Aqueduct today on the NYRA Bets app and earn a $10 bonus, win or lose. The NYRA Bets app is available in the App Store or for Android on NYRABets.com. Visit NYRABets.com for promotion details. 8 to 5 on the number 6, McEachern, as was just beaten a neck last time out in that off-the-turf race, and Tom Morley keeps him sprinting on the dirt after that performance, as he really did run a huge performance this day.
He really ran too good to lose. I mean, just to throw down those fractions and run as hard as he did, and he never quit. He kept finding. Boy, he just made a nice impression in the post parade, didn't he? But you see him here. Here's a horse that's fighting for it. He wants it. He just couldn't withstand the winner here, Vineyard Sound, who, you know, kind of dogged him from the quarter pole before finally wearing him down.
Big performance last time out, beaten just a neck first off the claim. We'll see coming back next time as Kendrick Carmouche stays aboard, but the 3 Topper T, as we've talked about, not the easiest horse to ride. He's taking some attention too. At 5 to 2 for more, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, and Topper T, as Mig was pointing out, was a gelding in his last start, but I can't say that it's really changed that way that he acts. That, as Mig said, he gets a little hot. He runs a little hot. Still pretty hot in the paddock, still washy, not great in that respect. But as you guys also said, he's a good-looking horse. He's a big, strong, impressive-looking individual. So you kind of like him. So we'll see what kind of trip he pulls out today. But you always want to see the gelding kind of take effect. And from at least what I'm observing, it hasn't necessarily. As we'll take a look at number 2, Release the Thunder in here. He was beaten by the Sakari, who was getting a drop in class that day, and also by Jump for Joy, a mare in against the boys. She came back to win, though, for relative short rest, running an 82 as well. So she definitely came back to run well, and he probably comes out of a decent race too, much like McEachern, and off the turf claiming 32. He looks good. He always looks good, though. He's kind of one of those horses. So we'll see. McEachern, at least with his speed, guys, he is drawn to the outside of Ryan's Cat. I think it's just always easier for a horse to be chasing on the outside than it is to be the one on the inside.
Maggie, thanks. As your hand kind of forced a little bit more, if you're inside where being drawn outside, you can kind of let things unfold to your inside and play the brake a little bit more.
Yeah, you're just not under the same kind of pressure where you can allow your horse to break running, but you're not having to ask them to do anything. And he's fast enough, he's going to put himself in the game, and he could very well be just sitting up just outside of the one Ryan's Cat. If you got the inside, you have to go.
We saw the flags blowing in the breeze here, not as windy as it has been in the last couple of weeks. Again, just a beautiful fall day out. But you mentioned for a key for riders, look at how the flags are blowing to see if there's any sort of headwind that you have to be prepared for on the track.
I think it's important, you know, every detail, anything that can give you a little bit of an edge. Now, yesterday, early in the card, it was a very stiff tailwind down the backstretch, and it kind of dissipated. And even today, it's a bit of a tailwind, but it's not like yesterday where the flag was flying straight. And you can see it's kind of billowing, and it's just kind of a nice little breeze off of Jamaica Bay.
Beautiful sight there as McEachern still 6-5. We're looking at the 2, Release the Thunder, though. Maggie mentioned Jump for Joy and how good she's been recently, running against the boys and then coming back with a win. Second off the claim here for Mike Misselli, as he does appear to be one that seems a bit more comfortable coming from off of it.
Yeah, last time he was more attending it, but it was pretty tepid pace that day. They finished up strongly. Mike Misselli does a really good job. He's a trainer that I think, has been underrated for a very long time. And, of course, I always go back to this. He was a terrific jockey, too. He won the Travers and the Haskell in 1974, I believe, with Holding Pattern. I mean, he was a guy that could horseback, and now he's shown he can train them from the ground as well.
Love seeing that transition too, and certainly a guy that knows what it takes out there on the track, as we saw Abel Castellano, former rider too, brother to Javier, in near New York yesterday, getting a win. Good to see him as Mike Misselli become a mainstay here on the NYRA circuit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mike has been here for a number of years. And, you know, when I was beginning my riding career, Mike was at the tail end of his riding career. We both rode a lot for a trainer named Bob DeBonis, Old Glory stable, Chasrig stable. You know, when they wanted the weight off, they reached for me, and Mike and several other journeymen got to kind of sort it out with the other horses.
Taking all of that experience to the training career as he has the number 2, Release the Thunder. Mike Maselli does. McEachern still your even money favorite to the outside. Richie landing on the 3, Topper T. We'll see if he gets the trip he's looking for this afternoon. Loading into the gate here for the 4th race at the Big A. We'll send it up to John and Brielle.
The field is in line. And they're off. McEachern goes out for the early lead. Ryan's Cat now moves up from the rail. And it is Ryan's Cat with the lead over the favorite McEachern. Topper T runs in 3rd. Brush Country's on the outside in 4th. Release the Thunder down at the rail. And Durkin's Call trails the field in 6th. On the outside, it is McEachern, and down at the rail, it's Ryan's Cat, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead as they go into the far turn after a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Topper T races in 3rd. Release the Thunder is down at the rail, and then it's Brush Country and Durkin's Call. McEachern on the outside, Ryan's Cat down at the rail. The 2 of them remain heads apart for the lead as they come for the quarter pole. It is McEachern in front. The half win in 45-4. McEachern is the leader. Ryan's Cat continues to battle on. Then it is Topper T. Release the Thunder. On the outside, Brush Country. Down towards the rail is Durkin's Call. McEachern has the lead. Release the Thunder. Now moving into 2nd and making one last run on the outside. But McEachern has the lead by a little more than a length. And McEachern holds on. Release the Thunder was 2nd. It's a photo for 3rd between Durkin's Call and Topper T.
McEachern built off of that good 2nd place finish last time out and seems to have found his home now as a dirt sprinter with a decisive win here.
A decisive win, very impressive. Good job by Tom Morley. And what perfect use of the outside post. You've got another speed inside of you. You watch Kendrick, he allowed him to break running, but he went straight. He didn't drop in immediately, kind of kept control of the race from the outside. And when he set him down, he finished full of run. Good effort.
Big performance from him as the number 2, Release the Thunder. He ran a big race today as well for Mike Maselli, who we were talking about. Kept trying and trying. There was no catching the winner, but Jose Lascano never gave up on him.
No, he did a really good job, kind of worked out a good trip, 2nd best, but I think you're right. His persistence is what got him 2nd.
There's Tom Morley. Coming up there, I'm sure all smiles beneath the mask. I'm sure Maggie, we could have heard her celebrating there. Of course, a huge part of the operation as well. And big congratulations to the Morleys.
Yeah, always good to see him win. Horse is always well turned out, and horse ran big off the claim. Might have run even bigger here.
Big performance from McEachern. Maggie, congratulations.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm the most superstitious person in the entire world. Well, actually, I finally picked my husband's horse that actually won, but it was even money. But when Duncastle won on Sunday, I watched it from my office. I ran from the winner's circle to my office to watch it, and we've run 4 horses so far. Granted, they were bigger prices than I watched them out here. So for McEachern, I had to run back to my office. So sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath, but at least the spot did the job today.
It's the spot. We now know where to find Maggie when Tom has a live horse.
Superstitions on the racetrack. It's so funny. And you can hear how out of breath she was. When I was riding, if I went on a horse with a certain pair of boots or something that I wore, I had to wear that every time I rode that horse. And then if I was in a slump, start doing crazy stuff like wearing your socks and underwear inside out to break out of the slump.
Whatever it takes, right?
Superstitions in the racetrack.
There's a lot of them around here. I love it. Congratulations to Maggie and Tom and the connections of McCarran as race 2 coming up next, a mile on the main track here at Churchill Downs, a $40,000 claiming race for fillies. The 3-year-olds, currently the number 4, Recoded, one of 2 for Bernie Flint in here, is your favorite at 7-5 as we'll get ready for the post-parade, starting with the other Flint runner. That's the number 1, Saint Sation.
Yeah, drops in class, stretches out a little bit off of that about 7 furlongs at Keeneland, and the drop in class could help here.
Dropping in significantly to the 40,000 as next will be the number 2, Hampton Spring, who stretches out.
Yeah, stretches out. It's always a little bit hard for me to decipher that Belterra form, but certainly dropping into a claiming tag.
Here for the 40,000 after running some condition allowance races out at Belterra. Here's the 3, Seb's Princess.
Yeah, horse has been running in Louisiana, and you know, feels like she'd have to improve a little bit here.
Your favorite is next, the number 4, Recoded, first off the claim.
Well, makes a lot of sense. She looks like she could be controlling speed in here, off the claim, stretching to the mile, and certainly, to me, the major player.
Here's the 5, My Aunt Mims.
Yeah, turning back a little bit in distance, has won at the mile distance before, but that was around 2 turns. It's a 1-turn mile.
Next, we'll have the number 6, Addison.
Addison is a horse I used to ride for Steve DeMauro years ago. We called him Hippie. He was a colt. This filly's well posted outside.
It's always funny when you see that, too. Sometimes after a few years, the name goes back into circulation for the Jockey Club, and you can get it approved. As it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support late in the betting, and that is the number 5, My Aunt Mims. 3-1 on the morning line, 9-5, as currently listed as your favorite here in race number 2. To bet the Market Mover or any horse you like in the next race, Twin Spires is offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. There's a look at that Market Mover. Ran in an off-the-turf race last time out after winning a turf race first off the claim for Robertino Diodoro, but seems like this one just kind of takes her form wherever she goes.
Yeah, and you could look at her demeanor. I mean, she just has like an intensity to her. She's certainly enjoying herself out there, getting that good warm-up, but I like the way she's in the bridle, making a nice impression.
Yes, she is, as she's 8-5 right now on the board. Did show speed when she won at a mile back at Lone Star Park in June. We'll see if that carries over today. As your early favorite, the 4, Recoded, I agree with you. She did look like she could potentially control this race on the front end.
Yeah, you know, I thought so. I mean, looking at the race, I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed. I mean, yes, My Aunt Mims did show speed. That was a 2-turn mile. I think she'll be the one stalking. She'll be, you know, following her. But I think Recoded, Tyler Gaffleone's been riding so well, winning at 26% there. I think she looks formidable.
This is her win last time out. 4 previous connections when she was claimed off of Ian Wilkes, had been running against much tougher 2 starts back and got some significant class relief last time to win this race by 3 lengths.
Yeah, and Ian Wilkes does a terrific job. He another guy, knows where his horses belong, so she got claimed by Bernie Flint, who's been claiming horses for 50 years and winning with them. Former police captain in New Orleans. He's got some stories to tell.
Oh, I can imagine. I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool. First off the claim here for this barn. Now, it was interesting. I know it's a limited sample size, but I looked up some stats for Bernie Flint. First off the claim with winners last time out, over the last 5 years, is 0-for-9 winning, but 8 of those have finished in the money. He had like 4 or 5 second-place finishes and a few thirds, and they've all run well. So I wasn't quite sure what to make of that stat because it was 0-for-9 winning, but 8 of them have run very, very well off the claim.
So do you think a stat like that is a little bit of a false representation? Because the horses are running well, just because they haven't won, there could be other circumstances surrounding that.
Obviously, in racing, you want to win,
Sure.
but in, I think, certain instances, you have to look at it kind of from face value and see how well the horse won. And to be fair, I didn't look up every single one of those runners. I mean, you don't know. Could have been beaten by a neck, or could have been an all-out pace duel and held on, or something like that. There's all kinds of different situational things in racing.
Right, and I think more to the point, what the stat is more telling is that they ran well.
Yes. 4 seconds, I believe, out of the 8 in the money finishes from the 9 horses that he claimed who were winners last time out. So a sharp barn, claiming the right horses clearly that are able to keep that form moving forward.
No, absolutely. And that's what sharp claiming guys do. They kind of keep tabs of these horses, and they have an idea about them. Years ago when I was riding at Gulfstream, I had never met Bernie Flint, and I went to his barn to work a horse in the morning and didn't really know who he was, and I'm standing there, and his son was the assistant, and the father starts going, well, where's this Migliori guy? Where is he? And I'm standing right next to him, and he's, Dad, that's him. And he looked at me and says, son, you're not Italian. I've never seen no blonde hair, green-eyed Italian. He's a very funny guy.
That's great.
And we become friends.
That's a great story. Bernie Flint has a nice 1-2 punch in here. He has your current favorite in Recoded. Saint Station to the inside, also going out for his barn, as this one gets a pretty significant drop in class.
Taking money as well. So obviously he's got 2 live shots now. Wasn't Bernie Flint earlier in the year also one of the trainers, like our colleague Tom Amos, heading to 500 wins at Churchill?
He was, absolutely. One of the winningest trainers at Churchill Downs. Just a tremendous career, as you mentioned, that has spanned a significant amount of time.
Yeah, and you know, a real character, someone I love to listen to. Some great stories about when he was on the police force in New Orleans, and a larger-than-life character.
Do you know what prompted him to get into training racehorses, coming from being on the police force?
Well, he was always, you know, kind of playing with a few horses. Even when he was a police officer, he was training a few and running horses, and I think he even ran horses in the bush tracks, match races, things like that, kind of a Louisiana tradition.
Absolutely. As he's parlayed that into a very successful career here, as 2 horses for the Flint barn coming up in the second race at Churchill Downs, getting ready to load into the starting gate. His Recoded, currently your favorite at 8-5. The 5, My Aunt or Aunt, however you say it, Mims, is 9-5 right now for Robertino Diodoro, looking to get back to those winning ways. As they continue with the loading process, we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
Waiting for My Aunt Mims and Addison. They're in the gate. And they're off. Saint Station bobbled badly coming out of the starting gate. It is off near the back of the pack. My Aunt Mims is racing for the lead. Hampton Spring is showing speed. Addison is there. Recoded comes up on through. Seb's Princess backs off to be 5th. And Saint Station, after that stumbling beginning, is the trailer. Up the chute and for the main track they go. My Aunt Mims out there to set the pace. Here comes Recoded. Up to apply some pressure. A little bit keyed up is she. But it is My Aunt Mims who holds on to the lead. The leader by half a length with 5 furlongs to go. Recoded is now moving into second. Addison on the outside is third. Hampton Spring is 4th by 5. Seb's Princess at the back with Saint Station. Heading for the half-mile pole, My Aunt Mims and Recoded continue to spar for the top spot. Recoded on the outside of My Aunt Mims. 2.5 lengths back. Addison pushed along while third. Hampton Spring 4th and toward the rail. Saint Station has moved up 1 spot. Seb's Princess is at the back. They're 8 lengths behind. They round the far turn, and Recoded puts a nose in front with a 1/4 mile to go. Recoded off the turn in front. My Aunt Mims has to respond, but is back into second. Addison closing in. Hampton Spring 4th, racing for the 8th pole. Recoded fully extended. Addison is grinding away. So too My Aunt Mims, but Recoded is still there. Recoded in front by 2, opening up 2.5. Addison's going to pin in a final try. Time has run out, and Recoded is the winner. Addison was second. My Aunt Mims was third, and Hampton Spring was 4th.
Recoded, she was not the controlling speed. She was up there with My Aunt Mims the whole time, but grinded away for the victory. Get the win as your favorite.
Yeah, no surprise that she won. I was actually surprised she was outrun by the 5, My Aunt Mims, and she was under restraint, and I was questioning the tactics by Tyler Gaffleone. Well, got him right into the winner's circle.
Absolutely did, as filly by Honor Code. She's got a big white face, as Fun seeing Honor Code's progeny on the racetrack. They all tend to be quite flashy with a lot of chrome like him.
Yeah, absolutely. And good run from Addison, who now has 6 career seconds and 2 wins.
Addison, good at picking up some checks coming in off the back of that win at Indiana Grand. Back here at Aqueduct, we'll have the 5th race coming up next. We'll talk more about it after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
Constitution is best up-and-coming sire.
He's beautiful, he's well-balanced.
He's throwing classic-type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com to get started or download the app. Here's a look at the beautiful New York City skyline as we're getting ready for race number 5 here at the Big A, New York City's racetrack. 6 furlongs on the turf for the New York breds here in this allowance optional, claiming for 3-year-olds and upward. And currently the number 1, Mo Maverick for Rudy Rodriguez, is 8-5. And this will kick off our Empire 6 as we head down to the paddock and check in with Maggie.
Yeah, Mo Maverick, Acacia getting back to what is his preferred surface, second off of that layoff. And he's a horse that I was dubious about his chances turning back to the 6 furlongs. And then he rattled off 2 wins. But I think there's obviously a caveat with those 2 wins in that when he was claimed from Dave Canizzo's barn at that time back at Belmont last year, I think he was meeting a suspect field, and 2, Kendrick took advantage of being the lone speed. And then obviously he makes his first start for Jason Service, who's under a federal indictment for using performance-enhancing drugs, and then we see a 104. I still am not sure if this horse is ultimately that true sprinter, but he has shown the ability to be quick. But I've also observed him prior to his races being way sharper. I mean, just pulling his connections around, trying to run them over. I mean, I remember when Dave had him, they had to saddle him on the walk in the back because he was such a handful to get the tack on. And today, He's completely different. He's very quiet here. He also comes back. He's wearing front wraps again as we're on the turf. You usually don't see front wraps on the turf. I know he wore them in his last start, but that was on an off the turf sloppy track. I have my doubts, guys. He could win if he remembers who he was, but I'm just not seeing the same horse that I did last year. Moving on to number 2, Free Wheeler. He's kind of the up-and-coming horse. He is a 3-year-old facing some older, kind of grizzled veterans of the game, as sometimes this leap from the straight A other than for New York Breds to the 2X can be the biggest leap. He never grew, but I will say he has become far more athletic. This is actually the first time I'm seeing him as a 3-year-old. He's moved forward physically in my eyes, and he's very fit here. I don't know. I've never been his biggest fan, but at least he moved forward in his last start. Then Colonel Tom, who comes here, I'll get to him, Keisha. I'll let you do that post-parade.
No worries, Mag. We'll get to you trackside as we get right into the post-parade here, starting with the number 1, Mo Maverick.
Mo Maverick does his best work on the lead. Could have some company there.
He's even money right now as he was running against tough competition with previous connections, but we'll see if he does indeed remember who he was. Here's the 2, Free Wheeler.
Free Wheeler from the inside, a horse that also does his best running on the lead, and they're both 2 of the contenders. Could see some sharp pace here.
Got to the winner's circle last time out as he's 9-2 for trainer Todd Pletcher. Next will be the number 3, Colonel Tom.
Thought this horse was interesting. He's 1 for 1 at Aqueduct. He's 6 for 13 lifetime, and he's versatile. He doesn't need the lead, but he has enough speed to get position.
Could get a good trip today as we look at the 4, Opt.
Opt turning back another furlong, closed well, going 7 furlongs. Will this be a little bit sharp for him?
A little bit shorter than he has been running. In fact, running some much longer distances recently. But here's the 5, Call Me Harry.
Call Me Harry, another one that, you know, lays up close, can have speed. Newtown Anner Stud, that's about a mile from my house or the woods.
And was actually entered as a main track only last time, but they put him back on turf today. Here's the 6, Steelers Fan for Life.
Closed really well, going to 7 furlongs. Really not a lot of pace on that day. I think the turn back helped him a lot. 6 might be a little short.
Here's the 8, Sean BC.
A horse that needs his run time perfectly. Joel Rosario, awfully good at that. It's going to get a lot of pace.
Next, we'll look at the number 9, Valmont, who goes from synthetic at Presque Isle back to the turf.
Another horse that can show high speed at times. I don't think he'll make the lead here, but I'm sure he'll be there to ensure that it stays quick.
Well, let's keep with that theme. Another horse with speed is the 10, Bust and Shout.
Bust and Shout only runs when he makes the lead. Any race you see that he's got his head in front, he'll doggedly try to maintain that advantage. He's another pace player.
Owned and bred by Roddy Valente, New York bred here by Bustin Stones. The cross-country Pick 5 includes racing from Aqueduct and Churchill in 1 Pick 5 sequence every race day for the remainder of November. Today's sequence starts in race number 7 at Aqueduct, just a couple of races away. Look for the bet as XCP5 in your wagering menu and visit NYRA.com/cross-country for free past performances. Back to Maggie. Let's finish up those thoughts as we got cut off before. Maggie, what are you seeing from these horses as they hit the track?
Oh, that's all right. As getting back to Colonel Tom, a horse that I haven't seen in a while as he comes here for Benny Feliciano Jr., a guy that I'm very familiar with down in the Mid-Atlantic. His horses always are well turned out, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here from Colonel Tom. I did think last time at Delaware, he got a dream trip and scenario played out in front of him. A lot of speed went on in front of him that day, and the rider stuck to the rail. The rail opened up like the parting of the seas, and he just scooted on up and got the luckiest bob too. But he ran fast enough that day to make him a major player here, and he's run fast enough in the past. Love the warm-up that he got here with Farron Peterson. If he can lay behind the speed here, which I want to get to that kind of scenario in a second, I think he could be very effective. He really is a physical standout, actually, in this field. As the pace scenario, we have... Now, I'm not a person who subscribes to that. The Ortiz brothers are in cahoots, or they mess with racing. But I have seen them in the past where maybe 2 of them are on 2 speed horses. And I'm actually going back to a race at Saratoga, and both these horses ran today in McCarran and Abiding Star. Jose Ortiz was on Abiding Star. McCarran was stretching out in distance on the turf. He was going 2 turns. And Irad was on him, and he did not engage his brother whatsoever. So maybe that lands to Kendrick Carmouche on the outside with Bust and Shout, who I'll get to in a moment, but I think, it's interesting to see what's going to play out here from the get-go. And maybe the beneficiary of all that is Opt. Physically, Opt does not look like a turf sprinter. He's very long, very stretchy. He even has, watching him warm up, this big kind of loping stride. He just doesn't really suit the conditions to me looking at him. But like I said, maybe he gets things to set up. But the most aggressive rider, obviously, is Kendrick Carmouche aboard number 10 on the outside, Bust and Shout. He's a horse that wears a hood, because in the past he's gotten really, really revved up prior to his races, and they've put that on him, and he's really settled. He's very calm and focused, physically looks great. He's a big price out there on the board. I'm guessing that people just don't think he's quite as good, but physically, Acacia, he matches up to these horses, and he's getting back to the 6 furlongs on the turf, where I think he can be really effective.
And that's good news, Maggie. Thank you. He's 18-1, and Richie, you mentioned it. When this horse gets in front, he fights for it, and I think that's why his form maybe is dirtied up a little bit. I mean, here in New York, you talk about a potential pace meltdown, often doesn't materialize.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that won't happen here, but we have seen it, historically here. So, but Bust and Shout has one way to go, and his trainer Bruce Levine is not bashful about telling his riders to go. If it doesn't work out, at least we gave it our best shot, and takes the pressure off of the rider too. No one's going to be mad at you if you go too fast. We want you on the lead, so you try to make the lead. That's one of the benchmarks, I think, of Bustin' Stones too, as a sire. He passes on his speed, and they find their level. They all run. It just depends on whether it's at Finger Lakes or it's here, but one of the most prolific New York sires we've had in many years.
Seen a lot of his progeny here on the circuit and running very, very well as a son of Uncle Mo. A 6-year-old now is Mo Maverick. He's got the back class. Can he find that again, as this is his win back at the end of November? As Maggie mentioned, this was first off the claim for Jason Service, and he went from an 87 by your speed figure to a 104.
Well, he ran a race that he had never run before and probably will never run again. And again, Jason Service is under indictment. And so, what can you glean from this race other than he just ran like a different horse? What horse do you see here? Plus, at a very short price, is he going to get the setup that he needs to be successful? I just don't see it. I do not see this horse getting loose, and I think he needs to be loose to run his best race. I think the 3 Colonel Tom is kind of interesting, and see a little back history. Many years ago, like 19 years ago, I rode a horse named Sassy Hound for this owner, Toby Roth, and this trainer, Ben Feliciano Jr., ran in Saratoga, ran 108-4. When they ship to New York, they ship with intention. They don't come here because they want to, take a trip to the big city. They come here because their horses belong.
Maggie mentioned Colonel Tom being a physical standout out there on the track. He's a nice price at 10-1. The number 4 Opt. If there is a pace scenario up front, this one could be a horse that gets a good setup. He ran a good third last time, going the 7 furlongs at Belmont behind Maxwell Esquire, who's in great form right now, and came back to win again. Maxwell Esquire got a 94 by your speed figure in his subsequent start.
I think Maggie makes a great point about him. I will say this, though. He doesn't look like the easiest horse to ride. He's kind of a big, heavy horse, a little bit heavy-headed. And my experience is that 3/4 with these kind of horses, it's just not their cup of tea. But if there's a huge pace on, which I'm believing there's going to be, and he just comes down the outside, he's not a horse you can stop and start. And that's another thing with turf sprints. Handier horses are successful because you're going in counter traffic. If you're saving ground, you've got to have the ability to be a little bit of a ballet dancer. He's more of a fullback than a halfback, okay?
Opt at 9-2, getting some attention. Eric Cancel looking for his second win today. We'll see if he gets the trip that he's after here in this 5th race, as Mo Maverick continues to take the money at 6-5 as your favorite. Horses loading into the starting gate here for the start of the Empire 6. Several different ways to go as far as this race. Could be a fun one coming up. Looking forward to seeing how things do play out once they spring the latch.
If there's not a fast pace in this race, I give up.
All right, we'll see how it turns out heading in for race 5. Here's John and Brielle.
In the gate, And they're off. It is Mo Maverick who goes out for the lead along with Bust and Shout and Call Me Harry. Down at the rail is Freewheeler, who is racing in fourth. Break of 2 to Valmont in fifth. Colonel Tom is next in sixth. Then it's another 3 lengths back to the 3 trailers. Steelers Fan for Life. Opt is down at the rail, and Keon BC. Call Me Harry has the lead over the favorite Mo Maverick through a quarter in 22 seconds. Call Me Harry in front here, length and a half. And Mo Maverick is racing in second. And then it's Bust and Shout next in third, a gap of 2. Back to Freewheeler. Down on the inside is Valmont. And then it's another 2 lengths to Colonel Tom and Keon BC. Farther back, Steelers Fan for Life. And the trailer is Opt. The half went in 45 and 3/5 seconds as the field comes into the stretch. It's a Mo Maverick in between horses. On the outside, Bust and Shout. Down at the rail is Call Me Harry. And then we have Valmont. Keon BC is out in the middle of the course. And now there's a 16th to the finish. Mo Maverick on the outside. Bust and Shout. Bust and Shout. Mo Maverick. The two of them battle it out to the finish. And it is a photo. May have been Mo Maverick narrowly with Bust and Shout. But clearly, a photo finish as we start the Empire 6.
A tight photo finish between your heavy favorite, the number 1 Mo Maverick, and the 10 Bust and Shout, who just would not give up. I think, Richie, the one held on inside.
Mo Maverick was really game. Every time he felt Bust and Shout right there at his throat latch, he kept sticking his head out. He did not want to get past. And let's give Bust and Shout a lot of credit here, too. A horse that doesn't usually perform well unless he makes the lead. He kept on applying the pressure. These two fought it out. I do think, though, Mo Maverick would not be denied.
What a performance from these 2 New York breds. Maggie, relentless run out of his comfortable running style from Bust and Shout outside, too, but it looks like Mo Maverick might have held on.
Yeah, Bust and Shout's in career form, I think, right now, but not that it actually mattered, but how funny was it that the actual, at least on the PPs, 4th fastest horse early was the one who set the pace with Call Me Harry. Jorge Vargas being aggressive from the start. As we saw Freewheeler kind of stumble a little bit there, so he was never involved. As I always say, it's tough actually to graduate from the straight A other than to the 2X here. As Mo Maverick, he's done that several times as he picks up his 8th career victory here for Rudy Rodriguez. I was concerned, but he was never in doubt, I suppose, as he just kept his nose stuck out there and got the victory today.
Very game performance, and it's good to see Mo Maverick kind of back in form too, back showing some more life this afternoon. As it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back reporting later downstairs, but you're sticking around, I hear, for a little bit, and Greg Wolf's coming up to join you.
Yeah, I'm going to stick around and help Greg Wolf back into the show.
That's nice of you. Don't worry, Richie's here to help Greg Wolf with the transition. He's coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. We'll bring you prices as well for the 5th race here at Aqueduct and continue the Empire 6 sequence after this.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A graded stakes winner at 2, 3, and 4, from coast to coast, from 7.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. In 2018, the fastest 3-year-old in the country over 10 furlongs by internationally successful sire More Than Ready. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 to your contest account, while the other $125 goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's gonna go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cast Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud, Mendelssohn.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We've talked a little racing betting strategy, like keeping it simple and just betting to win and place if you like a horse at high enough odds or a horse that might be offering obvious value. There are other pitfalls in betting, though, like forgetting to box. If you like 2, 3, or even 4 horses in a race, you just about always box them in your exactas and trifectas. If you do like one horse above all others, you can also key them on top of other horses.
Back on America's Day at the Races, Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney. Good to be with you on this Friday afternoon. It's gorgeous here at South Ozone Park. I get Mig for a segment before Andy Serling joins me up on the set. How are things going so far?
Things are going well. Been some great racing, very competitive racing, a couple of good photo finishes. Always fun to be here at the track.
Yeah, we got a lot of good action still ahead. Going to get you out to Churchill. Take a look at the odds for the third race coming up. $40,000 maiden claiming event, 6-5 right now on War Detonator. Ben Colebrook, Corey Lannery, and dropping to the lowest level this one's run at yet.
Yeah, he's been running consistently well, compiling a lot of seconds, but well beaten seconds. Not like he's hanging on the money.
We'll kick things off here in our post-spread with Storm King. Here's the son of Empire Maker for Steve Asmussen.
I think he takes a significant drop in class from Maiden Allowance Company to 40. There's a lot to like there.
Yeah, that is a monster drop. Last saw him September the 5th at Churchill. 18-1 on Treasury. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, can show some speed, especially with the blinkers on. Could be aggressive early.
And our favorite, 7-5. Here he is, Son of Warfront.
A horse that's pretty versatile, too. They don't go too fast. He can be on the lead. Otherwise, he can stalk. Let's see if he gets it done today.
Huge price here, 29-1 on Deo Volante for Ray Hernandez.
Yeah, dropping down to 40 for the first time. He's been running in Indiana.
Long-term thinking. 5-horse, wow, 2-1 right now. Actually, 9-5 you see there on the board for Steve Asmussen as well.
I think from a buyer speed figure standpoint, he's very competitive, but he's also compiled 5 seconds out of 6 starts.
Template, the 7, Steve Margolis, a new gelding has Miguel Mena.
It changes riders, changes distance, changes, gelding, turf. There's a lot of questions there.
And 19-1 here, Acadi Champagne, first-time starter by Taylor Acadi.
Yeah, first-time starter, owned and bred by Charles Fipke. We see a lot of those runners that turn out well. Not taking any money, though. Usually you'd like to see a little something on the board.
You can play this race, all the races we're showing you all afternoon long, by getting started with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you that $200 new player bonus to bet all the action today. Go to the Twin Spires app, download it, or you can go to twinspires.com. Code to use, it's sign up for new members, get 200, take advantage of that $200 new player bonus right away. So it seems like as a result of Steve Asmussen having 2 in here, you're getting a little bit of value on that horse on the rail.
Yeah, and I think he's the one I prefer out of the 2 Asmussen's horses. Long-term thinking has had 5 seconds from 6 starts and a third. He's been beaten a neck, 2 lengths, a half length,
And he's been in for lower levels than this.
Lower levels than this. And he did win his first start, but he was disqualified. But he doesn't seem like a horse that really wants to pass horses. He looks like he's very happy running with horses. Where, Storm King, I think there's a lot of upside. I thought he improved from first start to second start. He gets the rail. His main man, Ricardo Santana, rides this one.
That's a bit of a tell right there, because Santana, it seems like he had choice. He'd been on long-term thinking as well, shows up on the 1, so you brought that up. But you brought up another good point, too, and it was relevant to our show yesterday. So as you said with long-term thinking, the 5, 1 at first asking, crosswire first got DQ'd. So many people think that's a layup next time out. It hasn't happened. He's had 5 starts since then. He's even dropped into maiden 20. That was a maiden special weight where he crossed the wire first. Still hasn't broke his maiden. He went off the favorite even in his next, all of his next starts, his next 5 starts. We had it yesterday in the program, too, in the nightcap at Churchill, a horse who was just coming out of a race where he got DQ'd as a winner.
Yeah.
And looked like way the horse to beat. It's not that easy.
It's not that easy. And this horse, to me, is showing that he just doesn't really have it at crunch time. Now, War Detonator has 3 seconds, and he was your favorite. But he's getting beat a length and 3/4, 5 lengths. It's not like he's in the fight and then he demurs to another horse.
In the end, you're going rail?
I'm going to the rail, Storm King. I also live right near Storm King Mountain, so.
Oh, there you go. Hunch plays are the best. Travis Stone with the call. Here's race 3 from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Template, good beginning. Treasury showing speed 2. War Detonator is up close, and Storm King for that inside post fires up on through and takes over the lead. So it's Storm King in front, Treasury running in second. War Detonator is third. Dio Valente is up into fourth. Template's now fifth. Akati Champagne and Long-Term Thinking down the backstretch. Treasury comes after Storm King and grabs the lead. So it's Treasury with a narrow lead and 4 furlongs to go. Storm King is keeping pace. War Detonator's not far behind while third. Dio Valente 3 or 4 wide onto that far turn run in fourth. Long-Term Thinking is fifth. Template is sixth. Akati Champagne is at the back in seventh. 22-2. A contested opening quarter mile. Treasury with a very narrow lead outside the quarter pole. Right there to Storm King, War Detonator. Dio Valente is there. Long-Term Thinking switches outside, followed by Template. Off the turn, into the stretch. Storm King reclaims the lead, 3/16 out, but Treasury is right there. So too Dio Valente, War Detonator. Long-Term Thinking late on the scene. 1 furlong to go. War Detonator puts a nose in front. Storm King battles on toward the rail. Long-Term Thinking's now third and closing in late. War Detonator short lead, 50 yards to go. War Detonator got it. War Detonator the winner, 3/4 in the end. Long-Term Thinking was second, is tight for third. Dio Valente or Storm King.
Welcome to those just joining us on Prime Ticket in Fox Sports San Diego. You're watching America's Day at the Races with live coverage from Churchill Downs and from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori. And we just saw War Detonator take the third at Churchill.
Worked out a really good trip under Corey Lannery. Good pace on. He got the stalk from the outside and pounce on them. And War Detonator, very game. A couple of very game performances, though. I thought Storm King was very game on the pace the whole way. And then, of course, Long-Term Thinking finished where he likes to finish, second.
6 seconds and 7 starts, yeah, for Long-Term Thinking. And we don't know who got third. It was tight between Storm King, the 1, and the 4, Dio Valente. We'll see who got third. Your winner, this 3-horse in the Red Silks with Corey Lannery.
You see Corey Lannery put the riding crop in his left hand. He went to go for the horse. The horse kind of showed him he didn't want it. Changed his holds, kind of kicked on again.
This 4-horse might have stole third late, and if he did so at 33-1.
Well, that'll make you try.
Yes, it will.
But you have to have him.
Very close, though. We'll take another look. I don't know if this angle's going to help us. But, yeah, really game effort here from this 4-year-old son of Warfront. And keep your eyes here on the race for third between the 1 on the rail and the 4 in those black and gold silks. What do you think, Mig? I thought it was the 4.
I think the 1 might have got the last bob.
Really?
And I will tell you this, though. I'm not familiar with this rider on the 4 on Dio Valente, but it's a 7-pound apprentice who looked very, very good on this horse. Really finished strongly.
That was a horse dropping in for a tag for the very first time. We'll make that official. It was the 4 getting up for third. 33-1 to help out your trifecta. Yeah, again, if you happen to have that 1 on your ticket. Prices from that when we come back. Are you leaving us?
One more race.
Oh, okay, good. We'll be back with Aqueduct right after this.
continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third. And now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The two fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program, it's brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Let's get back to action at the Big A Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park. Maiden special weight to kick off the late pick 5 wager on the turf at 1 1/16th. And Counterparty Risk, current favorite. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Greg, this is a field that, I don't know, feels a little bit more wide open than just taking a short price on Counterparty Risk. There's some horses with some upside and obviously ones that haven't even started before. And that's where we'll begin here on my end in the paddock with number 1, Niceno. Oh my, I thought I knew how to say that, and then I looked at it and I don't. But this one for No Delacour, daughter of Caraconte. The dam was actually a good dirt runner, but she is half to Hill House High. It was a grade 2 winner on the turf and earned over $400,000 on the grass. This gal definitely has a turf hoof as well. She looks well suited to the turf. She also comes in here looking very fit, athletic type of frame to her, not the biggest, but just nicely put together. She's wearing blinkers first time out. And as I always say, unless it's Wesley Ward, I don't necessarily love to see blinkers on first time out, and especially breaking from that inside post position where she's going to have a little bit of open space coming into the chute a little bit. I'll watch with interest with her because she's definitely physically made a good impression on me. I don't know if this will be the time for her, though. But also coming out of the same race as Counterparty Risk is number 4, Alemia, for Christophe Clement. She broke a bit slow, and then she kind of moved up while saving ground on the inside. She just really didn't have much in the lane. But she is a massive animal. She is big, strong, kind of burly looking, and if anything, she's just crying out for more ground, which she'll get here today. And 2, a lot of times these big types of horses, they often don't break that sharply, especially when you have to go 7 furlongs. And they also need to sometimes race into fitness. Well, she looks very fit here, and I think this is the right spot for her to maybe show what she is made of. Number 5 is Palamos, here a full sister to Mississippi. Multiple stakes winner for Graham Motion, same conditioner here as she, in that first race, she did appear to have a very light mouth. And she, although she is by Blame, definitely has more of that European look to her. And oftentimes you will see those European horses having those light types of mouths. So I think it's in Junior's best interest to have light hands, which he does. I've seen him handle a lot of horses that are a bit tough to handle. But she comes in here, she is relaxed so far in the preliminaries, looks good, and I think she could build off of that effort first time out, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Here comes our post parade. We're going to kick things off with Nicino or Nice? No?
Well, the Spanish pronunciation would be an S, so Nicino I'm going to go with.
Okay, 12-1.
12-1, not taking a lot of money coming from Fairhill. Arnold Delacour does a good job, though.
Mike Maker taking over training duties of Adma, used to be with Chad Brown.
Going from a good barn to a good barn, but how many times have we seen Mike Maker improve horses?
One of the best in the game, and those silks are dangerous too. 3 Diamonds Farm. Look Me Over, Michael Matz, Dylan Davis.
Pretty consistent, tries every time, runs her race. Is it good enough?
Alemia, this was the big strapping filly Maggie was touching on for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, stretches out off a 1 run going 7 furlongs, and a one that I think can improve a lot with that race.
The foal to Mrs. Hippie. Maggie touched on as well. Daughter of Blame for Graham Motion, Palamos.
Yeah, didn't get with it early and then got a little bit keen. I think if she can break clean and work out a good trip, she'll be tough.
It's always the case, Meg. Strings are always attached. 30-1 on a first-timer for Beaumont.
Yeah, and you would like to see just take a little bit of money when they're that cold on the board. Just makes you wonder if they've shown anything in the mornings.
Good effort at Churchill last start for Leah Chase. Beat 3 parts of a length at almost 10-1 behind Warlike Gardas, who looks very talented.
Yeah, ran extremely well. That was certainly a big step forward for her. Is she going to repeat that performance?
This just in, Jimmy Toner, Warfront filly.
Well, we just saw a Warfront win in Churchill Downs. This really ran okay first time, and Jimmy Toner's horses improve with the race.
Star Command, Shug McGahee, the Hall of Famer, teaming up with Jose Ortiz.
Another trainer that horses improve with racing, and this filly's been steadily improving.
Faced Antoinette on the turf in the second start of her career. I'm Fine, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Gets Johnny Velasquez. Crazy, wicked pace last time. This horse closed into it. I think she's going to get that kind of pace today.
And Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables with Irad Ortiz Jr. on the current favorite. Counterparty risk. Outside post an issue?
Yeah, I think that's what she has to overcome. We saw earlier in the day Joel Rosario go from the far outside post and find the rail. Is Irad Ortiz going to be able to pull that same kind of magic trick, if you will?
4 minutes away. We'll find out if he can find a trip for this filly in just the second start of her career. She was the favorite in the debut. She wound up 4th. Meanwhile, here's Leah Chase. So coming out of that race with Warlike Goddess, who, again, has shown she is supremely talented for Beaumont.
Yeah, no, she ran terrific. I mean, yeah, the start before that was good at Ellis Park. This was much better. This was a step forward for her. Didn't it feel like, though, she was just kind of hanging there a little bit, and then when the filly got outside of her, it kind of engaged her, like it made her take interest, and she took off, because it looked like she was never going to catch the leader until that filly came outside of her, and then she kind of took off running with her.
Right now, double-digit odds on Leah Chase out of that race we just showed you. Let's go again to Maggie.
Yeah, I think she's pretty interesting here, Leah Chase. Greg, as I've been really impressed with the undefeated Warlike Goddess with her running down at Churchill. And if anything, Warlike Goddess wanted to lug in a little bit that day too, and maybe that interfered a bit with Leah Chase. But Warlike Goddess, very visually impressive too in her next start against winners, earning an 83 buyer. So definitely stepping up a couple, 10 points, I believe, from first to second start. But Leah Chase is one that I'd seen in her debut back as a 2-year-old. A little bit awkward as a 2-year-old, and now, as we often see with these horses, they just become a bit more athletic. They move more efficiently. And that's what I'm seeing with Leah Chase. She looks fine here as she is 3rd off the bench. Very, very fit. She makes sense if you're looking for a horse that is a good price, because I think she, at least in her last start, faced a very nice one, which She was only defeated by 3/4 of a length. Number 9, though, Star Command, from start to finish, as far as observing these horses, I think is the one who's impressed me the most here for Shug McGahee. And 2, in her last start at Keeneland, is a course labeled as good. I think she handled it just fine. I'm not worried about that. But it was a fast pace given that course condition, too. And she was chasing it right up on top of it, made an early move, and she just flattened out. Obviously, coming from the 6.5 furlongs in her previous start, if she's possibly aggressively handled here, which she is striding out very forwardly into the bridle. She's moved forward a ton since when I saw her. Again, another one I saw last year as a 2-year-old, really filled out that frame much stronger. I think she's pretty interesting. I just love the fact that she's going to be forward in here, Greg.
All right, 5-1 on that filly. What's on your mind if you're Irad Ortiz Jr. and you know you're going to have to try and save ground at some point and you're all the way out in post 12?
Well, it's tricky because I don't think you can go backwards to try to get in. I think that's a recipe for disaster. So you got to come out forward and look for that gap, a break between flights someplace where you can. If you're going backwards and then there's no pace on, you've basically forfeited any chance. So you've got to come out forward and be keen to find that gap someplace.
But in doing that, too, you risk being very wide around that first turn.
That's the problem with outside posts. But, you know, we saw Joel Rosario pull it off earlier. Now it's a claiming horse, a horse with experience, a little different scenario. But from post 12, he found the rail, saved every inch of ground of the stretch, angled out, and got up and snapped me on the wire. I was in front with a biting star, and he came and got me in the Rob Falcone trainee. But it was a brilliant ride.
So that way, and is that as a rider, as you go into a race like this, is that weighing on your mind the whole time? Or are you just saying, oh, I'm just going to play it. I know what I got to do, and I got to work it out when the gates open?
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't want to put undue pressure on yourself and be tight about it, but you know that's your job. You know, being a jockey for position, you need to go forward and find a gap. You know, and this filly was, you know, broke a little bit slow the first time. That was going 7 furlongs. There was a sharp pace on. She should be able to get some kind of position, and she's going to need a little luck as well.
That barn, those owners, you know, Irad, they seem to have a lot of luck together.
Well, good horses make good luck, right? You know, listen, you got a world-class horse trainer, an owner in Seth Klarman that, you know, invests and seems to have a niche. He finds horses in like that $150,000 to $250,000 range that turn out to be really good horses.
Yeah, reigning co-Eclipse Award-winning owner, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, finally, Eclipse Award-winning owner. But and Irad's a terrific rider. Now, it is a tough draw, though, particularly with, you know, a horse with not a lot of experience.
So we'll see how it plays out. Still favored. These connections usually are. Was favored in the debut. Race of experience under her belt, talking about the 12 counterparty risk. And as you said, too, it's amazing what Klarovich with Chad Brown be able to do without spending these exorbitant. I mean, that's to most people, that's a lot of money, sure. But in this game, that's sort of, it's not breaking the bank.
No, and consistently, their price point, you know, averages out where they're buying really good horses in that kind of, like I said, $150,000, $250,000 range, and they're being rewarded. But Seth has been doing this a long time. I remember when Rick Violet was training for him. He's a guy that has stayed the course, has had obviously a vision about how he wanted, what the direction he wanted his stable to go. So it's for me fun to watch somebody like that who's been so good to our game get rewarded.
And there's his Silks KS for Klarovich Stables. Seth Klarman, 2-1 favorite now. Well, can Irad Ortiz Jr. navigate and get a trip here with counterparty risk from that outside slot? Meanwhile, 7-2 on Palamos. That is the Fulton, Mississippi for Graham Motion, the daughter of Blame. And she, too, which is that one start under her belt on a turf course labeled good at Keeneland. She took a lot of money that day.
Took a lot of money. That day didn't have an ideal trip. You didn't really jump very sharply, but then wanted to get a bit keen. With that race, hopefully she breaks cleaner and she's able to work out a better trip. I went with a long shot. I like the 8 this just in. Thought her first race was pretty good. Jimmy Toner's a trainer that his horses get better with a race under their belt. Philly's got a really good pedigree. Warfront, Claiborne Stallion, who, you know, just is world class. So I'm taking a little bit of a stab.
17-1 on this just in. War Front filly, Kendra Carmouche rides. We are set for the 6th that kicks off this late pick 5 sequence here on our Friday card. Here's John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Palamos, I'm Fine, and Counterparty Risk. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Alamia away well and out for the lead. Palamos is racing in second on the outside. This just in, now moving up along with Star Command. As they go under the line for the first time, it's Alamia and this just in. Their heads apart right behind the duo of Palamos and Star Command, who's on the outside. Then I'm Fine racing in 5th, strings attached in between horses in 6th. Down at the rail is a Look Me Over. Then it's a break of almost 2 lengths to the gray Adma, who's a bit ranked there and tough to handle. On her outside is Counterparty Risk. And then it's Leah Chase, who's in 10th, trailing the field Nacino in 11th. The quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds as they move up the back stretch. Alamia is the leader here, 3/4 of a length. This just in second, and Star Command right alongside of Palamos. Those two are heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Look Me Over is next in 5th. On the outside, I'm Fine is 6th. Then Counterparty Risk in 7th, followed by Strings Attached. Then Adma, Leah Chase, Nacino still trails. Half mile, 48 and 2. Alamia on top as they go around the far turn. It is Alamia in front by a length. Star Command has moved into second. This just in, dropping back, passed on the inside by Palamos, passed on the outside by Look Me Over, and Counterparty Risk. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 4. They're moving for the 8th pole. It is still Alamia, Star Command, Palamos, Counterparty Risk out in the middle of the course and coming on now. Now is 16th to the finish. Here comes Counterparty Risk to take over, and Rod Ortiz Jr. has his 3rd win today. Palamos up for 2nd, then Star Command and Alamia.
Hopefully we can go back to the beginning and see how Irad Ortiz kind of worked this out. He tried, as you mentioned, was forward, tried to be forwardly placed, and then kind of found a nice little spot tucked in, and it worked out for this filly.
Yeah, he was like too wide the first turn, so he did a terrific job. And, you know, he had to angle out late in the turn and lose some ground there. But when you're a rider and you're assessing how much horse you have underneath you, he obviously realized, I got a lot of horse. I don't have to get too fancy and try to continue to save ground. I'm just going to get her in the clear and let her run. And she just rolled over top of them.
May not have mattered if she was wide the whole way with this performance. This was pretty powerful second time out. So let's go back to the beginning and see from post 12 all the way on the outside. Here's Irad Ortiz Jr. and what he navigated right out of the gate.
You know, he breaks and right away you can see he kind of gives her the reins and he's letting her go forward, and he looks over and he sees just a sea of horse heads, right? And he says, all right, this ain't going to work out. I got to get in. And he's going to take back, kind of get in behind the 10 and slide into that spot. And he did that really smoothly, considering that, you know, there was just no way if he kept going forward he was going to be able to find a spot. He was going to be 4 or 5 wide.
Call that the little inside shuffle.
It was a pretty good move. I liked it.
That was.
Very
2-1 favorite. Counterparty Risk with the win. 12-5, 9-4. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and kudos to the filly as well, Counterparty Risk, who was amenable to do that with. You know, sometimes with first or second time starters, maybe they get a little bit amped up from that first race and are a little bit harder to control. She just did everything that Irad asked her. So he was smart in his ride and the trip that he worked out, but she was very willing to do whatever he asked with her too. There was also, as I'm standing right by the course here, some screaming late. I think that the 5, not that there's going to be a change or a objection here, but the 5 did drift over into Jose Ortiz and Star Command, and then ultimately the 4 as well on the rail, and Joel Rosario. Probably wasn't Joel Rosario because I never think I hear him screaming at all, but it was probably Jose as he was kind of getting pushed over into Joel's horse. Guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll keep an eye on that and see if there's anything there with Palamos. 2-1 favorite, Counterparty Risk. Your winner to start the late pick 5.
Yeah, and you could see that Jose was steadying late, but to try to protect Joel inside of him, so obviously must have felt some outside pressure.
Fourth at Churchill, it's a 6-furlong sprint. We have a $20,000 claiming race, 3-year-olds and up who've never won 3 or who are 3-year-olds. Riverboat Gambler, Tom Drury Jr., 8-5 current favorite, just running third at this same condition at Keeneland.
And turns back a little bit in distance. Maybe that'll help the furlong less.
On the track.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with KW. Captain Hook Michael Tomlinson comes in off a win at Indiana Grand in the slop.
Yeah, against easier. This is a little bit tougher today, and he's got the inside draw. He's going to have to work out a trip.
It's been a popular horse in the claim box of late, including last start. Jimmy Joe now with Cipriano Contreras.
Yeah, I'm always interested in horses that are popular at the claim box. Obviously, trainers see something they like, and this horse is fairly consistent, usually has some speed.
Johnny Cab. Adam Biskitza at 9-1. Has been on synthetic mostly of late.
Yeah, decent win last year. Last spring at Churchill Downs. Had a lot of racing in between.
This one went or tried to go gate to wire last start. Backed up to third for Gary Thomas.
Against tougher. It takes a big drop in class and should be tough.
That was a lot tougher. Shasha Shake Me Up, Coltonator. That was a really tough group. Riverboat Gambler, though, favored right now at 3-2.
Kind of surprised this horse is favored over the 6. I think the 6 ran against much tougher, and I think actually possesses probably a little more natural speed.
Time for our Twin Spires Market Mover. Who's attracting the most money? It's the 7, our favorite Riverboat Gambler, Tom Drury Jr. and source off back-to-back in the money finishes at the same condition. One of those happened to be at Churchill 2 starts back at 7/8. Has won at this racetrack before and has been first or second in 7 of 15 career starts. If you want to bet the Market Mover or anyone else in this upcoming race, download the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com. That code to use at sign up for new members. Get 200, and you'll get a $200 new player bonus in your account right away. I'm with you, though, and the 6 MIG now becomes the favorite at 8-5. That was just an incredibly tough group where he showed a really good account of himself on October 28th at Churchill.
Yeah, I just, against much tougher group, thought this horse hung in there well. He turns back slightly in distance as well. The previous start, he didn't show any speed, but he bobbled at the break. So every other race that he's run well, he's involved. I think there's a lot to like with the 6 high proof.
And that was going 6.5. Now, it's only 6 furlongs today. You think it's the outside 2? Really, Jimmy Joe's got a little bit of pace as well. Is he going to be involved?
Yeah, I think he will be involved. He's a horse that always seems to run his best when he's involved.
Fresh, too. He hasn't raced since November last year.
Yeah, and he shows speed with Julien Leparoux, who, good rider, but Julian's not like a guy who sends one. So this horse was taking him into the race most likely. But he is coming off a long layoff. Good steady work, Deb.
Well, it's the outside 2 taking the majority of the money. Do you think this horse who we're looking at here, can he win if he's not the one in front by himself?
Yeah, I think he can. I think, he's shown that he'll fight for it. He was, when he broke his maiden back in May at Oaklawn, he was head and head for the lead. So he's not shy about getting into a fight. And Prairie Meadows on August 8th, he came from just off the pace. He was laying second. So I don't think he's a need to lead type, but I think in this spot, I believe he'll find himself on the lead. Or at least battling for it.
Joe Talamo is going to be aboard. That horse right there, though, too, has shown 21 and change ability, at least to be close to that kind of pace. We haven't seen him since November of last year. It might be a tough proposition for him to win off this kind of layoff in here, but he might harm the chances whoever's up there with him.
Yeah, but, we saw it earlier in the day here when Kendrick Carmouche won on McErin. He is speed, but he's outside the other speed, and he basically controlled the race from the outside. So if you've got a horse inside of you that hasn't run in almost a year, and he wants to go, just set up shop outside. Just leave a path or 2 between you and count on him coming back. If he doesn't, he doesn't, but I think that's the mindset you got to go into.
9-2 on Jimmy Joe. And sort of, I guess, the outside look. He's 5-1. he would need to improve a lot, I would feel, off that race. KW Captain Hook, the 2 at 5-1.
Yeah, it feels like that to me. I mean, his 2 best most recent races were on off racetracks, and I question what he was beating last time in comparison to this field.
Looks like the public settling on the 6 here. High Proof coming out of that tough grope. Sha Shake Me Up.
We talked them into it.
You're allowed mint juleps on Fridays at Churchill?
Well, I think it kills germs.
Is that what they're saying?
Let's go with that.
Nice refreshments.
You just got to work around the mask.
If you make it right, by the way, mint juleps, you have to make it perfectly, though. They are so good. Travis Stone with a call. Here's the 4th.
They're in the gate. And they're off, and Riverboat Gambler with a rush out of the starting gate. KW Captain Flint is there, and Johnny Cab comes on through between them. So those 3 across the track in the opening furlong. High Proof comes away 4th, and Jimmy Joe settles in 5th. Down the backstretch they go. KW Captain Hook on through to take a clear-cut lead. Riverboat Gambler keeping pace, though, and they're 1-2 down the backstretch together. High Proof is in the clear, racing up into 3rd. Jimmy Joe and Johnny Cab at the back, 4th and 5th. They're both within 3 lengths, though. They're on the far turn. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 1/5 seconds. KW Captain Hook head-to-head with Riverboat Gambler. Riverboat Gambler puts a narrow nose in front. Here comes High Proof, moving up 3 wide within striking range. Now it's 4 back to Jimmy Joe and Johnny Cab. Off the turn into the stretch. Riverboat Gambler in front of length and a half now. High Proof is trying hard. KW Captain Flint's given way. Jimmy Joe is 4th, 8th pole. Riverboat Gambler roused out to a 3-length lead. High Proof put in a bid, but is going to come up second best to Riverboat Gambler, who scores by 3 on the wire. High Proof was second by another 6. Jimmy Joe was 3rd.
What does the public know? In the end, it's Riverboat Gambler who gets the win. 3rd of his career wins for Tom Drury Jr.
And he popped out of the gate the way he did with so much enthusiasm and basically cleared the 6 High Proof in a matter of strides. It kind of set up the whole race. He allowed the inside horse to go, and he had plenty left when High Proof got to him to kick on and get the victory.
Yeah, this was pretty easy. Well, actually, in the end, he did go off as the favorite. 6-5 was swayed back to him. 7-5 next door on High Proof. So your top 2 choices on the board there, run 1-2. Mig, your time here has come to an end, but we'll see you tomorrow, right?
I will be back tomorrow, and actually I think I'm on the later shift tomorrow, so I'll be here till it gets dark out.
All right, so that means we will be on together. Looking forward to that. Andy Serling going to join me after a short timeout. A lot more coming up, including that late pick 4 at Aqueduct. Riverboat Gambler getting the win. We'll set up the beginning of the cross-country pick 5 when we return as well. Stay tuned for that.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Sakatoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land 'Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
'Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back to Churchill. I wonder if this horse was named for Ron Rivera. Whether that was the case or not, shout out to the coach who's battling with cancer and continuing to coach while doing so. $4.60 for the win on Riverboat Gambler. 5-year-old son of Justin Phillip wins for Tom Drury Jr., Bruce Lunsford, and Brian Hernandez Jr. With me on set, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. Good to see you.
Nice to see you. I can almost see you. It's very bright up here.
Little
There's
bright
a lot
in
of
here.
lights going on.
In about, an hour and a half, it's going to be pitch black behind us.
Yes.
We have a lot coming up from Churchill still ahead and from Aqueduct, and both those two combined all in one in a cross-country Pick 5.
They do, and it's a terrific sequence, especially the races here are sensational. Races 7, 8, 9 here, and races 5 and 6 actually from Churchill Downs, coupled in between. So basically an hour's worth of action. And, you know, as we talked about, these November cards at Aqueduct, as long as the weather's good, they are delivering.
Let's set the stage for the race that's going to kick off this cross-country sequence. 6 furlongs here, New York Breds allowance optional claiming event. As we look at Fair Regis, Rob Atras, and Irad Ortiz Jr. looking for a 4th win today.
Been a good week for Rob Atras, huh? He had a good week yesterday. One day was a good week, and his horses seem to be running well. The problem with Fair Regis is not that she's not good enough to win. Listen, she's dropping to 40, but what people may not realize if you don't look down at her PPs going back 13 races is she was claimed for $40,000 by Michael Dubb. So it's not like this is some sort of abhorrent drop. She's done okay for him, but it's time to move on with her. The problem I have with her is not that she's not good enough to win, and she should get some pace to run at. It seems like she races it up well. She doesn't exactly have a winning profile these days, does she, Greg?
You know, I've singled this horse before in the past. A lot of, and been beat.
Yeah, because she looks...
A lot of seconds.
Yeah. And horses like that, and there's one a little later, American Mandate, on the card at Churchill we'll be talking about. They're horses, when you look at them in paper, you go, this horse is just better in the field. The race is going to set up well. It's going to win. You say, boy, they have a lot of seconds. And then they go out on the racetrack and explain to you exactly why they have a lot of seconds.
It's funny how that happens, even sometimes when a horse seems so much better in a field. So 2-1 right now, despite 12 seconds in 38 starts for Fair Regis. And some of the hottest connections of the grounds right now. Meanwhile, Puffery, daughter of Claiborne Stallion Flatter, or Rudy Rodriguez sends this one out.
Yeah, I'm using 2-4-9 in this race to start out the late pick 4. If you want to bet Puffery at double-digit odds and she remains that price, have at it. She ran a 4-horse field last time, which was essentially a match race, and that might be being generous because 2 of them finished in a different county in that race. The time to have her was at almost $8 in a sort of non-effective field last time. She's another horse that doesn't find the winner's circle that often, and I think her last performance is dressed up because of the incredibly simple competition or simplistic race she was running in.
12-1 right now on Puffery. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her. I completely and utterly agree with what Andy was saying. And two, I mean, just looking at her, I've always thought she was a filly that was probably more effective going longer, and a one-turn mile would probably be more ideal in this scenario. She just looks really good. I don't know if that race kind of, at least for her sake as an individual, not taking the rest of the contenders in here into my thinking, and that she's completely dappled. She just looks better than what I've ever seen her. I don't like her, but I feel as though I would be doing an injustice if I didn't mention that there has been a turnaround with her, at least physically. So maybe she could get some minor piece of this. As number 9, Playtone. I like Playtone. I liked her last time I tried her going the 7/8 against Good Credence. She was easily beaten by that horse last time, but I think today, maybe with the 6 is better. Again, she looks fantastic here in the paddock. And if things do heat up on the front end, I think she's the one sitting right behind the pace to possibly pick them up late here for George Weaver as he sends out 2 horses in here. So also have Spitestown Gal getting back to the dirt, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Again, cross-country, pick 5. Begins here. If you do want to play it, you can do it through the Naira Bets app. Look for XCP5 in your wagering menu. Races 7, 8, 9 from Aqueduct included, and races 5 and 6 from Churchill, part of that sequence.
Yeah, I'm a little interested in some of these races. Those pick fives have continued to play extremely well. Can we talk about the 2? Well, there's the favorite, but we'll talk about Fierce Lady, I guess, afterwards, Greg.
All right, well, yeah, 7-1 on Fierce Lady. Here she is. Trying to find her. There she is.
You know, one thing I like about Fierce Lady is she has speed. So if the 7 speeds in this race all rate, which is always a possibility, she can be forward. But she's also run well rating. You look at her as a 2-year-old. She had those races, a win and a second, when she came from behind. I do think it's fair that she never really improved from 2 to 3. In fact, you could argue that far and away the best race she ever ran was her debut, and they should have taken the big money they could have sold her for and ran. But that's the way the racing game goes. I still don't think she's run that badly. She's not a turf horse, so I don't care what she did last time. And I know the pace wasn't quick in her race 2 back, but Prairie Fire and Good Credence would both be horses that could be. Prairie Fire would be an overwhelming favorite. It's the favorite in the stake on Sunday, and Good Credence would probably be favored as well. So I'm hoping that Jose goes forward with her. If the pace heats up, she can rate a little bit. If it doesn't, she can be in a good contending position. I think she's a generous price here. I really don't like a lot of horses in this race. I don't quite understand the money for the number 9 horse in here, who's one race, or 11, I'm sorry, with one race in the dirt, was atrocious, albeit was on a track with moisture in it. But she looks like a turf horse to me. And Jewel of Arabia is okay, but isn't she a forward horse who's facing potentially a lot of speed in here?
Yeah, I mean, back to the 2. The 2's not going to be able to win on the lead, but as you mentioned, is not going to be able to, or not doesn't have to have the lead. Yeah, Jewel of Arabia, I think she can potentially sit and stalk a little bit. We'll talk about her in a second. 9-2, Miss Jimmy, Mike Luzzy.
She's an awesome horse, right? 13 times first and second, 15 starts, but this is the toughest spot she's ever been in.
Yeah, it should be fun to watch, though. We'll see. She was 8-1 morning line. Here's Fierce Lady. And again, she's been showing a lot of speed of late.
Yeah, I made my case for her. We'll see if she can run effectively rating. I'm hoping she can. Generous price.
Favorite still, a 2-1 Fair Regis, 9-time winner, 12 seconds and 38 starts.
At the end of the day, her speed figures are consistently faster than these, which is why she's going to be favored in a race like this. The concern that both Greg and I have, and it's not that we're against her, is she hasn't been winning in a while.
Jewel of Arabia, here she is for Clement with Joel Rosario.
My problem with her is that her one big figure is kind of dressed up, and otherwise she's awfully slow, though I thought she held gamely last time out, and maybe one of the better races she ran.
Puffery, 12-1, we talked about for Rudy Rodriguez.
She's got some figures that give her a chance, and she's a big price if you like her, but she beat a very non-competitive 4-horse off the turf field last time.
Here's one who we know the game plan here. Go to the front with Forgotten Hero. Does she have any chance to last?
Look, I didn't think she did last time, and she made me look like a fool. But one thing I know about her, unless something happens to the gate, she's going.
No question. Let me take this call. 11-1, Dylan Davis. More pace.
I just don't trust this horse since leaving the Noda barn, and she's another speed horse with a significant speed inside of her.
And a couple of really big numbers, and then nosedived last start. This 9 here, Playtone, 7-1.
I liked her last time. She kind of got a suck-up second. The race was collapsing. Jewel of Arabia actually ran better than she did, but she may get more pace to close into today. I thought she had a chance.
45-1, Quality Stones, Kendrick Carmouche, Bruce Levine, more pace, and, Kendrick's going to send.
Yeah, she's a speed type. Is she fast enough to be on the pace? We'll see. Is she good enough?
And Spitestown Gal, George Weaver, the only time on dirt. Wow, was that a low buyer speed figure? It was her debut, and it was on a muddy track at Belmont.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to take a look at those horses and take 7-1 her that she ran against that day. She's a turf horse, and I think people are over-betting her because she has turf form. I suppose she could be a different horse, but I think based on that one dirt race, you're supposed to be getting better than 7-1.
2 minutes to post here in the 7th. It's the start of the Pick 4 at Aqueduct. And as mentioned, the start of the cross-country Pick 5. You can play all of it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, play along. New members, use that code MATCH200 at sign up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com. You can also download the Naira Bets app to get started. 128,000 and growing in the Pick 4 pool as we look at Miss Jimmy in here. And Mike Luzzy gave a brilliant ride yesterday on a huge long shot, getting to the front, tried to go gate to wire, didn't work out, but did his job and everything he could. We'll see with Miss Jimmy in here, it's going to be a very different style from what horse was the other day. This horse comes from off the pace.
I always root for Deadheads, and Mike Luzzy, big fan of the Grateful Dead. she's one of the cooler horses, I think, running. When you look at her, right? She's got those 8 wins in 5 seconds and 15 starts. So she's just a horse that's really honest, that basically shows up and runs as well as she can every time she runs. The problem is that you're only as good as your competition or how you relate to your competition. And I don't think she's ever faced a field like this. But maybe if the pace is hot enough, she could put a run at the end.
Was competitive in a state-bred A other than at Saratoga this summer, but this is just a much tougher group?
This is a tougher group than that. I mean, I think it's the thing when you go from the non-winners of 1 to the non-winners of 2, you start to meet some pretty competitive fields, and you throw in the fact that it's an optional claiming race. Then you get the Fair Regises of the world in there, and suddenly it gets a lot tougher. I love Miss Jimmy. You know, I think she's an awesome horse. I just don't know if she's good enough to be competitive here. She's an awfully short price.
Yeah, 5 to 1. We'll see if she can get it done. Meanwhile, back to Playtone. George Weaver, one of a couple he has in here. He has Speightstown Gal to the outside as well, the 11. Jose Lezcano aboard this one.
You know, Playtown ran some races last year as a 2-year-old where the figures, the 76 and the 70, the buyer numbers suggest that she could, with improvement, be good here. Now, she's never shown that improvement as a 3-year-old, so you're beginning to wonder if she's just sort of where she is. In reality, her 68 buyer speed here last time, she got under pretty ideal circumstances. She had a good trip. So I guess the fact that she's 9 to 1 and the other George Weaver horse, despite having no good dirt form, you could say, well, maybe the 11's an unknown. Who knows? Maybe that was her first start. She didn't know what she was doing, and she'll be much better. She's been faster on the turf. Okay, fine. I don't apply that to my handicapping, but I get that. But personally, I think that you get 9 to 1 in Playtone versus 7 to 1 in Speightstown Gal. I think that makes Playtone an overlay, or maybe it just makes Speightstown Gal an underlay. I'm not sure. But I'd rather have a horse that at least has some dirt form, and you know that Playtone's going to be running at the end. Why is Playtone not sort of similar to the one Miss Jimmy, who is kind of slow?
Plenty of pace, it would appear, to set it up for as well. There's a handful of 3-year-old fillies in this race as well, with just 2 wins on the resume. One of them, Jewel of Arabia, double-digit odds right now for Clement. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Yeah, she is double-digit odds, but in my opinion, she probably should be. And Andy just brought up the point that I had made earlier on the show. It gets so much tougher when you're a young horse and you're trying to get through these New York bred conditions with just the 2 wins. And furthermore, Jewel of Arabia, she came in and she was just really hot and washy, and that is so not so untypical for a Christophe Clement horse. She got that way last time. She's that way once again today. She's a filly that kind of lives on her nerves a bit. Again, she's double-digit odds, so I don't want to be too harsh on her. But I would have liked to see her a little bit more composed. And I mean, I really feel like I'm sounding like an echo here to Andy, but number 11, Speightstown Gal, she's a turf horse. And I can back that up with the way she looks physically. She has a massive turf hoof to her, and she's such a beautiful mover. And so often, those are the horses that are more turf meant. She looks great out there. She's doing well. But I agree, to take 7 to 1 on her with unproven form and the fact that she physically looks like a turf horse, I'll look somewhere else, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you for that. Wow, even money right now on Fair Regis, the 4.
Yeah, it's funny. I just heard from the morning line maker at Naira, David Aragona, who just said the same thing to me. Wow, Fair Regis is even money. And as I said to him, I thought she'd be short. I didn't think she'd be this short.
I mean, granted, she is taking a drop, a sizable one from what she's been facing. She's always competitive whenever she runs. But as you mentioned earlier, you said it best, she does not win a lot, whatever level she's in. We'll see if she's able to get number 10 here. That'd be quite an accomplishment here, getting double-digit wins for the career.
It is. Double-digit seconds as well. She'll probably run a race. And I don't think it's that bad a drop down because of where they claimed her. They claimed her for 40.
There's the other George Weaver runner. We're set for the cross-country Pick 5 and the late Pick 4. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. A quick start there for Forgotten Hero, who's out for the lead. Let Me Take This Call. Then Quality Stones on the outside. Down at the rail is Fierce Lady, who is racing in 4th. Jewel of Arabia next in 5th. Fair Regis is 6th. And alongside is Speightstown Gal. And then we come back to Puffery, followed by Miss Jimmy, and it's a half dozen lengths back to Playtone, who trails the field in 10th. The quarter 22 and 3. Long shot. Forgotten Hero on top here, 3/4 of a length, and it's another long shot. Let Me Take This Call, racing in 2nd. Quality Stones, more than 60 to 1, is racing in third. And Fierce Lady is down at the rail in fourth, and Jewel of Arabia next in fifth, followed by Puffery, who has advanced into sixth as the field hits the top of the stretch. Fair Regis is towards the back of the pack. Half mile went in 45 and 3. Let Me Take This Call has come away with the lead. Forgotten Hero has dropped back. Fierce Lady now moving up into second. And it is Miss Jimmy who is putting in a late run down towards the rail, but it will be no catching. Let Me Take This Call, who romps here by 6 lengths. Miss Jimmy got up for second. Fierce Lady was third, and Puffery finished fourth.
Speaking of reaching double-digit wins, Let Me Take This Call just as with this victory here. 5th win in 12 starts also here at Aqueduct.
How about the meet Jimmy Ferraro is having so far? Jimmy Ferraro, who I think had won about 7 or 8 races all year, this is his 3rd or 4th win already at the Aqueduct meet. And Let Me Take This Call, I mean, it's not as though the pace really held together. Now, I understand both the 7 and 10 were long shots, and she wasn't. But Miss Jimmy made a big close in the back, and the race kind of fell apart behind her, but not for Let Me Take This Call. She ran off and hid from this field under Dylan Davis. Jimmy Ferraro's horses are running really well. Good for him, and this is... Talk about, I think the phrase, no doubt about it, winner, Greg. This race was over top of the stretch.
Devastation here at 14 to 1, by the way, on Let Me Take This Call. Ferraro, Davis team up for the victory on his 5-year-old mare by Take Charge Indy. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Let Me Take This Call. Hold on, I think it's the police because they're writing a speeding ticket for Let Me Take This Call. I mean, she really ran away from this field. And second place finisher, Miss Jimmy, we got to give her more love. I mean, she just never fails to pick up a check. She has only been, off the board 3 times in her entire career. She's just remarkable. 2 times now. And she ran very well in defeat. By far one of the dirtiest horses, so taking a lot of kickback and running through it, which we don't often see here on this racetrack. But kudos to Jimmy Ferraro and Dylan Davis. Her groom down here was very pumped up for this victory. He rooted her home very loudly. We like to see that, guys.
Good for Dylan Davis continuing to produce. And as you mentioned, James Ferraro having a really nice week here. We saw this. I saw Dylan Davis talking strategy in the paddock before we went to Maggie and then got distracted. We never really came back to this one. It seemed like there was so much pace in the race. And this horse would get caught up in it, perhaps.
And the other, that's one of it. And the other one was, would this horse be able to maintain the form that she had for her prior trainer, particularly Orlando Noda? I'll tell you something about the horse that I picked in here, Fierce Lady. I will never pick her again. I mean, could she have gotten a better trip in this race? Jose had her behind horses. They're going fast. He split horse top the stretch, rode exactly the way you want to ride, came out. She barely even made a run at all. Really bad performance. And Maggie mentioned the kickback, and it's been a big discussion and debate. I'm debating how hard it really is because a lot of horses seem to be making moves to the inside and running through it. And yeah, a lot of times outside moves are effective, but I've gone back and forth on this one. And overall, doing the track trends, I've found these tracks fairly even overall.
8-1-2-6 with a 14-1 shot winning to kick off the cross-country pick 5. Churchill Downs, their 5th race, looking at the current odds. If you like to bet 1-9 shots, this is the race for you. 15 maiden claimer, 6 furlongs, and Easy to Bless getting hammered right now for Mike Maker. Massive drop in class from straight maiden company in 2 starts to this lower level maiden claiming.
I'm dying to take a 1-9 shot in this field. How about you, Greg? These are exactly the kind of races you look for a 1-9, right? Me too.
Get me down, please. Here's Miss Magdalena, who is 0 for 8 so far.
Yeah, she's had her chances, huh?
You get the entry made as well to the outside. We'll have the outside post. Is a bit lucky.
She's only had 4 starts. She's a relative newcomer.
Did hit the board against Maiden Special at Churchill in her debut. Cougar, Tracy Young trains.
There once was a horse named Cougar II. This should not be mistaken with this Cougar. 1 dirt start, no running.
This one's spelled E-R, by the way, at the end, not A-R. 42-1.
Thank you for that, Greg.
Just on Passionate Heart.
I don't know. Dropping down from Belterra. This horse should be 42-1? Really?
Yeah, that's way too big. Hey, as we talk about. Create value underneath. Here's Just Life.
This horse is 7. The whole board is blown up because of the overload. Somebody probably made a $10,000 bet on the 10, and there's not that much money in the pool. This is an interesting horse dropping down for Andrew McKeever. I think this horse is a big player.
Springfield Dusty went by for Vicky Foley. Drops from 30 to 15.
Dusty Springfield, you get that?
Oh, yeah. Found my man. 84 to 1.
Now this horse should be 84 to 1.
Comes in from Indiana Grand, has not really picked up the feet much.
Maybe
Fillmore
80 to 1.
East, first timer by Congrats.
How can a deadhead like me not be betting a couple dollars on a horse named Fillmore East?
You're going to have to fill me in a minute. I apologize. Easy to Bless, 1 to 9.
You're from San Francisco. I don't even know what to say.
Okay.
I do think Easy to Bless is the horse to beat in here. I also think 1 to 9 is a little preposterous.
16 to 1, Shirley the Shopper. First time out, Jason Cook.
The question is, who is Shirley? And is she, in fact, a prolific shopper?
Midshipman filly who
First
only
fall.
spent $12,000 on.
He's a good under-the-radar sire, Midshipman, by the way. A really effective sire.
Goody Two Sue, Steve Hobby. Lowest level this one's run at yet. Did show speed against Better last start for 30.
I don't disagree. It's dropping down. I'm going to bet a 10-4 box, press the 10-4, and a little to win the 4. That's my play.
All right, if you want to bet this race, all the races we're showing you each and every day, you can do it with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you that $200 new player bonus when you use that code GET200 at sign up. Take advantage of that. Download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com and you'll get that $200 new player bonus in your account right away.
I'm looking at the win pool. It's interesting. There's just under 38,000 in the win pool. There's 27,000 on the 10. And the place, the horse is very similar to the 4 and the 11. So it suggests to me that somebody bet 20 or 25,000 to win on this horse.
Well,
wasn't you, was it, Greg?
It was not. If you're seeing 1 to 9, then at that point, you should probably.
The idea in somebody doing this is it dissuades people from betting the horse, and maybe the horse will drift to 3 or 4 to 5. I think that's the philosophy in somebody doing it. I would guess. Otherwise, it's lost on me.
This is back on October the 10th. The debut at Keeneland. This was in a straight maiden race at 14 to 1. Ran second, beat just a length.
Yeah, I think if she runs that race, there's a very good chance she's going to win this race and make.
Well, she went completely backwards in start number 2, though.
She did. She did get involved in a pretty contentious pace. 21-1 is very, very fast. They have the big run up, but that's pretty fast. So I would give her a bit of a pass. That was a tough field and a very big and a very fast pace. For what it's worth, 2-year-olds, maiden special weight to maiden claimer in the dirt for Mike Maker. He is 11 for 42, which is what? I'm sorry. I think he's
26.
Yeah, I have it.
28%?
I think it's maybe it's higher. Maybe I wrote it down wrong. I know he's $2.30 ROI. He's got a high percentage, but on the other hand, this horse is 1 to 5 right now. They better win at a high percentage.
Well, and even if this horse does wind up airing in here, where's some horses underneath it you could use to make some money, maybe in exactas or tries as we look at the 1.
Well, that's my play. I'm gonna box. I'm gonna bet a 10-4. I don't know what the appeal of the 1 is in this race. Somebody will have to explain to me why exactly we're showing this horse. The second choice. Why is this horse second choice?
I don't understand it either.
2 for the price of 1?
Look, the
Like a
1A, as we mentioned, it was a distant third. Ran a very distant third in maiden special at Churchill back in May.
And I'll give Miss Magdalena credit. She's run at Churchill Downs, Indiana Grand, Keeneland, Belterra, back on the circuit, went to Mahoning Valley last time. I mean, she's on a tour. She should be the one going to Fillmore East because she's like a deadhead. She's been on such a big tour. I guess it's 2 for the price of 1. I suppose that there are figures on the 1A. I think the 1A is the one taking the money, right?
Yeah. So do you look at maybe the 3, the 4, the 6?
I'm looking at the 4, Just Life. What's wrong with Just Life? Dropping down again, showed speed last time out, didn't run that badly. The race she was in last time collapsed, so her performance wasn't that bad. The other speed actually, I think, finished 6th, and she would run 21 buyer points better in her prior race. So I think the 25 buyer last time could be a much higher figure if she hadn't involved in such a wicked pace. I thought that she made a lot of sense as the other horse in here.
And then potentially the 12, do you think, making a drop down to the lowest level she's been at yet or no?
Well, I mean, she's kind of similar to my horse, right? And she also was the other horse that was involved in the pace. But she's a good example, Goody Two Shoes, right, Sue, right? She was involved in the pace with Just Life last time, and Just Life finished 4th, beaten 6 lengths, and she was 7th, beaten 11. Now, she too was compromised by the pace. The 4 just ran a much better race. But I can't see the odds, but I'm assuming the 11's a much bigger price than the 4 right now.
Do you usually, when you're playing this, do you usually back it up the other way as well with the 10 and 2nd?
Yeah, I bet a couple dollars win on the 4. I bet twice as much on a 10-4 exacta and a very small reverse.
Okay. Just in case something wacky happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
sure.
I don't think the 4 is that bad.
Well, the 10 should not be this price, but is the most likeliest winner. But I didn't catch the last number, but for most of this race, 1 to 9. We're waiting on one last load here, this remaining half of the entry to the outside. It's the 5th here at Churchill. Also kicks off the Churchill Downs late pick 5. Not sure what the delay is here.
They want to get a little extra money on the 10 horses.
And there we go. Back into the screen.
2 to 5.
Okay.
Blew up.
There's Goody Two Sue. She does not want to cooperate right now either with Joe Rocco Jr. And meanwhile, at least Tizabit Lucky's watching this happen and not really reacting to it. So Ryder will kind of take her away and get her mind off what's going on.
Is it the 9 they're having problems getting in, I guess? Right? Fillmore East? Fillmore East. Fillmore West, Fillmore East, Bill Graham's concert venues in the 60s?
No, I remember now.
Okay.
We're set. Travis Stone with the call.
Goody Two Sue, last one. In the gate down the rough. Springfield Dusty, mid-pack away, okay. Just Life is showing some speed. Passionate Heart is sent through toward the rail. That had to check there, was in tight. Meanwhile, Shirley the Shopper races up outside with Goody Two Sue, and Easy to Bless is in that early mix as well. So down the backstretch, and it is Just Life for the short lead. Easy to Bless is right there. Shirley the Shopper hustled along while 3rd. Goody Two Sue is 4th. Springfield Dusty down inside 5th. Passionate Heart is 6th. Miss Magdalena's racing in 7th. Found My Man is 8th. Tizabit Lucky is wide on the track, racing back in 9th and is already 12 lengths off the lead. Then it's Fillmore East, and the early trailer is Cougar. Rounding the far turn, Easy to Bless comes away with the lead now. Easy to Bless heading for the quarter pole in front. Shirley the Shopper in a full-out drive, so too Just Life toward the rail. They're off the turn. Easy to Bless has opened up to lead by 3. Shirley the Shopper continues to fight on with Just Life, but they're a distant 2nd and 3rd. Miss Magdalena's up into 4th. They're down to the final 16th. Easy to Bless is in front by 3. Just Life in 2nd. Shirley the Shopper in 3rd. Miss Magdalena in 4th. That way on the wire, Easy to Bless the winner. The winner by 2.5. Just Life was 2nd, then it was either Shirley the Shopper or Miss Magdalena.
Easy to Bless, heavy favorite. Mike Maker dropping class with the win, and coming in 2nd in there, the 4, Just Life. Exacta for Andy Serling.
$14 exacta, not so bad. The exacta with the 1 second was $8. I mean, this horse, you know, and I'm saying you're the race, one of the problems with Just Life is because of the inside position and being a speed, you kind of end up trying to win. They're all trying to win, but you know what I mean, using your speed up. But Shirley the Shopper loomed, but was able to hold 2nd. Easy to Bless. I don't know if it's winning like a 2 to 5 shot should, but she was best.
There was no doubt. Not
no,
the
I
toughest
didn't.
field.
You never heard me yell "come back" with the 4. I didn't hold out hope that I get a 410. 10
In all, honestly, probably should have been lower than this. I don't know if there's.
Well, I think the problem is you can kind of rely, because the races aren't even that bad on this horse, and it is Mike Maker. Yeah. You've got a high percentage connections. You've got Tyler Gaffalione. So there's a lot of reasons to
now,
like.
The big question. Going to stay with Mike Maker?
No. And you know, I think Final Furlong Farm, they're going to be okay with that.
We'll try to find out who did claim this one, if anyone. But yeah, very likely moving on to a new barn. Easy to Bless, Just Life, 1-2. In the 5th here from Churchill. Wow, the prices when we come back, 1-2 on your favorite who wins with a drop in class.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 in the Fox family of networks. Great to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. Our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. It was a heavy odds-on favorite, taking a massive drop in class for one of the best barns in the country and winning convincingly here. Mike Maker, easy to bless with Tyler Gaffalione aboard for Final Furlong Farm.
And there's Mike Maker in the winner's circle. Mike's having a breakout year this year, isn't he?
Over 240 wins on the year.
I'm a big fan of Mike's and have been for quite a long time. I think he's an excellent trainer. Obviously, he's had most success with grass. He's been great with finding horses and claim races to win stakes, going around and around. But this year, he's really getting a ton of horses.
He was in the hunt through the first half of the meet, maybe longer at Saratoga as well as leading trainer.
Oh no, he does a fabulous job, Mike. And he's got a lot of different beachheads that he's running horses at, and he delivers, Mike.
Back to New York here, the 8th. Look at the current odds. Mile and a 16th outer turf for horses who have not won 3 lifetime. $35,000 claiming tag. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Voting Control, 6-5 favorite.
Well, I mean, I don't know how Dream Friend isn't the favorite in this race, and I guess I'll take a look at the will pays and see if this is going to change. Dream Friend and Voting Control are the same price, basically, in doubles. Dream Friend will, I mean, this is just a very suspicious drop down, and the odds make me wonder. Voting Control, aren't you a little concerned about him after that last performance?
Yeah, at 4-5 getting beat. And yeah, as you mentioned with Dream Friend, who you're looking at, massive drop down. The 9-2 is coming down. Let's go to Maggie for more.
Hey, Greg, not Maggie, but I'll be with you guys. Keisha here for the rest of the day, but just picking up here as Dream Friend is the speed in here and has been keeping that better company. Now, one thing that I've noticed about Dream Friend is that coming back here in 2020 took him a while to kind of get back to that fitter, just kind of where he was last year type. But it seems to me like he's the type of horse that just no matter the level that he's running at, he tends to just kind of run the same race. He's got a lot of speed, and for a horse that does have so much speed, he is a little bit more of the laid-back type here in the paddock. I will say that it really seems to have gotten back there to the fitness level that you would want to see. He looks like this mile and a 16th should suit him just well. I think just maybe overall in his coat, maybe you've seen him look a little bit better than today, but He's there. He has the class. He's taking a big drop in class. You do kind of wonder, but again, he has just been running the same kind of race. So we'll see if that drop in class will help him to take a step forward. He's the one to beat, but wanted to talk about a couple of kind of interesting outliers too that are coming out of significantly longer races, starting with the 3 So High, who was running a 1.5 miles at Keeneland last time. And I noticed in that race that early on he was very headstrong, really difficult for Julien Leparoux to handle. The blinkers come off today, and I think that that could kind of be a tactic in order to help him settle a little bit. I'd also noticed watching that replay that he was very warm on the neck, really washed out. I'm not seeing that from him today. He's really perked up, and this is my first time seeing him in the flesh, perked up with the tack on and gotten a little bit more forward, which is good, but he doesn't look like a 1.5 mile type. He looks like this will be a better distance for him. He's fit. He's a handier type, as you would anticipate, of a European horse coming over. And while I do think that that Tampa field that he beat in his first U.S. start wasn't the strongest, I think that turning back in distance and getting some class relief could be a good place for him here. The number 9, Kid Mercury, also coming out of a 1.5 mile race. In fact, that same one where he was up close and just wasn't really able to sustain it. I do maintain that he physically looks like the type of horse that wants to go a long distance, but this is a significant class drop for him too. And I haven't seen him since back in the spring where he ran behind Gufo back in March, and that was a race dominated by closers, and he really didn't close at all that day. I will say that he looks like he's really kind of come into his own with that racing, and coming out of those distance races physically, fitness, is absolutely no problem. He's a really striking individual, so we'll see if getting some class relief here will help him to take a step forward, Greg.
Horrible numbers.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Apologies, too. I even wrote down we're going to Acacia on the switch, and I still just by rote said, Maggie, my apologies. Even money, voting control. Chad Brown effect.
He's going to go up. The 4 is going to come down. It's a little bit weird that the 5 and 4 are the same prices, though, on the board. But we'll talk about this race more after the break.
Post-parade. When we come back, stick with us. Good one coming up on the turf here for now winners of 3 lifetime. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app. You can also go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. Here comes our post parade. We're going to begin with a 1 in here. Malthael, who will have post 5.
I just thought Malthael ran pretty well off the claim for Greg DePrima. One of the ones, the chance, if the favorites don't show, a big if.
Rail to Mike Maker in turn of events.
Yeah, this horse won his last start against horses that are dramatically inferior to what he faces today.
So high. Blinkers coming off. Jonathan Thomas and Rosario.
There's a wild card who's been running in a long-distance race last time. The problem is he cuts back to distance where he's run okay, but not likely well enough to win here.
2-1. Still good on Dream Friend.
Dream Friend, we'll talk about why is this horse dropping and do you trust him?
Voting Control, Chad Brown.
Yeah, Voting Control was once a very, very good horse, but of injuries and layoffs taken a toll.
Arithmetic, Eric Cancel rides.
Should probably be higher than the current 34-1 based on the past performance.
Scores when he wants, claimed off of Brad Cox. That's a tough proposition.
This horse, though, could be a thorn in the side of Dream Friend, as this horse potentially has speed.
Possible odds went by 41-1, and here's Kid Mercury.
Kid Mercury, Graham Motion dropping in for a claiming price for the first time, has terrible numbers first time for a tag, which in a lot of ways is not a criticism but a compliment.
Letterman's got that new show. Is it on HBO?
He does. I was thinking of the Pearl Jam song Letterman, actually.
Of course you were.
I love David Letterman. Kidding me? He's a weird horse. This horse is capable, by the way, of doing anything. Talking about a horse that on any given day could run off. This horse could potentially run off. You never know what he's going to do. He's a bit of a nut.
One last time out at Saratoga. That was this summer for non-winners of 2 lifetime. You can earn a $10 bonus today just by playing the racing on your Naira Bets app. At $50 at Churchill, $50 at Aqueduct today on the Naira Bets app, and you get a $10 bonus. You don't even have to win.
Such a great deal, isn't it?
Naira Bets app available in the App Store or for Android on nairabets.com.
I need to bet a little bit more on Churchill, and I'll be there. So Dream Friend, last time out runs 4th, beaten a half length in a race with Spirit Animal, NYC. These are all horses that would
Loaded
be
group.
2 to 5 in this field. And I know he's a 5-year-old about to be 6, and that may be some of it, to be fair. You know, they're getting older. Turf season's coming to an end. What do you do with these horses? Does John Terranova really want to ship this horse down to Tampa Bay? He could have won this race, too. I really think Jose Lozcano, you know I'm a big fan of, he was overly concerned with Hidden Scroll, who's in this race. If he had just gone on with it, I think he would have wired the field. But that's another discussion. So what happened to John Terranova between August 1st and now November 20th? Haven't seen him for 3.5 months. And now he's running for $35,000, where he rates to be claimed.
Giving up on him.
Total give up. These things can go one way or another. Now, keep in mind, though, he's about to be 6. The winter's coming, et cetera, et cetera. But I think more than that, it's the layoff and the drop down combined, right? He's running good races, and suddenly they lay him up. He'll drown this field if he runs his race. I don't care what Voting Control does because he's faster. The other thing is with Voting Control, how do you trust him? He is laid up for a year and a half after running a good 3rd in the Breeders' Cup. Runs a big race, right? Hurt again. Laid up for 13.5 months. Comes back, runs okay behind Hierarchy. Then we're going to show this race where he runs 4th. And you see how hard Jose's riding him. There was pace in this race. He couldn't even get by Malthael. Okay, could he have needed a race? Absolutely. But Chad Brown's horses don't usually need a race. They're usually ready. These 2, though, are far and away the best horses.
They use no matter what, and you're right, they usually don't need a race, but they usually always improve off a race as well, right?
I would rather. His numbers off of layoffs are fantastic. I think we'll talk about Fierce Scarlet in the next race. I actually looked it up. Off of a 4 to 8 month layoff in turf routes, Chad Brown is 29% with 182 starters. No, 182 starters, excuse me, with a $1.81 ROI. He has them ready to go. Can he improve? Sure, but he better improve a lot off that race.
Dream Friend the 4, Voting Control the 5, both at 9 to 5 on the board. Here's Johnny Brielle with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Turn of events and Dream Friend. Those 2 go out for the early lead and hook up early here. The front 2 going on with it here into the clubhouse turn. They have opened up 7 lengths on the rest of the field.
So High is running in third. Then it's Arithmetic next in fourth. Impossible Odds on the outside in fifth. Malthael is down on the inside and in sixth. Scores When He Wants next in seventh, followed by Voting Control in eighth. And then it's Letterman. And at the back of the pack is Kid Mercury. Dream Friend has come away with the lead here, and the lead is a half length over Turn of Events, who has moved to the outside of Dream Friend. Then it's a break of four back to So High in third, followed by Arithmetic next in fourth. Malthael down at the rail in fifth. Then Impossible Odds, Scores When He Wants, and Voting Control. Those three are all together. At the back, Kid Mercury and Letterman. The half was run in 49-2. Dream Friend, the favorite, the leader here by a little more than a length. Turn of Events running in second, and So High is next in third as they begin the run around the far turn. It is Dream Friend on the inside and Turn of Events on the outside. 4 lengths back to So High in third, then Malthael. Voting Control has made some progress down towards the inside, and then it is Impossible Odds and Letterman with Kid Mercury, 3/4 in 14-1 as the field comes into the stretch. Dream Friend has the lead. Then it is Turn of Events. On the outside, it's Malthael. So High is looking for a way through. Here comes Malthael on the outside of Dream Friend, and So High is right there. It's Malthael, So High, Malthael on the outside. They come for the finish. So High by a nostril. Malthael was second, and Dream Friend faded to third.
A lot going on early in this race. In the end, it's So High. Jonathan Thomas, Joel Rosario, blinkers coming off, wins at 7-1.
I don't think I've seen a rider ride the turf as well over the last year since Jerry Bailey as Joel Rosario. I mean, you saw his win earlier. Richie had talked about it for Robbie Falcone off the claim. Always on the rail, always saving ground, always seemingly finding a seam. Good job by Greg Caprima with Malthael, who improved and ran well again. There is no question the best horse in this race, though, was the 4. It's rare that you see Irad do what he did with a horse like Turn of Events, who's kind of a no-hoper on paper. It got Dream Friend beat here. Dream Friend ran. It's unbelievable how well he ran when you consider how contentious that pace was in there. I'm not going to knock aggressive riding here. It was just surprising to see. Dream Friend ran a winning race, but Joel Rosario gave another winning ride, and So High and Jonathan Thomas were the beneficiary in here. And Voting Control, by the way, he got the fast pace. Yeah. He saved ground. Jose Ortiz did everything right, and he had absolutely no run whatsoever.
Yeah, he was disappointing. 7-1 on your winner. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and I loved this horse getting the blinkers off and just the way he acted today. And I got a chance to speak to Jonathan Thomas before the race after that paddock report. And he said, you know, when this horse first got to the U.S., he was kind of gawky, just not really focused in his training. And so he put the blinkers on for his first U.S. start, and that helped him get more clued in. And then last time out, he was just so headstrong, so difficult. And he felt that this was the type of horse that would Joel Rosario would really suit. And he was absolutely right, as So High found a good spot today, and Joel Rosario not giving up on him in between horses. Big performance from him today.
All right, Acacia, thank you. So, yeah, Dream Friend done in by an aggressive ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. in Turn of Events. Still hung in there late for third, but certainly cost him here. And now we'll see, did someone dip in for $35,000?
Look, they all have issues, and I understand all those things, but given the race that Dream Friend ran here, while he didn't finish first, he would be a very good claim for $35,000 because it's highly unusual that what just happened, that race happened. I wish it would happen more often, frankly, but it doesn't seem to happen that often. Very nice win for the winner, and congratulations to his connections, but I don't even think they're looking at the race and thinking that they necessarily ran the best horse.
We're going to head over to Churchill. 6th race coming up next. It starts here late pick 4, $40,000 claiming event. That's 6.5 furlongs. Moon over Seba, Malibu Moon 5-year-old, who's 6 for 18 lifetime, and coming off a pretty good second off a lengthy layoff for $32,000 back on November the 1st.
And moves up in class off of that race as well, racing for $32,000. I thought that was an excellent effort by him. But I'll tell you something, Greg. They scratched the 5 in this race. Other than the 4 Little Kansas, is there anyone in this race you think can't win?
It's fairly wide open.
I thought this was a really competitive race. He's obviously one of the ones who can win, though.
That was a second for 32, and you would have to think, needed that effort, going to move forward, second off the bench, and this horse likes to win. But yeah, I'm with you. It has the feel that almost anybody in here could get the job done. There's Moon over Seba. Eddie Keneally trains. Tyler Gaffalione will be aboard. He looks good.
And Tyler's aggressive, and you know he's going to take advantage of the rail, which has been good throughout most of the dirt at Churchill Downs. Is he as fast, though, as the 6, Jalen Journey? And I think Jalen Journey, the 6, is really the key to this race. Because we know if he runs his A race, he's better than these horses. But obviously you're talking about a horse, I mean, he finished 3rd in a Grade 1. I don't think I'm covering any real territory. The question is he running for 40,000? And he came back off, what, a 14-month layoff, 13.5-month layoff last time and ran for 40,000. Not bet that strongly, and he actually ran fairly well when you consider the pace. Now he draws outside. Does Santana clear? Or does he end up having to stalk the 1 in here and they get involved? If they get involved, can it help somebody else, like Ruler of the Nile? Thomas Shelby, even.
If he just moves forward a little off that,
he's going to win.
He's going to be incredibly tough.
I thought he was the worst to beat, but on the other hand, how much do you trust horses that were Grade 1? I mean, he wasn't just in a Grade 1. He was 3rd in a Grade 1. He was 2nd in a Grade 3 behind Diamond Oops, who one of the 2 idiots up here picked in the Breeders' Cup for sprint this year. He was my selection.
Why couldn't you have been right?
Because, well, that's a whole other discussion, Greg. This is a very good horse. What semblance of that good horse he is now is the question, right? It's always the question.
I thought Diamond Oops was going to be tough, too. I thought the horse who he got by was going to be tough in that race.
Yeah, that was a good pick by you. We actually, you and I were watching that together, and I thought for a second you were going to get the money. And, you know, it's sort of like I was once a really good handicapper. Now, you know, it's sort of debatable what I am. It happens, you know. Listen, at least I peaked once. At least much like that. Much like Jalen Journey. I peaked a while ago.
Always a new day to reclaim the crown. Here comes our post parade. Moon over Seba. Co-favorite at 2-1 right now. We'll kick things off. Again, it's Tyler Gaffalione aboard.
He ran well last time. He was coming off, what, a 9-month layoff? He was engaged in the pace. I liked his race last time. What trip does he get in this race, though? Does he press with a 6, or does he let that one go?
He was the king of Thistledown at one point. Last year, he won 3 out of 4 there. Here's the 2, Boyfriend Material.
I thought Luch was the king of Thistledown. You're going to have to discuss that with him.
Equine king, sorry.
Comes in from Indiana. Could get a good pocket trip here behind the speeds. A couple of decent races, last 4, actually.
This horse looks great on the racetrack. Thomas Shelby.
Thomas Shelby, what do you do with Diodoro off the claim? His numbers off the claim actually not that great, especially because he hasn't been out now for, what, 2.5 months. His numbers with those kind of layoffs off claim, not special.
By order of the Peaky Blinders. 2-1 on Jalen Journey.
Is that a Peaky Blinders thing?
Yes.
I got to watch that show. I know. Maggie loves
good.
that show, too. I got to watch it. We'll see. I hope that Santana clears.
And Ruler of the Nile, Florent Giroux, Michael Lauer, 10 for 24 lifetime on this horse.
This was over $1 million yearling purchase, right? This horse won at Saratoga a couple summers ago, and I think when they get 5, they don't show the price, but I believe this horse was bought for well over $1 million, maybe even $2 million. Is he tailing off a little bit, and what do we expect? But he does get back to the dirt. He's a better dirt horse. He could trip out if they get aggressive up front with both the 1 and 6.
Yeah, seems like he still has ability for sure. It's an interesting race coming up here. Time for our Twin Spires Market Mover. It is Ruler of the Nile. 4-1 right now from that outside post off since September. That gaudy record. 10 of his 24 lifetime starts, he's been a winner. And if you take out the couple of turf starts, 10 for 22, he's nearly won half his efforts.
I think he was claimed for $5,000, Greg. I'm waiting for somebody to tell me.
And he sold for what?
I think he was claimed for like 8,000 or 5,000. I'm almost sure he was claimed for under 10,000.
Okay.
And he had sold as a 2-year-old. I want to say Todd Pletcher originally had this horse, and he sold for like $1,050,000 or some. I know he sold for over $1 million. I'm just not exactly sure that price, and I'm 90% sure he was claimed for it. There was a big story. He won at Saratoga. He had a whole group with him. It was when there used to be people at Saratoga. You remember back that far? It was 2019. He had a whole group. They were really fun. Maggie interviewed after the race, and it was either Acacia or Maggie. I think it was Maggie. And they were saying we weren't even going to run him in this race, but the race we wanted to run him in didn't fill. Does this ring a, you may not have been on, or you might have just forgotten because you're getting old like me.
That's probably it.
That's probably more likely. Yeah, it was a cool story. And he's a good horse. And I think if the 1 and 6 hit in this race, potentially he could get the right trip.
Well, if you want to bet him or anyone else in this upcoming race, you can do it with Twin Spires. Download the app or go to twinspires.com. The code to use for new members at sign up. Get 200 and take advantage of that $200 new player bonus right away. Good luck. Jalen Journey reeled off 3 consecutive wins when he was with Kathleen O'Connell and was so dominant. Those 3 wins, by the way, almost 17 lengths combined. So went into the Smile Sprint, 94 Beyer just missing against Diamond Hoops. Then in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby out on the West Coast, ran 3rd as you mentioned, and then lined up in the Pat O'Brien, went to the bench. Obviously something went wrong. That is a long time off, but showed he can still run a little bit on the comeback.
Right, he did not run badly in his return. Let me ask you a question. Are you surprised he's not favored here?
I'm shocked he's not favored.
Yeah, is that a bad sign?
It is, actually.
You know, that's what I think.
Especially from that barn.
I thought he'd be favored because he's either going to clear and get the lead or he's going to be in a good stalking position, so it's not like he drew a tough tactical spot in this race. I don't like the fact that he's not favored in this race. I think that's a negative.
Yeah, as we say that, he floats up another notch to 5-2. Favorite's going to be on the rail. Moon over Seba. Eddie Keneally, second off the bench. It's second off the bench as well with Jalen Journey. And it seems like there's more upside there. We'll see what happens. 6th from Churchill. Starts the late pick 4. Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Moon over Seba breaks well, and so does Boyfriend Material, racing for the lead. Jalen Journey is there, Ruler of the Nile, and Thomas Shelby in behind, and out sprinted is Little Kansas. So down the backstretch they go. Boyfriend Material secures the top spot with 5 furlongs to go. Jalen Journey up to be second now. Thomas Shelby right in behind Wild third. Moon over Seba tucked away 4th at the rail. In the clear is Ruler of the Nile, 5th and only 2 lengths off the lead. A margin of 4 from there to Little Kansas, who's at the back. They're on the far turn. Boyfriend Material holding on to a narrow advantage from Jalen Journey. They went that opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. They round the far turn together. Ruler of the Nile is asked to go now, 3 wide up into 3rd. Thomas Shelby stuck in behind horses while 4th. Moon over Seba tries to cut the corner in 5th, trying to catch up as well as Little Kansas. They're off the turn, and Jalen Journey strikes to front with a furlong to go. Boyfriend Materials back into 2nd. Moon over Seba trying to find a way through still, running awkwardly with Thomas Shelby and Ruler of the Nile. 16th pole, Jalen Journey has kicked clear, and Jalen Journey is gone. Jalen Journey by 2.5 on the wire. Boyfriend Material was 2nd. Moon over Seba photos with Thomas Shelby.
They pop every once and a now and again here. These can't miss prospects. This was too good to be true at this price.
Did drop down to 2-1 at the end, but I still think this horse is a little chilly. But man, he wasn't chilly on the racetrack. He didn't even break, and I thought when he didn't break, I thought they knew, right? So he doesn't break. 2 gets the big advantage. The 1 sitting the garden spot. The 1, by the way, Moon over Sheba did no running at all. A good ride from Tyler, said nothing. This horse was an hour and a half the best. As Carlos Santana, I think, does he hold a slim lead over Tyler Gaffalione? This battle down to the wire, I think it was something like 19-17 going into yesterday. They've been battling it out, 2 fine riders, but Jalen Journey, he was much the best today.
Question here now. We got to go back to it because we asked with another horse too at Aqueduct. We got to find out. Dream Friend, did he get claimed? Did this horse get claimed for 40?
That's a good question. I tell you what, he ran like he would have been a good claim for 40. Yeah. You don't know how many races he has in him, but he ran very well today.
As you said, goes off late as the 2-1 favorite. Boyfriend Material 2nd. Try and find out if he's staying in that Asmussen barn or if he's moving to a new home when he heads back to the barn area. Meanwhile, back in New York. Our 9th race coming up next. Fierce Scarlet for Chad Brown. Hasn't raced since May, back at Churchill. 2nd last time we saw him as a beaten favorite. Can he get it done today? We'll be back.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the
justify it.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jalen Journey, second off the bench, that back class grade 1 placed in his career and able to win in this $40,000 claiming event. Second off the return for Steve Asmussen. Did shift late, as Andy mentioned, to favoritism at 2-1 here for Rockingham Ranch. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for the win. Boyfriend Material, Moon over Seba's second and third. In terms of the cross-country pick 5, let's take a look how it's gone so far. $65,854 in the pool. Started with that big price. Let me take this call. You got so high as well at a number, so this is shaping up to be a good one with one leg to go.
Especially if my crazy pet can hear the number 9 horse, Una Luna, and get that horse home. That would be nice.
All right, we'll see. Windfall Profit, who you're looking at for Shug McGahee. Seems like she's going to be a tough customer right now. 7-2 on the board. Rosario will ride. Stay with us.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top first crop runners include stakes winner Helium.
Helium is stakes winner today by 4 lengths.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more.
America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
There's a picture of.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and visit NairaBets.com or download the app to get started as horses are in the paddock here for the 9th race, and starting with the Chad Brown runner, looking at the number 8, Fierce Scarlet, in here off of a layoff. And looking back at my notes from January and September, the 2 times that I've seen her, I've written that she was almost too lean. You could kind of see her ribs. She just wasn't really carrying her weight. That's not at all the case today. She's almost a little bit more of a rounder type of build. I don't really know quite what to make of that. And she's almost a little anxious, a little concerned looking here in the paddock. Not exactly clued in, focused, that laser focus that you do like to see from some of those racehorses. She ran a good race back at Churchill in May, which was her last start, and clearly she's had some questions with being able to stay on the racetrack. I think she has talent and ability, but to be honest, I actually like some others better in here. The 2 Windfall Profit for Shug McGahee, coming out of that race last time out where she ran on really well behind Capital Structure. She's one that just is always an energetic type in the paddock. As you see her kind of tossing her head a little bit, that's just typical of Windfall Profit. She's always on her toes. She's always sharp. She's a lighter type of frame, and she's been knocking on the door in those races. She should get, potentially on paper, some pace to run at today. A horse that I heard Andy mention is the 9 Una Luna, and I've always been such a big fan of this mare. While she may not always be the winningest type, she had that string of second-place finishes down in Florida. She really just runs her race every time. Now, what I had noticed about her in her last 2 starts since coming up here to New York is that she had been more anxious, more distracted in the paddock than I had ever seen her, and also looked just a little soft around the edges. She is a totally different horse today. She looks back like what I saw from her back in January and December of last year. She came in to the paddock on her toes, touting herself, and I had even commented down here before when the horses came in that she looks like the Una Luna that I knew, which is, I think, a good sign because she has ability. We'll see if she's able to break through and run a better race today as she's really touting herself and kind of showing her hand a bit more here in the paddock. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Post break coming up. We start with Short Pour. Jose Lezcano rides for Mark Hennig.
I'd like to see Jose Lezcano be aggressive with his coming out of the gate as opposed to rating off a slow pace like last time. I actually think she's a horse that has a chance to win here.
Windfall Profit. Shug McGahee was a winner at Saratoga this summer to break the maiden.
Really liked her race 2 back and 3 back. I thought last race she took a step back because she had a good setup and she barely got by Eye of the Soldier.
Sun Summers has won 2 of her last 3.
Mike Maker can always be dangerous, but man, is she meeting a much tougher group today.
Go-Go Shoes, 22-1. Derek Ryan trains.
Yeah, on top of that tepid pace last time, or 2 times ago when she ran well. She's in tough. She could be speed, though.
Yeah, going to be forwardly placed, no question. 4-1 on Eye of a Soldier for Belmont.
She, like Windfall Profit, met a very tough horse in Capital Structure for Chad Brown last time. Getting out of her shadow won't hurt. She can be forward or she can rate.
RV Treasure, 31-1. Harry Hernandez.
Looks a little bit over her head on paper.
And I think you could say that for this one as well. Fionn Barr, Susan Cooney.
I think you could.
Exchange Rate Philly, 60-1.
I'm not sure she should be twice the price of the 6, though. She might be a little better. I think she is.
Fierce Scarlet, it's Chad Brown. Irad Ortiz Jr., 5-2.
She had a big trip 2 back. She's faced some good horses, but she's also 1 for 7 for Chad Brown and lost a lot of races at short prices and had a lot of trouble putting races back to back.
There's Una Luna for Mercant Cantermasi.
After the post parade, I'll expand on my thoughts for liking her. She has races going back that are fast enough to win, and she's a price.
Yeah, 12 of 21 starts, first or second. Apparate. Todd Pletcher.
Well, they knew last time when they made her the favorite. Jose Ortiz can try to clear here. We'll see. There's faster and better horses in this race. If they allow her up front in her own, maybe she has a chance. But this is a big move up for a horse that's an awfully short price.
Yeah. So, yeah, I still said it wrong. Apurate, excuse me.
It is.
At 3-1.
Apurate. I get it wrong every time, Greg. So
3 minutes to post here in the 9th at Aqueduct. Coming up tomorrow, actually coming up in the next hour and 17 minutes. That's all you have left to register for our Aqueduct Saturday contest. If you want to be involved, you can go to NYRA.com/challenge to get signed up and started. It's a $250 buy-in, all cash prize pool, and it pays all the way down to 7th place. But again, if you want to be involved, you only have until 5 p.m. Eastern today.
I want to get a little leeway, and I want to play the contest. After this horse, I'd like to talk about the 9, Nuno Luna, the horse I like. Listen, Fierce Scarlet can win. She's faced some very good horses in her career, not just Concrete Rose as a 2-year-old. But the problem is she faced Concrete Rose as a 2-year-old. That was 5 starts back. She cannot stay on the racetrack. The other thing is she's a Chad Brown horse that's now lost at 9-5, 5-1. She should have won 2 back. She's much the best. She got caught in terrible traffic. 2-1, 4-5, 2-1. She's always a short price. She just finds ways to lose. Yeah, Temple City Terror, who won this race, came back and ran well in her next start. Maybe she's okay. Maybe she's as good, if not better, in this field. I don't have a problem with Fierce Scarlet. I think she's good enough. But now she's been off another 6 months. Before that, she was off for, what, 7 months? She has layoff after layoff, loses at short prices.
Never gets to build momentum.
The thing about Chad Brown, right, is his horses, they win. When they're bet, they win. And when they don't, especially a trainer like Chad Brown, it's a real knock on them. His horses are, they can always get a little unlucky. She was unlucky 2 back. You don't get unlucky 5 times in a row. We'll talk about my 9 eventually. Can we talk the 9 after the 2, please? Thank you.
You've not lived my life. 5 times in a row? That's nothing.
Yes, right. They don't want me to talk about the 9. That's clear. I thought Windfall Prophet won very easily when she broke her maiden. And she ran extremely well when she was 4th 2 races back because that was a ridiculously slow pace. And probably if Javier had to do it over again, he would have had her closer to the pace than she was. Now, last time out, she ran okay picking up 2nd off of Eye of the Soldier. And I guess there's 2 ways to look at it. You could say the horse who won Capital Structure, you could see how impressively she's going to win this race. Maybe she's a stakes quality filly. And she just ran against a horse she just couldn't compete against. So actually in finishing 2nd, in a way, it was almost a winning type effort. I kind of wanted to see more from her. I thought her race 2 back showed that she could run really well. And when she got at least a more honest race, the Widener, more fair to closers in the inner track, I didn't love her last effort. I think she is a major player in this race, and I picked her 2nd. But I just didn't love her last race.
But you get a man that's riding out of his skin right now.
I think Joel Rosario this year has had as good a year riding as any rider in the game. There are a lot of guys who've ridden well. I think Joel's been sensational in 2020.
We have said his name on the show constantly, and it's been well-deserved. Una Luna, all right, make your case here, 10-1.
Well, I think it's pretty clear if you go back before the layoff. Granted, they were at Gulfstream. She ran races that are competitive in here. She's running against some decent horses. She was running good figs. She's got 12 firsts and seconds and 21 starts. She kept some good company. She comes off a layoff after having not run in 8 months, and she looks on paper to be a speed. Instead, her other horse from the trainer went to the front, and Luis Saez, against the way he rides, he rated her. Clearly, they must have felt that she needed a race. And then she comes back, and they rain the race off the turf. I've been waiting for her to run back off that race 2 back, and that I think that she's a better horse than that, and they sort of gave her one off the layoff. If my thinking is right, I've got a horse that's 11-1 right now. It's not an easy field, but I think it's a competitive field. I think you'll agree with me. There's nobody on paper in this race that you're deathly afraid of.
No. Quickly, let's go to Acacia.
Well, just wanted to touch on the number 1 Short Pours. She's actually acting up in the gate a little bit now as they loaded in, as that's exactly what happened last time. She'll be facing Open Company for the first time after only facing New York Breds. That's something I had wanted to touch on, and that's exactly what she did, as she's been a bit difficult in the gate in her last couple of starts. So keep an eye on her, as tough to see from my vantage point, but looks like Jose Lezcano has stepped off her back to try to keep her a little bit more settled. Unfortunately, being inside, she has the not enviable position of having to load first. So that's going to be a key for her, and I think that's been her Achilles heel in getting out of the gate cleanly, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Windfall Prophet, the 2's become the favorite, waiting on the last to load here on the outside, and we'll be ready to roll. Apurate, John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Short pour from that inside post going out for the lead. Sun Summers is there. And from the outside, it is Una Luna and Apurate. Then it's Windfall Prophet who's racing in 5th. Fierce Scarlet is in 6th. And then we come back to Go-Go Shoes next in 7th, followed by Fionn Barr, I Have a Soldier, and RV Treasure. Trails the field in 10th as the field moves around the clubhouse turn. Short Pour leads by 2.5 lengths. Apurate has moved into 2nd. Sun Summers down at the rail is next in 3rd. And Una Luna is 4th. The quarter went in 23 and 2. And then it's Windfall Prophet who's racing in 5th, about 7 lengths off the lead. On the outside is Fierce Scarlet, followed by Go-Go Shoes, I Have a Soldier. At the back of the pack are Fionn Barr and RV Treasure, half in 47 and 2. And the leader is Short Pour in front here by a length. Apurate on the outside in 2nd. Sun Summers is 3rd by a head. Una Luna on the outside in 4th. Windfall Prophet down at the rail runs in 5th, and now they're midway on the turn. Fierce Scarlet on the outside is 6th, and moving up just a bit. Down at the rail is Go-Go Shoes, and then Eye of a Soldier. It's wide open here as they come into the lane. 3/4 went in 1:11 and 4. It is Apurate. Sun Summers has room down at the rail, is coming on through. On the outside is Una Luna. Windfall Prophet looking for a seam. And then it is Go-Go Shoes. And on the extreme outside, it is Fierce Scarlet. It is Sun Summers who has the lead. Go-Go Shoes moves to 2nd. Sun Summers pulls off the upset here. And then Go-Go Shoes in 2nd, and Windfall Prophet was 3rd.
He's just always dangerous. It does not matter. Mike Maker, Sun Summers. This horse has now won 3 of the last 4, but 2 of the last 3 since moving to Maker's Barn.
If you have this exacta, you deserve about a $2,000 payoff, $2. This was a fabulous ride by Jorge Vargas because he put himself in position where he could get lucky. Because he left, this horse doesn't have much speed, but he left and he aggressively held that inside position when the 9 wasn't aggressively ridden to get in front of her. He held that inside pocket. They drifted a bit in the stretch, and it just opened up, and he was able to come through. She may have run the best race because she actually did hold fairly well in here, but she got a fabulous trip, and it's all because Jorge Vargas left and got position, and that was a really good job by him. Congratulations to Connections. Go-Go Shoes, I think Kendrick's been riding well, gets 2nd, but this was a race where a lot of horses getting bet did not show up. Greg.
No question. 10-1 over 24-1. Windfall Prophet did go off your 5-2 favorite, checks in 3rd. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Huge performance. I totally agree with Andy about the rides. As looking at the runner-up in Go-Go Shoes, she was one on paper that looked like she was going to be a big part of the pace and coming from off of it, and it seemed like she got bumped just a little bit at the start. I don't know if it was really anything significant, but saw Kendrick do this earlier in riding a horse that was kind of out of its comfort zone and out of that typical means of running, and that's what the jockeys, the best ones, have to do, is go to all the plans down through the letters of the alphabet to make the most of it, and Go-Go Shoes certainly did just that. But Sun Summers up the rail, no beating her, as she's in great form right now. Seems like she was facing tougher today, but trips always a big difference, and she just came back full of energy too, galloping out here.
Acacia, thanks. 3-4-2-10 finish. Sun Summers and Jorge Vargas Jr. making all the right moves on this broken valve filly for Mike Maker.
She was a hard horse to like, and I know Mike Maker claimed her, but she's run 2 races since then. I mean, her second at even money to Bean Counter would not be competitive here. Even her win last time at 6-5 at Churchill Downs, these are, on paper at least, better horses. She's improved for Mike Maker, but she also benefited from a great trip and an excellent ride from Jorge Vargas.
All right, let's head back to Churchill. By the way, that last race in the 6th, Jalen Journey staying with Steve Asmussen, but Ruler of the Nile did get claimed.
Still less than the $1 million they paid for the horse as a 2-year-old, or as a yearling.
Boyfriend Material also claimed out of there. 7th race, 7 furlongs, $150,000 maiden claiming event, 6-5 favorite. Patty H. Brad Cox.
You can't use maiden claim and maiden special to maiden claim or drop down because there's 5 horses making that drop and 4 first-time starters. So everybody in the race is making the drop or making their debut.
Here's tap time. First time out for by Tapiture, I should say, for Joe Sharp.
There are some foals that ran okay buyer figures on the dirt from this dam. Nothing special, though.
As per Podia, Kenny McPeak.
Tremendous job pronouncing that. 3 out of the 7 foals were okay, though the dam was more turf meant.
Rockstar Parking, that's my talent. Brett Calhoun.
Really? The opposite of me. Love those upstarts. Maybe this horse will run better. Did get absolutely eliminated at the start last time.
And took a little bit of money in that race, too. Tone My Betty for Joseph Jennings, tonalist filly.
First foal from this dam. More turf on the dam side. Not taking any money.
Ian Wilkes trains this first-timer.
Not taking much money as well. There is no pedigree on this one. Jess's Dream, the sire. Don't see a lot of them.
Yeah. Patty H, career start number 5. It's Brad Cox.
I want to bet against this horse, don't you, Greg? Burned a lot of money, 6-5, even money, 5-2. Keeps losing for Brad Cox. Horse has chances.
8-1. Meanwhile, General Ginny, another Ian Wilkes runner.
Yeah, maybe this horse will improve second time. Ian Wilkes horses often do.
Didn't take any money though first out. Hybrid Eclipse for John Ennis, second-time starter.
Yeah, I mean, this horse didn't run that badly. I think the 7, 8, and 9 are all similar, right? They all ran enough first time they could improve second time out and be effective.
8, very interesting. And then Zapparita on the outside, Wayne Catalano, showed speed in the debut in that maiden special at Keeneland.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
5-1.
The problem is that the winner, I believe, was trained by Tom Amis, so how much can I possibly respect this horse losing to that horse?
If you want to play this race or any of the action we show you in the program, Twin Spires, as you know by now, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you that $200 new player bonus. To take advantage, punch in Get 200 at sign up, and you'll start your $200 new player bonus right away at twinspires.com or by downloading that Twin Spires app. Yeah, I mean, at even money, this horse deserves to be the horse to beat, but as you mentioned, has burned a lot of money. Let's take a look at Patty H in action back on October the 16th when, well, actually for once was not favored.
I'm just glad to finally get a horse in a race on today's show with Saul Cuman's Silks, because poor Saul, he hasn't been represented so far as I can tell on this show. Listen, she's obviously run better than anybody in this race has run. So I don't think any of us are going to be surprised if she wins the race. But she doesn't have real upside. She sort of is the horse that she is. I think you would agree with that. Of course, I mean, obviously there's upside if she turns 3 or 4. But in general, I think we're seeing a filly we've already seen. It's a made horse. The 3, the 7, the 8, and the 9 particularly all ran in certain ways in their first starts that suggest they could move forward. And they don't have to move much forward. Her best figures are 259s, right? We've got 52, 55, and 49, and we'll get to the 3 Rockstar Parking like I can talk about next. But it's just, you look, 6-5, even money, 5-2, Brad Cox. He's supposed to win. Price like Brad Cox, like Chad Brown, like Todd Pletcher, when they're 2-year-olds especially are in races and they're short prices, they're supposed to win. They're not supposed to lose 3 or 4 times in a row. That's always a problem.
And look, every now and then you can run into a monster, maybe even twice. Sure. It doesn't happen 4 times.
No, I agree. It's not like this horse is doing any special running. I mean, it's not really a drop down. They paid $125. They're running for $150. These are races sort of for 2-year-olds that aren't good enough to compete against the real tigers, you know?
So if someone's looking to play this race and you're seeing, okay, Patty H is that solid even money favorite. 3, 7, 8, 9, probably the most logicals.
They are. I mean,
would you go 3, 7, 8, 9 with 1 with 3, 7, 8, 9? Maybe a trifecta.
You mean with 6 with 3, 7, 8, 9? I like that. That's not a bad play. I like that idea. 3, 7, 8, 9 with 6 with 3, 7, 8, 9. That's not a bad play. I like that. That's $6 for 50 cents.
Any of the firsters you think should be included?
Well, the only one taking any money right now, right, is the 1 Tap Time, Joe Sharp. I stay away from firsters, but that doesn't mean they can't run. I like Rockstar Parking here. Rockstar Parking coming out, I mean, was just absolutely slammed at the start. I mean, to me, that was legit. I mean, they did really try to get this horse to motivate, but just eliminated the break. As you say, 8-1. Absolutely took some money in that race first time out. We've seen these upstarts. This is a daughter of upstart, be very good and precocious so far this year. And I feel like Rockstar Parking is the kind of horse, especially Tyler Gaffalione, probably has a lot more speed than it showed first time out because of the bad break. And I won't be surprised to see this horse come out running.
I think I would play it. I wouldn't even go for the 3, 7, 8, 9 with 6 with 3, 7, 8, 9, and then key the 6 and 3rd as well.
Okay, and how about then an extra 50 cents, 3 with 6 with 7, 8, 9, 3 with 7, 8, 9 with 6?
Okay.
All right, Greg. All right, you got me. What are we talking about?
Yeah. obviously, Patty H could still win. That would not bode well here for that play, but we'll see what happens. At even money, take a shot again. It's beaten favorite on 2 occasions already, making start number 5 today in a short price with a few that definitely look like they have some upside potential here, making just the second start of their career. And in regards to the firsters, too, yes, 7/8 can be a difficult distance first time out.
Agreed. That's also another good point. Boy, you're really on top of your game today, Greg.
For once.
That's not fair.
Here's General Ginny moving in. One of the 2 for Ian Wilkes. Travis Stone with the call. Patty H, the 6, heavy favorite for Brad Cox, who, by the way, claimed Dream Friend back at Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Patty H and Hybrid Eclipse. Fastest out of there. Zaparita for that outside post is not far behind either. And toward the rail is Rockstar Parking racing 4th as the field heads up the backstretch now. General Ginny comes away in 5th. Tap time is 6. Aspropatia is racing 7th, while in between a break of 6 lengths back from there to Tone My Betty and JD's Vista at the back of the pack. 22-1 was at opening quarter mile. And Patty H is on through to take a narrow lead, but Hybrid Eclipse is keeping pace, and they're 1-2 with 4 furlongs to go. Rockstar Parking with a good trip so far in behind while 3rd. Zaportia's racing in 4th and about 5 lengths off the lead. Now getting closer is that one. Farther back in the field is General Ginny, followed by Tap Time as they round the far turn. Patty H and Hybrid Eclipse still head in head. Zaparita's right there. Rockstar Parking in behind. General Ginny, 5 lengths to make up. Aspropatia starting to pick it up as well. A lot of ground to make up. They're off the turn. Patty H in deep water. Here's Hybrid Eclipse to the front. Zaparita's putting in a run. Rockstar Parking trying to come through toward the rail. Patty H is back to 4th. 1 furlong to go. Hybrid Eclipse, tenuous lead. Zaparita, Rockstar Parking, still Hybrid Eclipse, desperately trying to hold. Rockstar Parking's rallying up the rail to win it. Rockstar Parking up over Hybrid Eclipse, Zaparita. Then it's tight, Aspropatia or General Ginny.
We forgot the 3 on top of the 789 with 789. That's right, Greg. I blame you for
top
this.
Pick win bet.
I did bet to it. No,
okay.
I bet a few dollars to win this horse.
No, actually,
I like the play you came up with. The 6 was bad, but the play was good.
Yeah, doesn't always work out.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I don't think I'll have a luckier win this entire year, and I hate to think I wasted on a 5-2 shot. Because, am I crazy? Did Hybrid Eclipse run her little heart out in this race? I mean, talk about getting a perfect trip. I mean, Tyler Gaffalione could do nothing wrong in this race, and coming through on the inside and just getting up. Terrific ride by him. She obviously improved, but poor Hybrid Eclipse. I mean, seriously, if you bet the 8, you've got to be steaming.
It's 7-1 as well, and you're not going to get 7-1 again, likely, on her next time out. 3-8-9 finish that Patty H does not even hit the board in that race. Back at Aqueduct, Sun Summers, Mike Maker, and what a ride from Jorge Vargas Jr.
Yeah, this was a great ride and a great job. And you know what? You got this exacting. You got almost $400 for $2. You were robbed. You deserved much more. 23 to win, 23 to place.
10-1 over 24 to 1, 198 for $1.
Tough race, tough one for me. I couldn't have that one.
Yeah, that's incredibly difficult. That always means more too, doesn't it? When there's a Chad Brown runner in there and a Shug McGahee runner who's a favorite. Cross country pick 5 follow along, 7,996.
Want the parlay? 50, 450, 1350, 13,500 plus 27, 16,200. Paid twice the parlay.
How about that for value?
Especially considering I think the pool was, there was around 4 or 5 winning tickets and still paid twice the parlay.
We're going to take a break. We're going to talk Funny Guy when we come back. Going to line up in the Thunder Rumble. He's got a tough group he's going to take on, but he is the one to beat for John Terranova.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, spun to run, new for 2021, standing at Gainesway.
New York breds are New York tough, like Tiz the Law winning the Florida Derby, Belmont Stakes, and the Midsummer Derby.
Tiz the Law! He's going to win the Run Happy Travers!
Learn how you can be New York smart by becoming a New York breeder or owner to take part in a program that offers tens of millions of dollars in purse money and awards for owners, breeders, and stallion owners. Get with the program at nybreds.com.
Thunder Rumble charging hard on the far outside, and now he's in front. And Dixie Brass toward the inside is now back, racing in second position. And farther back, Devil Is Due, and they're coming down toward the final 16th. And it is Thunder Rumble who rambles home here to win the Travers Stakes.
How about that performance back in the 1992 Travers Thunder Rumble?
I remember it like it was yesterday. Hollywood Herb McCauley riding Thunder Rumble for trainer Richie, the late, great Richie O'Connell, as well trained Thunder Rumble, who's a tremendous New York bred. Dixie Brass for Dennis Bride, I think, got a little tired, the winner of the Met Mile. Julio Pazua, I believe, riding that one in the Travers.
Way too much knowledge
real
up there.
Names. Yes, it's really useful knowledge. It's very good for me. But Thunder Rumble was an absolutely fabulous New York bred. Richie O'Connell, I'm sure many people remember, a terrific trainer for many years here in New York. And Thunder Rumble was quite a runner. And we've got a race named for him on Sunday. And always nice to remember the terrific runners in the past, especially the New York breds.
If they ever create Trivial Pursuit Horse Racing Edition, I want to partner up with you.
I'll keep that in mind, Greg.
Thunder Rumble coming up on Sunday, and Funny Guy going to line up again for John Terranova. They tried the mile and an eighth. Seems like that's not what he wants to do. Let's go back to the Vosburg when he was second to Firenze Fire.
Yeah, this effort would make him very tough in here. And I think it's an interesting question because he has run well enough going a mile that I am a little disappointed by his effort last time out. And I think you have to ask yourself if that sort of magic that he caught earlier in the year, if he's tailed off a little at the end of the year, and in which case he could be vulnerable here. I'm not sure. I think there's an argument for both sides, and I think it maybe makes him a little bit vulnerable because he wasn't going to beat Mr. Buff, but it wasn't a good effort by him.
No.
But maybe it was a little bit far. Cutting back 7 furlongs is really kind of his ideal distance. He's one of the ones to beat, but Greg, looking at this race, I think you make a lot of case for all of them. Even the Binkster, who looks to be a bit overmatched, isn't he the controlling speed in a race where has a shocking lack of pace?
It's just Binkster.
Just Binkster.
Facebook, not the Facebook.
That was the moment, you know. That was the moment.
I like Binkster. I got a lot of love for that horse. He's been a really good one for Ray Handel. I'm with you. Funny Guy. If he gets back to those races, first 2 starts of the year, Even the Forgo. He wins this race going away.
Oh, I agree. I
But,
totally
yeah.
agree. But his last race, you have to be careful when rest horses don't run well. You've got to ask yourself, how legit are the excuses, especially when they're short prices.
Nightcap at Aqueduct here. 6 furlongs on the main track for non-winners of 2 Lifetime. This is Well Brush My Tooth. Linda Rice.
I will make a promise. I love Classy Sadie in this race. If she doesn't win here, I will never pick her again. This is the third one of these horses getting a trainer switch from John Service to Linda Rice. I don't think the first 2 horses acquitted themselves that well. This is 2 back in May at Gulfstream. She ran a race that would give her a chance in here. Then she ran poorly in a subsequent start. Linda Rice is a very good trainer. So's John Service. And she's one of the ones who can win here. She's a new face. That makes her sort of interesting in a race where there are a lot of faces you're tired of seeing. But talking about my horse, Classy Sadie, we'll talk about her more. I really like her chances, and I think there's a lot to like about this horse if you take more than a quick look at her PPs.
All right, she's the 3, 8-1. Let's head downstairs first to Acacia.
And we'll get to Classy Sadie momentarily, as I like her too, but looking at Well Brush My Tooth, as I saw her back in May when she was sprinting, and she definitely looks like a sprinter. Well, I didn't see that mile race in person. I don't think she wanted any part of it. My notes from her race back in May when going 6 furlongs was that I actually wanted to see her a little bit stronger behind the saddle. She just looked a little bit light to me off of the layoff, especially to go the 6 furlong distance, and she ran very, very well. Now, while she does come back off a bit of a layoff, she hasn't run in about 5 months, and Andy brought up the point of this type of trainer change not being very successful over the last month or so. She's a touch soft around the edges, just splitting hairs and seeing just some others that are much more fit in here, but she does look overall like she has strengthened a bit. So while she perhaps might need a race, I think she's in the right spot, and she's filled in more than what I saw from her back in May. But Classy Sadie, Antonio Arriaga's horses always look really well turned out, and she is dappled out from head to toe. She's super fit too. Actually, she, in my mind, just physically looking at her in the paddock, she's a physical standout, and she gets a significant drop in class. I think that this could be a good spot for her. The 11 is a long shot that I wanted to touch on quickly. Bear with me here. Is Whistling in the Dark. I know that she maybe is just not that good as she pulled an upset 2 back, but she does not look in any way like the type of horse that would like a wet track, and just physically backed up my thoughts last time. She's a big, heavy horse, kind of heavier down on her body, looks like a true sprinter, so shorter and a fast main track should help her at a price. We'll see if she can move forward, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Here's our post break. We start with Mebs Webb, 5-1, Eric Cancel.
This horse had a lot of chances, but the truth is, if you look at 4 of the last 5 races, they're fast enough to compete. I think this horse is a player.
Finally got in the winner's circle. Lucky's 13 last out. Dazzling Speed, Heeman Harkey.
At one time had the speed to be contentious. The last race was bad, albeit in a muddy sealed track.
That's being generous.
Low-profile connections. Yes.
Classy Sadie.
I'll expand on it after the post parade, but this horse is making a big drop, and she ran very well the last time she was in a race where she had a chance, but she had a bad trip.
Here's the Linda Rice runner that we showed you in that race at Gulfstream back in May.
I'll have to know where the name came from. Well, Brush My Tooth. We'll see how this horse does off a layoff.
Well, Shiver Me Timbers almost?
Yeah, right. I like that.
32-1. Michael Simmons trains Any Day Is Her Day.
Any day could be any horse's day, but looking at her PPs in the dirt, it doesn't feel like today will be it.
She had her day once at Aqueduct. It was
she did
back in February here. I'm incommunicado. Excuse me, Derek Ryan.
This horse has run twice in the dirt and has a combined 9 Beyer points to her name.
Favorite at mild one at 7-2.
The 8 is 7-1 in this race. Think about that for a second. Shannon's Girl, she's had a lot of chances and she has a lot of seconds.
25-1 on Gringotts. Blinkers coming off. Eddie Davis just claimed this one off Chris Englehart.
She has 9 bad races and 1 race that would make her a winner in here. Where did it come from?
Yeah, why is the 8 7-1? We'll get back to that in a minute. That is strange.
We need to do that.
Whistling in the Dark, Tom Albertrani had a maiden score at Saratoga this summer.
And there's a lot of horses that have speed in this race. She is one of them. When she won at Saratoga, she rode a gold rail.
Kendra Carmouche breaks away from the pony there for the warm-up. Touch of Nirvana, Luis Miranda.
3 and 4 back, this horse ran against better horses and ran fast enough to win this race. I wouldn't throw this horse out at a huge price.
Sararini 41-1. Gary Siaka.
Another horse who has one figure and a lot of other races that make her 100-1 in this race.
And the winner was the debut since that time.
I bet
abysmal.
I bet the day she ran the 70 buyer and got beat a nose at 10-1, by the way, in case you're interested.
Jackpot horse Empire 6 gets hit if Trip Road were to win. Does this one have any chance?
I don't know. This horse has some speed figures that lately that make the horse a contender. Can it bring that form from Finger Lakes?
Andre Worry will ride for Rachel Sells. Nightcap here coming up at Aqueduct. Let's take a look at the late pick 5 here in New York. They are big.
As they should be.
To the favor right now. Well, actually, it's become the 6 who's the favorite right now. $33,509. But shortest payout is the 9. $33,141. Yeah, this was a tough sequence to have today.
Very, very tough. I play the big 4. I'm 0 for 3 so far. I'm hoping I'll have one win, though, because I did single horse in here that I made a nice bet on. I like Classy Sadie. Take her PPs apart. She caught a sloppy seal track last time. She obviously didn't handle it all. I don't think that's representative of her skills. She caught the turf before that. She's not a turf horse. And she still didn't run so badly that she couldn't compete here. She was running against much better horses 3 back when she came off the claim for Antonio Arriaga. She got completely eliminated in the early stages of that race and just had no shot thereafter. She's got figures, even that race, the 58 buyer, 63 buyer, all those figures make her a major player in this race. She drops down to the level they claimed her at. It's not like it's a total fire sale. This is where they claimed her. Maybe they've just been too ambitious with her and, frankly, a little bit unlucky in the spot she caught. I think she makes a lot of sense here for Louis Cardenas. She can be somewhat forward, but she isn't really a speed type. And, I mean, you got a 14-horse field, Greg, or 13 with a scratch, and a ton of speed signed on. 12 with 2 scratches. Ton of speed signed on. It's hard for there not to be at least a somewhat contentious pace here.
And with that, clicks down to 6-1 here for Antonio Arriaga. 2 minutes to post here in this nightcap at Aqueduct. Let's check in again with Acacia.
And Andy, I landed on Classy Sadie too, so hopefully that's not too much for weight for her to carry today. But wanted to talk about the warm-up of your favorite, Well Brush My Tooth. Immediately out of the post parade, Jose Lezcano took her away from the pony and was really asking her. She had a very aggressive warm-up. I would say that she and the 11 Whistling in the Dark as a typical Kendrick Carmouche move, those two had the strongest warm-ups out there. And she's really perked up a lot since she got her ears up and just really kind of getting that blood flowing. Sometimes you'll see that for horses turning back, having a stronger warm-up too, wanting them to be a bit sharper. Just thought that was something interesting to note, especially for a horse that hasn't run in about 5 months, that Jose really trying to get her a little bit more revved up out there, and seems to be working as of now, as Jose can be one of the more aggressive riders out of the gate. Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2-1 favorite here with Jose aboard.
Tough to take 2-1 on this horse, given the PPs. This horse is just not very good, and you're kind of assuming that Linda's going to improve this horse or get back to the best races and hope it's good enough. We'll see. I think the horse can win. I won't be shocked if she was, but I don't think 2-1 is a good price in anybody. Let's talk about Touch of Nirvana, who's 24-1 right now. I'm not making a huge case of this horse, but this kind of horse that the more I looked, caught my eye. When this horse originally claimed, and I understand Louis Miranda, he's 0 for 49 this year. We're talking about a 24-1 shot. So do you really care about that much? Because if you look back, when he claimed this horse from Michelle Nevin, he's off for 3 months. She came back and she actually ran 2 buyer figures against tougher horses that make her competitive here. Things went wrong. Last time was the slop. So he gives her a little bit of a freshening. He drops her down to a level she probably should have been running at in the first place. He claimed for $25,000 in a maiden claiming race. The rule of thumb is that you're never going to be worth as much as you are in a maiden claiming race. You run them for about half the price. So maybe she's just running where she belongs in here. I don't love her, but should she really be 25-1 in this race? Can't she make enough of a case for her? I mean, why is the 8 9-1? Aren't we supposed to discuss incommunicado? What are they looking at?
Just has zero ability on dirt in the 2 times we've seen this filly run over it.
And even the turf races are dressed up and aren't that good. The win was against a very weak field. Wouldn't be good enough here. I have no idea. I mean, if somebody wants to bet this horse at 40-1. But
let me ask you that. At least was showing speed against straight maiden special, and there's the 8 leaving our screen right now. Is this horse going to be forwardly placed back on dirt?
Oh, you would think so, and Farron Peterson has been aggressive, but isn't Mebs Webb? Doesn't she have to go from the inside? Don't you think the number 11 could have speed? Shouldn't Sararini be going in here? Are we really to the point where there's 12-horse fields and all let one go and 11 grab?
Yeah, I mean it was brief speed she showed too.
Yeah, I guess anything's really possible in here, but I mean, Whistling in the Dark is 5-1 in here. Based on what? Her maiden win was a 51 buyer where she rode the goldest of gold rails against horses that have proven not to be dirt horses. I know she's got Kendrick Carmouche. I know Tommy Albertrani's horse been running well, but 5-1 on this horse?
That's the 11.
I don't understand this at all. Do they think that Kendrick's going to get loose? Maybe he will. Maybe one goes and 11 grab. Wouldn't be the first time, but it would be sad to see.
There's the 8. We'll see how aggressive Farron Peterson is. Trying to get that first winner. It's still Linda Rice's Well Brush My Tooth, the 6, favored at 5-2. It's the nightcap here at Aqueduct. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 13, Sarah Rini, just walked out of the starting gate and trails the field. Whistling in the Dark is out for the lead with Any Day Is Her Day. And down on the inside, Well Brush My Tooth now moves up. Far outside is Trip Road Racing in 4th. Meb's Web is down at the rail, next in 5th. And then we have a Dazzling Speed in 6th, followed by Classy Sadie, along with I'm Incommunicado. And then on the outside is Gringotts as the field goes around the far turn. Up front, it is Well Brush My Tooth, Whistling in the Dark, Any Day Is Her Day in 3rd. Classy Sadie is next in 4th. Meb's Web down at the rail in 5th. Dazzling Speed is 6th. Trip Road is in 7th. Touch of Nirvana far outside in 8th. And Gringotts in 9th, followed by I'm Incommunicado. And then Shannon's Girl. And after that slow start, Sarah Rini, the half mile in 47 seconds. They're moving for the 8th pole. Whistling in the Dark, Any Day Is Her Day, driving up on the outside. Classy Sadie is gaining ground now from 3rd. And Well Brush My Tooth as they come for the finish. Any Day Is Her Day. And on the outside, Classy Sadie. Photo finish. Any Day Is Her Day. And Classy Sadie noses apart in the nightcap.
Any Day Is Her Day, I believe, gets the win here at 33-1. The 3 ran huge. Classy Sadie, I believe, just came up short.
Did I really lose to the 7 horse in this race? Oh, my gosh.
Well, at this point in the stretch, Whistling in the Dark in front, but here comes Any Day Is Her Day. And here comes the 3, widest of all, with Luis Cardenas, the 3, Classy Sadie. Going to make it very close to the wire.
Congratulations to the connections of Any Day Is Her Day. Wow. I don't know what to say. She ran some race today. Where did it come from?
It is just a massive reversal of form, but dropping continually down the class ladder, and a huge number here. We'll give you the pick 5s again in a moment. I didn't even think to look at what they were for this horse. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, I watched this race next to trainer Michael Simmons, who was rooting her home. And it just, when you have that emotion, those moments down to the wire, and your horse is in with a shot, it was just really, really awesome. And he said he's been waiting to run her for 16. So found the right spot today, said finally got her where he thought that she fit. And today really was her day. I just think that's really one of the best parts about the game, guys, when you see people that maybe don't have a lot of horses in their barn, that don't have as many opportunities, find the right spot, get their horse home at a big price. And a big performance today, big balloons out there on the tote board, but congratulations to some very happy connections down here.
And the late pick 5, we're going to give it to you in a moment, but over $260,000 with this horse taking the nightcap.
I'm just glad somebody here is happy.
7, 3, 6, 11. Wow, how do you come up with this ticket? Incredible. 33-1 to close it out. 4-year-old filly by Alpha, who was 1 for 16 coming in. Back to Churchill, and odds for the 8th. 3-5 on American Mandate. This race 5 furlongs, entry-level allowance, and it seems like really a 2-horse race matchup. Well, I was going to say 2 horses between Verb and the 3-5 favorite, but Verb's not even the second choice. Royal Daher is. Equal Justice, the 1, kicks things off for Jennifer Patterson.
Yeah, this is one of the few that might be as big an upsetter as we just saw in the last race here at Aqueduct.
7-2 on a horse who ran a huge number last start at Oakland. That was back in late February for James DeVito.
Where did that race come from, and can this horse possibly repeat it? And that's a legitimate number. This horse was still a good horse and finished ahead of the favorite that day.
Yeah, American Mandate, who we're going to see. Here's Verb for Keith Desormeaux, been off since May 23rd.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this horse. Obviously has some good numbers, feels like can be somewhat forward in this race, but the layoff always a concern.
Twilight Fantasy, Brian Hernandez Jr. for Joe Sharp.
To me, one of the 2, 3, 4 are going to win this race because American Mandate's going to find a way to lose. This seems like the least likely. Do you think this horse is going to be aggressive, though? Because this horse can be very quick.
I'm talking about the 4.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, coming out of a race with Echo Town, by the way. The 5 went by him on his kid, and here's Chief How Come.
Yeah, Chief How Come tries the dirt for the first time. It's really a turf pedigree. You wonder, was this 5-furlong race originally 5.5 on the turf? You know, when they was it originally in the book as a turf race?
1-2 on American Mandate, who, again, keep in mind, as Andy told you, a horse in here that beat this horse the last time he was on the racetrack.
If you're taking 1-2 on horses that are 1 for 19 with 8 seconds and 5/3, I think it's time to start reevaluating your priorities in betting. This horse has lost on the dirt consecutively at 6-5, even money, 9-5. There's an 8-9-5 on the turf as well. This horse is running some very good horses. In fact, I think lost to that good horse for Kieran McLaughlin, who won the Gotham in his debut here at Aqueduct a couple of years ago.
High Call?
High Call, yeah. This horse, I bet this horse, and High Call nailed him to the wire. I think it was 7-1. At the time, I didn't realize that wasn't a bad beat because he always finds someone to beat him. How can you possibly bet this horse on top?
Short price. Time for our market mover. It is the 3, Verb, who I thought would be a much shorter price than this. I got to believe this price is coming down. If you want to bet the market mover, anyone else in this race, download the TwinSpires app. You can also go to twinspires.com. Code to use at sign up. Get 200, and you'll get that $200 new player bonus right away. This horse was just in tough company, facing, we talked about earlier, how many times are you going to lose and you say, oh, out of a sharp barn too, like a Keith Desormeaux, and you have excuses. This horse faced some really good runners time after time after time in maiden special weights. Finally broke through, start number 7 after 5/3. And this is the maiden special win. Now, we haven't seen him since.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a concern. Where has he been? Because they've obviously been racing at Churchill. They're racing at Keeneland as well. I don't know. It was an improving start for him. I don't love that layoff. I feel as though this is a race where you're supposed to go 2, 3, 4 with 7 with 2, 3, 4 in the try. Because the 7 is going to run second. He'll just find somebody to beat him, and I don't know who's going to beat the 2, 3, and 4 in the first and third slot when the 7 finishes second. So I'm going to make that bet.
All right. Meanwhile, 3-5 on this guy in here. This race, by the way, it's 5 furlongs. We should talk about what that means for this. We don't see a lot of these 5-furlong dirt sprints.
Yeah, that's why I wonder if it was in the book as a grass race. I'm not saying I know it was and I didn't look, but obviously grass race has been canceled at Churchill Downs, and they would try to draw those races. I think they mentioned we'll schedule them and see if they fill the turf races, and maybe this was supposed to be 5.5 furlongs on the turf, and that's why the number 6 is sort of in here, right?
So 3-5 on American Mandate. Second beat a nose, had the lead in the stretch in the race taken off at Keeneland, going 5.5 last starts. Can be forwardly placed as well. But this horse right here, Royal de Her, again, nosed out. American Mandate for second last start. Another horse like Verb coming off a long layoff. We haven't seen this one since February at Oaklawn.
Boy, Royal de Her ran some race last time out. I'm confident this horse will win this race if he runs back to that last race. The problem is, here's one for you, 180 days, 188-plus layoff on the dirt for Jim DeVito, the trainer. 0 for 10, forwarding the board. Sprints, 0 for 7. So he is not a trainer that notoriously has him ready off of layoffs. It's a small sample size. But
yeah, this just might be a better horse than any of those other runners where this horse ran against Volatile and had the lead in that race. Was only beat 5 1/4 off the bench November of last year. That was obviously before Volatile became Volatile, but was still very good.
Yes, I would agree.
Even money on American Mandate in here in this 8th from Churchill, but some intriguing other ways to go. The 2, Royal de Her, You're getting 3-1 on a horse who finished ahead of American Mandate the last time he was on the track. Verb has shown a lot of talent, should be forwardly placed. And then Twilight Fantasy, the 4. Second time out, he broke his maiden at Oaklawn. And he's going to be forwardly placed as well. It's going to be a hot pace up front, you would think.
It'll be interesting.
Who actually won one of these 5 furlong dirt races? Mucho for Bill Mott.
Good old Mucho. Remember how great he looked when he broke his maiden at Saratoga? Second behind Mind Control and the Hopeful, and a nice horse, but it just never really panned out for him, right?
Travis Stone.
So hard.
With the call, here's the 8th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Verb. Quickly from mid-pack, and Chief Halcombe is there. And so too American Mandate for that outside post racing up. Equal Justice in a bit tight. Twilight Fantasy comes on. Royal Daher and Amani's getting is at the back. Far turn run. Chief Halcombe, the fastest early, opens up to lead by half a length, but American Mandate cranks up the pressure right away. And these two spar up top. Twilight Fantasy just off the pace racing third. Verb toward the inside, broke on top, but is back into fourth. Royal Daher's fifth and only 2.5 lengths off the lead. They're at the quarter pole. Chief Halcombe turning for home with American Mandate. Twilight Fantasy pouncing, and Royal Daher's coming down the side of the track. Verb's in behind with 1 furlong to go. American Mandate in front. Royal Daher runs at him. American Mandate half-length lead. Royal Daher's finishing fast. Here comes Royal Daher. American Mandate. Royal Daher does it. Up over American Mandate in the last few strides. Then it was tight for third. Chief Halcombe or Twilight Fantasy.
Royal Daher just seems to have American Mandate's number. Does it to him again. Just like he did when he was last on the racetrack at Oaklawn back in February.
This horse was a week the best. He didn't break. Tyler got in trouble in the backstretch, had to steady him along. Instead, American Mandate was sitting that perfect trip and waited, and he found somebody to beat him. Yes, I got beaten in the nose to have a $4 try in here. It wasn't going to change the world, but I did have a 2-7 4, and it just never stops. Well, the 6 came back on to beat the 4. That's the part I like the most. He was quitting top of the stretch, but he came back on to beat the 4. Unbelievable.
Love this game.
No, not right now, I don't.
Royal Daher, here he comes and gets American Mandate.
4 to 5.
For just the second win of his career at 2-1.
He won by about a neck or a half length. He was about 2 weeks the best in this race. I don't think it cost me a lot of money. I don't think my $4 try was paying that much. It wasn't as bad as to beat it at Maryland.
4-5 favorite beat here in the 8th at Churchill. Double Down Stables. And James DeVito, good for him, getting it done with a horse here off the bench. Back in New York, wow, are these payoffs going to be massive. Any day is her day. Michael Simmons, winning trainer. Joseph Lowe owns this one, 4-year-old filly by Alpha.
This horse ran very well to win. This is the second win for Michael Simmons with 4 starts to meet. There are some trainers that in the past have not won a lot of races. This horse barn has been on fire with long shots. Jimmy Ferraro, now Michael Simmons, gets the job done. Listen, my horse had a good trip. I think Lee Cardenas rode very well. I'm just stunned by the horse that beat her, but beat her she did.
Wins by 3/4 of a head. Luis Rodriguez Castro aboard for the winning ride. $69 winner. Pick 4. Nearly $40,000. The pick 4. The pick 5. Wow, if you had this, can we be friends? $265,000 in the late pick 5.
But most 2 winning tickets, maybe only 1. Kind of surprised it was hit, to be honest. This was
that was an incredibly difficult sequence. When we come back, we're going to take a break. Talk about the weekend and our ABR race of the week. Grade 3, Red Smith, the defending champ. He's back, the 7-year-old Sadler's Joy. Can he repeat in our ABR race of the week? Stay with us.
in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And there goes Promises Fulfilled onto the lead, blazing first fraction. It's Strike Power taken on by Promises Fulfilled. A half mile in 43.92 seconds.
Good Magic has been defeated. The leader, Promises Fulfilled.
Promises Fulfilled is still there close to home. Promises Fulfilled is going to win the Allen Jerkens.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox family of networks. Our program is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy among them. They're all settled in at their gorgeous, historic new home. Back at Churchill. Royal Daher off the long layoff for James DeVito. Tyler Gaffalione and Double Down Stables with the win.
Tyler's had such a great meet. He and Ricardo Santana are really so clearly the top two riders there. And he got his horse in trouble. I mean, I don't blame him. He didn't break. He was steady behind horses. You rarely see Tyler, have to take up like that. But when he got out in the clear, he realized all I got in front of me is American Mandate, and one thing he's going to let me do. He's going to let me come by. This horse won by about a half length and might have been about 2 lengths the best. American Mandate will stick around to finish second again in his next start.
A little disappointing.
Well, it would have been nice if either the 3 or 4 hadn't hung and could have passed the 6 for me to hit the try, but it's the way the ball bounces.
All right, let's set up the 9th. $10,000 condition claiming race to close out the card under the Twin Spires. 2-turn mile and a 16th. Lady McKenzie. John Ortiz, Gabriel Saez just missed last start and finished ahead of Double Oaked in that race. Favored.
With the scratch of the 5 Sky Value, isn't Lady McKenzie a mortal cinch on paper in this race?
Mortal cinch in a condition claiming race?
Greg, I feel
like...
The
rest of this field's a little suspect.
It is.
What did we just see at Aqueduct?
My worst beat of the year. Thank you for bringing that up, Greg. Get away from it.
I want to keep it fresh.
Why do they keep putting me in singles when all I keep doing is losing? I just think that Lady McKenzie's supposed to be forward in this race. She seems to be effective going the 2 turns. I mean, I guess Double Oaked isn't impossible in here. Of the others, I just didn't see anybody that looked particularly competitive outside of her.
Yeah, the Double Oaked 9 seconds, 7 thirds, but Lady McKenzie much the best against her last time. We'll talk more about it in a moment. Our ABR Race of the Week coming up on Saturday. The old veteran doing it in this race last year, going to try and do it again. Sadler's Joy in the Red Smith.
The old pro is still pretty good. He had that win where he was DQ'd in Saratoga. I thought he ran well last time. The race was 1 up front. Channel Maker who won came back with a very nice third. The Breeders' Cup Classic against
the Breeders' Cup.
Yep. And Tommy Abertrani makes the right move this year that he made last year, waiting for this race, not running the Breeders' Cup, or he wouldn't have been effective. And he's a neat horse. He's a horse to beat. I think this is a tougher edition than last year's.
Okay, I was just going to ask you that. Do you think, if you thought he was a standout in this group, or do you think someone like Red Knight, excuse me, Vermont,
the Graham Motion horse, because I don't have the PPs in front of me.
Zayad.
Zayad. I think Zayad's going to run very well in here. He ran well with a tough trip in the race that Red Knight won from Keeneland last time out. We had a wide trip. I don't think it's going to be easy. This is way the horse to beat. He buried Red Knight last year.
He's 8-5. He'll likely be shorter than that, trying to get his first win of the year again, DQ'd out of that Grade 2 Bowling Green at Saratoga this summer. But as you mentioned, Red Knight, he was no match.
I think the Sycamore is an interesting race because a number of these are coming out of there. Red Knight ran very well, and I'm not saying this to be critical, but he also got the absolute perfect trip and ride in this race. He saved ground on every turn, and I think James Graham rode him. He angled him out in the stretch, and he just was able to, you have to save ground in these races to be able to make that big punch. Whereas Zayad, because he drew that outside post, he ends up 3 wide without cover much of the race, and there he is sort of closing in there for third on the outside. I thought it was a very good effort by him when you consider the trip, and he's a grinding type. And I'm hoping he can save a little ground at some point in this race and turn the tables. He was also coming over from Europe. Now, he runs back to some of those European races. He'll win this race. I don't know if he's still that horse, and usually Graham Motion has him ready off layoffs. The North Dakota may have improved for Chug McGay. I don't think he was comfortable trying to close inside of horses. What do you make of Aquaphobia, who was absolutely just pitifully bad last time?
That race, he had a little bit of trouble in this race, steadied. But I got to expect from Mike Makerbaum, we're going to see a lot better from him.
I don't disagree, but one of my thoughts is that maybe he got good for Mike on a very firm turf. And last time I think it was listed as good at Keeneland, and fall at Keeneland, good. This turf is listed as firm, but we understand there's a big difference between this firm in the summer. This is good at best when you compare it to that. So I'm wondering if the going won't suit him, but I still think he can win. I wouldn't want to leave him out.
Yeah. That's a fair assessment. 9-time winner of over $700,000, Aquaphobia. Gets Irad Ortiz Jr. as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened because Mike Maker's horses usually hold their form, and he just totally went the wrong way, and I'm just wondering if maybe he's a horse that wants a firmer turf. I don't know. It's a guess.
Was steadied in that race? You didn't think it was significant
no,
enough
he was
to
steadied.
cause an excuse?
He's one of those horses, sometimes you'll see him sort of backing up in the stretch, and they're steadying because they can't hold the spot. He was done when he steadied. The steady had no factor at all. He was done by the time he steadied.
It's our ABR race of the week. Sadler's Joy is going to be incredibly tough in that race.
No question. I'm going to try him and Zayad as my 2 in there, and I'm going to try to beat him with Zayad. I don't have a lot of confidence because Zayad's very, very good.
Here's what we have left at the meet. Red Smith on Saturday. We hope you join us tomorrow. Comely on the 27th, and then December 5th, Cigar Mile Day with that Grade 1. Demoiselle go for 1. The Remsen for the 2-year-old Colts going 1 1/8 as we already get revved up and start to see who might be our contenders for the Kentucky Derby.
I always love those races. I was here at Aqueduct in 1977 when Believe It for Woody Stevens upset Alydar in the Remsen.
Wow.
Yep. Believe It finished 3rd in both the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness behind Affirmed and Alydar. He was a fabulous horse. He was just born the wrong year.
Chiluki is coming up tomorrow at Churchill.
Do you know that Chiluki is one of the top buyer figures for a debut winner? She may have been on top until McLean's Music beat her, or Formal Gold maybe. I think it was around a 110 or 112.
She was so fun to watch for Baffert.
She was Baffert, not Wayne Lucas, right?
Baffert,
okay, I thought it was Wayne, but it was Bob, yeah.
Well, Finite Steve Asmussen, she was a leading contender on the road to the Kentucky Oaks earlier this year. She reeled out 5 in a row at one point, and then she had to go to the sidelines for a bit with some issues. This was her comeback race in the Raven Run, and she ran big.
Yeah, this was a sensational effort by her. There's some people that think the rail wasn't the place to be at Keeneland that day. I didn't see it, but to be honest, I didn't pay enough attention to Keeneland. I think my opinion is particularly strong on that. Regardless, that was a woefully slow pace, and Grand Cru Class at least was on top of the slow pace. She was not, and to close into that crazy slow pace in that field, that was a real effort. I think the 1-turn mile will help her. This is a tough race, though. Risky Mandate for Tom Amos as a player. The horse on the outside for Mike McCarthy didn't get exactly the best of rides or trips last time in the teeth of a hot pace. I think she's dangerous. This Chalukya came up a very, very strong and fun race, but I agree that Finite is the horse to beat.
Yeah, and for Tom Amoss, our colleague, Risky Mandate, coming off a win that was the biggest number she's run in her career, too.
And I think the one-turn mile suits her perfectly. She's A-OK.
It's going to be a fun race. We're going to have it for you. It's the 9th on Churchill tomorrow, Grade 3 Chalukya. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We still have the finale coming up at Churchill Downs. Don't go away. 8-5, current favorite. Lady Mackenzie appears to be the best of the bunch here for John Ortiz. Stay with us.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad, Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. Plus Halliday, winner of the Grade 1 4-star Dave Handicap at Saratoga. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatil is right on the lead. Volatil with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatil in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
When the pandemic hit, we all started to worry, what would happen.
Probably my first concern was not being able to come to the farm, and I think we all felt that way.
Who was going to take care of the horses if we all started getting sick?
The main thing is making sure that the volunteers are going to be safe here.
There's still a lot of worry because we don't see the end in sight. It's a big responsibility. We had a meeting, we were spaced out all over. We've been wearing masks since the very beginning.
Joanne made everything extremely safe. She worked with a doctor who is a very good friend of the farm to get guidelines that as essential workers we needed to follow, and they were posted, they were online, they were in our emails.
We work far apart in the paddocks. We all wear masks. We stay away from each other. No more than 2 people are allowed in the office, and we have hand sanitizer and a little sink set up out in front of the barn so people can clean their hands off.
Next 2 will be Dock and Roll and Strummer.
So opening back up was a big step for us because of bringing so many people from out of town in.
The biggest concern is that we're going to have someone who's positive here that we don't know about.
So now even when we give tours, we don't give them quite the way we used to. We have the distancing, we have the masks. Volunteers feed the horses instead of letting the other people feed the horses, the visitors.
But so far, every visitor we've had has come mask in hand. No one has questioned it, and everybody seems to be enjoying the horses, even though they're not allowed to touch them this summer.
So he's a lucky boy, too. We're all lucky to be together. Being able to come here, feel safe, be around the horses, continuing the same job that they've always done. Just the time spent with the horses, I think, is calming, keeps us centered, keeps everybody healthier from being outside, doing some labor,
We do it because we love it, and it's been therapeutic. Like I said, people are like, oh my God, if I couldn't come here, I don't know what I'd do.
And the fact that we could all spend this pandemic together for a couple of hours a week or whatever we volunteer and take care of the horses and keep everybody happy, ourselves and the horses, that's the best part of all of this.
Well, some cool horses that you could see there at Old Friends at Cabin Creek, including that Zippy Chippy, Midnight Secret, Red Down South, Caracorn Patriot, just to name a few. Saturday tomorrow is the final chance to go until the end of the year. They're open noon to 3 p.m. tomorrow, your final chance of the year.
Take advantage if you can. Nice place to go to, for sure.
All right, back at Churchill, nightcap coming up. We're 8 minutes away in this condition claiming race where it's 8-5 and then 5-2 on the horse you're seeing right there. Those two matched up last time out, and that's Double Oak, the two who was beat by Lady McKenzie when they last met.
Yeah, it feels like the edge in here is that Strella's War is getting bet off turf form. I know she ran a respectable figure in an off-the-turf race at Belterra, but looking at that race, I don't think that figure is really so legit. I don't buy it. I don't think she's really a dirt horse, and I think the two, Double Oak is the obvious other horse in here. Lady McKenzie, as you say, easily beat her before. Lady McKenzie's 8-5. I hate to, strongly endorse heavy favorites, Greg, but I really think she should be 4-5 in this race, and she's an extraordinarily likely winner.
Well, let me ask you about.
Yes, Greg. Ask me anything you'd like. Personal, horses, whatever.
Double Oak did finish ahead of her the race before that when they met.
She did. She did. Let's see what happened there.
She's 2 for 16
That's
lifetime. Fair. To make her 8-5 in here.
Well, Double Oak is 2 for 33 with 16 seconds and thirds.
Well, that's the nature of this condition, right?
Yeah, but at least Double Oak's had more chances. No, you're not wrong. She did finish ahead of her. She's not totally impossible here. She's the other horse, Double Oak.
Yeah.
I don't think the other horse is Strella's War. I believe if Lady McKenzie loses, she's going to lose to Double Oak.
What about the dirt form if you go back to earlier this year with Decorated for Gold, the 9?
Well, she feels like the other horse, one horse that's left in there. Not impossible. She's got to overcome that outside post with a low percentage rider. I don't know. Will Rogers Downs? I guess her last race she's not impossible, but Double Oak beat her quite easily.
Here's She Wants More. We kick off our post parade with a filly who's 2 for 22 lifetime.
We haven't really talked about her. She got drowned by this group a few races back, but I don't think she's totally impossible for a small piece off her last couple.
Double Oaked Juan Cano, Rafael Bejarano.
Is that a reference to, is it bourbon or oak, Double Oaked? Is that a
double barrel?
I don't know. Yeah. I'm grasping at straws here.
3-1, probably by Woodford, out of Woodford Lady, I would
there
think.
You go.
Strella's War.
My best opinion of the day.
John McKee at 2-1.
This would be the one taking money I would bet against. I think she's much more of a turf horse.
Here's the 4, Dixie Mall.
Yeah, she appears to be a long shot, a little on the slow side.
And our favorite, Lady McKenzie, 8-5.
I think she's supposed to be forward in this race. For this group, 2 wins and 16 starts is pretty good.
And her numbers, seem to be much better than this group. She was strutting her stuff out there. Rider change on the 8, it's Alvin Jimenez.
That may not make any difference for a horse that had speed last time out, going a mile.
Decorated for Gold at 7-1.
Can she work out the right trip outside? I agree with you. I would make her my 3rd likeliest winner behind the 7-2.
And then B Sky High on the outside at nearly 30-1.
Yeah, she's going to have trouble working at a trip. This is going to be a winning one, and she seems better on the turf as well.
All right, so our final race of the afternoon here coming up at Churchill. You can get signed up, play along with Twin Spires. Go to twinspires.com. You can download that Twin Spires app and use that code GET200 to sign up for new members, and you'll take advantage of that $200 new player bonus in your accounts. Of course, Churchill still has some. We have the Cigar Mile that we're kind of ramping up to here. They have the Clark that they're gearing up to at Churchill.
Code of Honor running in the Clark.
Mr. Freeze may run in that race.
Well, Dale Romans doesn't miss a lot of dances. I wonder who else will be running in there. I wonder if from those horses...
Potentially Owendale, I think.
Owendale could run in there. We'll see how he does. Cigar Mile, Performer. Tribouguet's got Performer in that one.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good racing coming up. It's always a fun week. I mean, Churchill will have a lot of stakes coming up this week. We've got a bevy of stakes the next 2 weeks here. Next weekend looks sensational. The racing here. This is a great time if the weather holds up. Next weekend out in California, Del Mar, they'll have some good racing as well.
Yeah.
Some of those turf stakes, always like that festival. That's something that used to run at Hollywood Park, obviously. I know that you've been to many times. Matriarch,
Still
the Hollywood
miss it.
Derby.
I was there the final day that they ran. We had plenty of time to show this, but we'll do it now. Here's Lady Mackenzie.
You know, we waited so long, I don't think we should have shown it. I'm going to boycott. Here's Lady Mackenzie running second here. Just finishing second. Beaten by Folly with Double Oaked well back in third. Thought she ran fine. It was a 5-horse field. She wasn't favored. I think overall she's just a little faster than these horses, at least off her recent efforts. And listen, she is who she is. That was a $20,000 claimer. I think it was sort of, I don't know, it was fully a $20,000 field.
So Double Oaked. Again, this is the one who ran behind Lady Mackenzie. 2 starts back, and then she was able to turn the tables. What was the difference in the outcome between these two?
You know, I don't know. I don't really know, Greg.
Just that they're non-winners of.
Yeah, they're lower level horses. So that's the problem, and one of the reasons you don't take short prices in these races is the consistency. I mean, the better quality of a horse, the more likely they are to be consistent. I think that's reasonably fair. So listen, I'm not saying people should run the window to take 8-5. I just think that the 7 is a very likely winner of this race. But as you say, Double Oak has run better on her occasion. By the way, by my standards, also pointing to Clark. Thanks to Scott Shapiro, works at Churchill Downs, just texted me. Thank you, Scott.
Looking forward to seeing him. He's going to be a major contender in that race.
Yeah, he's a horse that always shows up and runs his solid race. You know,
started off this year incredibly strong.
Looking for a Grade 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Code of Honor is going to beat that field. I like Code of Honor.
We'll see if he can get back
I'm
to it.
rooting for the home team.
As you usually do.
Well,
as you should. You're a New Yorker.
I think you got to be loyal to the home. I'll bet against the home team, but I root for them.
But you root for them.
We don't know, right? We're not loyal necessarily with our money, but I think we want to see nothing against the other guys, but I like to see Shug go out there. He's of course the home team for him is Kentucky, right? Shug's from Kentucky.
Big fan of Code of Honor. I'd love to see him bounce back.
Yeah, I like that horse too.
Strella's War we're looking at here for Claude Brownfield, and you go back to the last time that she was on dirt. It was at Belterra. It was a race that was taken off the turf. She was favored in that race, so probably was a fairly weak group for dirt.
That's my problem, that she's being bet off of her turf form and a 70. Now, listen, she runs a 71 buyer in this race. The horses' heads will be spinning around trying to find her. She'll be so far in front of them. But I don't believe she's likely to run that figure in this race in a true dirt field. And I know I've heard people say, that the turf horses handle the dirt at Churchill. The 1 in 30 that does actually are the ones they remember, not the other 29. It's a dirt track. This is a turf horse. I would rather stick to the known quantities on dirt, like the 7, the 2, and even the 9.
Yeah, it was 6-1 in here. Yeah, that was a big buyer, wasn't it, for an off-the-turf race at Belterra?
It was. Interestingly enough, I look at buyer figures. I also look at Timeform US figures. They did not have that race particularly fast, for what it's worth. Sometimes you see horses in off-the-turf races run buyer figures or figures in general that don't get repeated in sort of scheduled dirt races. We'll see.
Meanwhile, 6-1 on Decorated for Gold. Can she wire the field, the 9, in this race?
Can she get the lead?
There is not a ton of pace, right?
No, well, the speed scratched when the number 5 and maybe the horse to beat, Sky Value, came out of here. I thought she was. I mean, you would think from the rail, Morales is supposed to go as she wants more, right? Yeah. Shouldn't she be aggressive? And if she's not, 7, 8, 9, all potential speeds. And that's the problem for Decorated for Gold. Can she get the lead from an outside post with potentially 3 speeds inside of her? And you're not dealing, I'm not looking to beat up on the jockey, and I'm not familiar with him, but he's a 7% rider.
And by the way, Mig credited him earlier. He had a very good ride earlier today.
Yeah, I'm not saying this, but on the other hand, you have a guy who's probably not as experienced as some of these guys and doesn't win, and he's got to get the right trip. He's also hasn't had a ton of mounts. We'll see. I wish him well. Here's the play. Box 379, 279 in the try, and then key the 7, 2 more, and mostly the 7. That's my play.
but you believe, and now 7-5 on Lady Mackenzie. She's been favored throughout.
I keep thinking of that Beatles song, Lady Madonna, every day you say it.
Oh, yeah, good one.
Mitch is going to sing it for us.
We'll listen to it on the way home in the subway.
You think you're going to make that train that I'm going to be on?
You wouldn't key this favorite here in most of your plays?
I would key the favorite, yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I would, yeah. But I think the 2 and 9, I think my idea, in general, maybe I'd use a bunch of horse for third. Get the 3 out of there. Play against Strella's War. That's the advantage. Get her out, you more than eliminate the takeout. That's the play.
5-2, Coast second choice. Nightcap from Churchill. Travis Stone with the call.
And they're off. Slow starts for both Double Oaked and She Wants More from their inside posts. Lady Mackenzie's racing for the lead. Strella's War is away alertly and is up and on the pace as well. Dixie Mole comes on to be third. They're into the clubhouse turn, chasing Lady Mackenzie, who leads the way. Dixie Mole up into second. Strella's War is racing third. Decorated for Gold moving up 3 wide from fourth. And on the extreme outside, B Sky High advancing up into that 4th spot now as Strella's War is back into 5th. She Wants More is racing in 6th. 12 Monarchs is 7th. And Double Oaked is at the back in 8th. Pretty tight pack. A composed opening quarter, though, in just 25 and 2/5 seconds. 4 across the track with 5 furlongs to go. Lady Mackenzie's on the inside, narrow lead. Dixie Mole's right there. So too Decorated for Gold. And B Sky High 4 wide, heading for the far turn. Strella's War is tucked away toward the rail, racing in 5th. She Wants More 6th and only 3 lengths off the lead. That is 12 Monarchs, and Double Oaked is at the back. They're on the far turn now. Lady Mackenzie steps on it. Lady Mackenzie opens up to lead by a length with 3 furlongs to go. Dixie Mole's in a drive. Here comes Strella's War sneaking through underneath. Third and now second and coming after Lady Mackenzie. Farther back, it's Decorated for Gold racing in 4th. She Wants More is 5th. Double Oaked is 6th. At the top of the stretch, Lady Mackenzie trying to see it out. Strella's War switched outside for the final quarter mile and is putting in a bid now. These two head for the 8th pole together. Lady Mackenzie's short lead. Strella's War trying to get by. Double Oaked is 3rd. Down to the final 16th. Lady Mackenzie wandering about. Strella's War keeps on trying, but is still second. Still second to Lady Mackenzie, who goes wire to wire and scores by 2.5 in the end. Strella's War was second. Double Oaked was 3rd. 12 Monarchs was 4th. And Dixie Mole was 5th.
Lady Mackenzie ducked in a little bit in the stretch, but still able to get this win. And Strella's War, that Belterra off the turf race.
Yeah, no, the 3
held up.
Yeah, I was wrong about the 3. The 3 got a very nice trip here and a very nice ride by McKee, but turned out to be second best. And a good job by Figaro Sayas. He did what he had to do, which was to get the 7 in front. Fortunately for him, only Strella's War really went early, and he was able to clear. And really, once he cleared, the race was sort of over. Nice run by the 3, though. Strella's War ran well. I guess the 2 Doubled Oak, I guess in retrospect, the reason that the 7 had an advantage over the 2, it was fairly obvious, we just didn't say it, was the 7 has speed and the 2 has none. And because of that, the 2 was just way at a disadvantage, and it really favored the number 7.
Wins is the 8-5 favorite. I mean, you thought this horse was... You talked about this horse like it was a mortal lock for a condition claiming race.
I said it beforehand. I was right.
8-5's not bad.
But my play being the 3 didn't work out. So. Depends how you look at it. Always give something for people on Twitter to say I'm an idiot. So that's always good.
2, by the way, just getting 3rd. It looked like Double Oaked. So 7-3-2. Well, the prices from this one in a minute. 7-3-2-8 to be official. We're going to take a break. When we come back, still ahead on the program. We're not done. All you got to say... 16 straight, and everybody in this game knows what you're talking about. The unbeatable cigar and that incredible win streak that lasted nearly 2 years. That's coming up next.
Over time, the Alapa story has been interwoven with its prestigious neighbor, the mighty Claiborne Farm. The recent massive and meticulous renovation at Hill and Dale at Alapa will usher in the farm's next chapter with a clear vision of the future, which sees a modern, efficient, vital, and vibrant nursery alongside its world-class stallion operation, all the while respecting the history of this important estate. In fact, the stall door numbers remain Claiborne yellow as a tribute to the illustrious racehorses that once trained on Alapa's 1 mile oval during the mid-century modern era. One such name is that of a coal-black filly who would be named Ruffian and would come to be known as one of the greatest racehorses to ever look through a bridle. Such is our heritage. Such is our inspiration. Here, the obscure becomes obvious.
Cloud computing in the Preakness.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Lady McKenzie, Gabriel Saez, John Ortiz, Dwight Pruitt winning connections with his filly by cross traffic.
And Gabriel Saez continues to ride well there. Did what he had to do. He got to the front, he secured the lead in the first turn, and then it's up the horse to get there. But, you credit Gabrielle for doing the right thing, and she got the job done and got it best. Nice run. Stella's War, I was wrong. Wow, she ran well. Good trip, good ride.
Saez, too, went to a left-handed stick for a minute, started to come out, and then quickly ducked back in, luckily for her. It was close to being, if it had continued, interference there, but not to be. Win upheld, $5.20 for the win. 7-3-2, that at trifecta, 41.60.
I feel like we could have hit the late, we could have hit this late pick 5 quite easily. What do you think? Oh, easily. What did it pay, late pick 5?
$854 divided by 4.
$200? There was... Well, you had a 2 to 5 for Maker. You had this horse. You had all you had to do was beat American Mandate, that horse that got lucky to get up in the other race.
Who we did not like?
No, I did. No, the horse.
No, American Mandate, I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm saying beat him. Yeah, it was actually not a pretty good payoff when you consider it. There were nobody in that sequence paid anything, right?
Yeah.
It was a big payout.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Remaining stakes races coming up at Aqueduct. Again, we've been talking about it a lot. We're going to continue to. It is a great one, the Grade 1 Cigar Mile, on a day that's going to be fantastic. And Firenze Fire, who was third in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, coming back to a racetrack where he's run pretty big too. I know he gets a lot of hype for Belmont, but he's run big at Aqueduct.
Ran third in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. I hate it when people say that, and I don't. You and I have talked about this because I think it sort of diminishes how good this horse really is. He's just an honest racehorse that, win or lose, shows up and runs well wherever he is. The best race he ever ran, of course, he was at Jason Service's barn, but best race he ever ran was at Belmont in a mile.
And just seemed like he was a little far back early and bunched up with horses in that sprint, and then managed to find some room along the rail and get up for third.
He's just a neat, honest horse, and I love seeing Kelly Breen's barn do well with him. Kelly Breen's barn and John Hatfield, his assistant, they do a terrific job, and they have done a great job with him. And I'm glad for Firenze Fire and the connections that he won't have that, be tainted by Jason Service and the situation with him, and that he's proven to be a good horse, and no matter whose barn he is. Yes, he doesn't have those explosive performances he had for Service, but he's still a quality Grade 1, Grade 2 type animal.
Kelly Breen, by the way, going to have that talented 2-year-old who came in from Monmouth and going to run on the Remsen as well.
Good.
Try to see if that horse can stretch out to a mile and an eighth. Hope you enjoyed it. We are on tomorrow. You're going to be here, right?
I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here Sunday.
11:30 a.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 2, so we will see you then. Coming up next, the story of the horse that put together 16 straight, made 11 consecutive starts on the turf, which is one win to show for it, and then all of a sudden a Hall of Fame trainer said, let's put this horse back on the dirt. No one could have imagined from that day on Cigar would not lose again for nearly 2 years. 16 straight victories, 9 grade ones, and immortality would follow.
Cigar, and he wins with a vengeance today. The unconquerable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar.
I don't know if he's the greatest horse that ever lived, but his accomplishment was one of the greatest accomplishments in the history of racing. And the thing that separated him from other very good or great horses of his era was clearly the streak. You had other horses be two-time horse of the year, you had other horses win the Breeders' Cup Classic, etc. But to go on this winning streak, which at this day and age is impossible, because not only did he win 16 in a row, we'll never see a horse in the modern era, a good horse even run 16 times. You know, so that separated him from all the great horses of his era, from Citation in the 40s to him in the mid-90s. You know, you think of the great horses that ran during that time, Secretariat, Seattle Slew, Forgo, Kelso, etc. None of them were able to do what he was able to do. And I think that's what makes him stand alone.
We acquired Cigar from a California trainer in the spring of 1994. And as we prepared him, we got him ready to run. You know, looking at his past performances, we could see where he had been running on the turf and been running fairly well out in California. So we sort of geared him to a turf campaign, and we trained him in that direction. I ran him 4 times on the grass, unsuccessfully, I might say, and actually some very average races.
It is unaccounted for, holding off Same Old Wish. Unaccounted for, wins by 2. Same Old Wish was second by 5, Cigar was third.
I was the last one to lose on him before he went on his win streak. I rode Cigar on the turf for Mott, was just a regular allowance horse on the turf that I rode, because I rode everything, almost everything for him. Mike Smith and I were sharing, and almost felt like a horse like holding back almost, or something, like not trying. And and I tipped him out and he was finished up, go off the turf course, and he like runs off with me back home and just feels absolutely spectacular on the dirt. I'm thinking to myself, well, I bet you this horse he should give him a chance to run on the dirt. And I kind of like told Bill, I was like, you know, it feels like he would run on the dirt.
She was a salesman as well as a very, very good jockey, great jockey. And if she would have really believed that, I think she would have talked Bill Mott into riding her on that horse the next time on the dirt. And Mike Smith rode him the next time. So maybe it's true, but I think she probably would have made a point to ride him.
And at that time, my agent was Larry Snake Cooper, who was he was an amazing agent. We had so much fun together. So he tells Bill Mott the next time he races that we might have another horse in there. And Bill was like, oh, ride the other horse. It's not that big of a deal anyway, kind of like of a thing. And so Snake was like, no, I don't want to ride the other horse. I want to ride your horse, because it was riding for Bill Mott at the time.
I didn't ride a lot for Bill Mott at that time. I really didn't. I had gone to him at Saratoga and asked him why he didn't ride me on more horses, because we had a history. I'd ridden for him back in Chicago in the mid-'70s. So there was a little bit of history with Mott and I, but he was pretty much riding Mike Smith and Julie Crone on a lot of his horses. The only reason I got on him was because Mike Smith chose to ride Devil Is Due. I mean, there was a whole conversation between Crone and Mike Smith and myself for about a month there, maybe 2 months, about this horse Cigar and how he was underachieving. And Mike Smith came to me and he said, you know, that horse Cigar, he's in on the dirt. And it was like the next day, I think. And he said, I'm going to be interested to see how he runs. And I finished early, and I had to go over to the Meadowlands to ride. And so consequently, I wasn't there to watch his allowance win that day when Mike won on him. And I got to the jocks room in Aqueduct the next day, and Mike said, hey, did you see that horse win? And I said, what horse? And he said, Cigar. And I said, no, I rode at the Meadowlands last night. I hadn't watched the reruns. He said, oh, my God, he ran off the screen. He won by so far. I said, really? And he said, yeah. Well, happenstance, that the next race was the Naira Mile, and Mike was committed to Devil Is Due, and it kind of stuck in my mind what he said. So I told my agent, I said, listen, if there's any chance you can get on this horse, I think Mike has a conflict, try and get on Cigar for the Naira Mile. And, you know, that was that.
I think the next race, why I didn't ride him was I went out of town for Bill. Like, we won a stake race out of town, and then Jerry Bailey rode him that day because he's like, oh, I gotta throw Jerry Bailey, I gotta let him ride a horse. And so that was the start.
I was in Japan on the day that he ran in the Naira Mile. I actually had a horse called Paradise Creek in the Japan Cup on that particular day. And so I had to call to America to find out how he ran, and I heard that he had run extremely well.
He was in complete command from the go. He wasn't on the lead immediately, but he broke and he took me in the race, and immediately I thought about what Mike had said, and he felt like a winner at every pole. And of course, he won easily. And so it wasn't a huge surprise, you know, after what Mike had told me.
And Cigar running a monstrous race today to win the Naira Mile. And he did it decisively.
Well, I worked for the New York Daily News as the horse racing writer back when Cigar was running, and essentially I covered, I think, every single race during his winning streak. But, you know, once it got up to about 5 or 6, at that point we knew how special this horse was. And that's back in an era when newspapers mattered and when newspapers covered horse racing. So be it Dubai, be it California, be it Florida, I was there front and center to watch, as I believe, maybe all 16 races in his streak, at least 15 or 14 of them. And, you know, for a horse racing rider, it was quite a thrill, obviously.
And at the 8th pole, it's Cigar and Primitive Paul. Those two are coming down to the line together with bonus money in third. Cigar's going to win this race. And Cigar just crushed this field today. Jerry Bailey never asked him to run.
Cigar leads it. Silver Goblin can't keep up. The Oakland handicap and #1 rating will go to Cigar by 2.5.
And down the stretch they come. Cigar with Jerry Bailey going easily on the front end. He's in front by 3.5. Devil Is Due not gaining. Cigar smoking through the stretch.
He races in Florida, he races in California, he races in New York, he races in Massachusetts. That's one of the things that made him such a fan favorite. You know, at tracks like Suffolk Downs, where he raced in 2 mass caps, this was like getting, you know, a rock star. It's like they had the Beatles play at Suffolk Downs in the 60s, literally. This is probably the second most exciting thing that ever happened to Suffolk Downs, getting a Cigar to race there not once, but twice.
We went to Massachusetts the first time, #1, because the timing of the race and it fit into his schedule. And I remember going, and I remember being there in the excitement and the enthusiasm that the local fans there had for such a good horse to come back to Suffolk. I think in the past, past history, I think, you know, many good horses had probably raced at Suffolk, but it had probably been a long time since they'd had a horse, you know, the quality of Cigar that came up there.
I loved Massachusetts. I loved Suffolk. The people were so nice. He was a very charismatic horse. The people were lined up along the front apron, and I signed autographs for I don't know how long before the race. But what particularly struck me, and I remember it, is warming up before the race, how many of the backstretch workers came to the outside rail to watch this horse run. There had to be at least 100 people lined up, you know, as we warmed up before the race. And these were workers from the backside. These weren't fans. These weren't patrons. So that was pretty cool to me, that he had the respect of the people that worked in the game.
But not only when I was there did they, you know, show the appreciation and the enthusiasm for it, years afterwards. I mean, I would have people from Boston or from the local fans, the local fan base up there that would come up to me and they would say, thank you so much for bringing him to Boston. He said it was really, you know, they remembered him being there and the enthusiasm, you know, that he brought with him. And, you know, I was very appreciative, and it really warmed my heart actually to have somebody show that much enthusiasm and appreciation.
And here he comes, a super payday for a future champion. Cigar turns the Mascap into a Boston Massacre. Cigar over Poor But Honest and Double Calvados.
A lot of horses win a lot of races at their home track. You know, we'll see horses be very good in New York, but they won't leave New York. We'll see horses be very good in California that won't leave California. This horse was a New York-based horse, but he literally went all over the world to do what he did.
We made our schedule, and you know, when Cigar got really good, we were able to announce our schedule. We didn't have to shop for the races and see where he fit and how difficult the race was going to come up. I mean, we ran in the type of race that we knew he wanted to run in, and the best races that were available at the time, and we let everybody else worry about, you know, where they were going to run. So you can do that when you've got the very best.
Full class, and Cigar wins the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Cigar, no competition today. He toyed with them this afternoon, and he glides gracefully under the line with plenty left.
The first time we ran him in the Jockey Gold Cup, we'd come from California. We'd run in the Hollywood Gold Cup. He won that very easily. And then he had some time off, and we ran at Woodward Jockey Gold Cup. He was brilliant at Hollywood. He was brilliant in the Woodward.
I had never won the Gold Cup, so it was kind of special to me. He was, again, he broke from kind of the outside-ish, 6'5", 6'7", something like that, outside the other two speed horses. Thunder Gulch was in there, and he was very accomplished, of course. I had ridden him as a 2-year-old, so I kind of knew him. He beat me in the Florida Derby. He won the Kentucky Derby and Preakness, so I knew Thunder Gulch very, very well. And he was a very good horse, exceptional horse. But I just didn't think he was in the same category as Cigar. I really didn't. I had become to think that Cigar was pretty much unbeatable. He was brilliantly fast. He was basically a miler that Bill Mott was able to stretch out to a mile and a quarter. So he's a horse that wanted to be on the lead every moment, if you allowed him to be.
Cigar past the 16th pole, a length and a half lead, unaccounted for, second best to the sensational Cigar. One of the great ones indeed.
So then, of course, after that led up to the Breeders' Cup, which was like a month later, and that was his first Breeders' Cup that we ran him in, and of course he was just brilliant on Breeders' Cup Day.
And here he is, the unconquerable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
I was fortunate enough to get to cover him in the Dubai World Cup, which was the first ever Dubai World Cup, of course. And to me, this was almost like an Olympic-like event because you had horses from all over the world running against Cigar. You had horses, of course, from the Middle East, from Dubai. You had horses from Europe. And, you know, he represented in that race America. And, you know, I didn't really expect that when I went over there, but you really got caught up in sort of the pro-American fervor. Just like, you know, we wanted the dream team to win in the Olympics or the hockey team back in Lake Placid to win.
We took him everywhere, and Mr. Paulson was a very game sportsman. I mean, he wanted to go to the biggest races. He wanted to show his horse to everybody. He wanted to meet the biggest challenges there were, and that's what we did. That's one reason that, you know, we went to Dubai with him, and, you know, that was the inaugural Dubai World Cup, and, you know, we were going into territory that we knew nothing about. I mean, I had no idea. I'd never been there. I had no idea what the facilities were going to be like, what kind of racetrack we were going to have. I mean, you know, they told me about it, but I'd never experienced it myself.
This was an event where he was carrying the pride of the United States and the United States racing. It's the first ever event. It's a world global event for horse racing. And as I said earlier, it gets horses from all over the world. And I'm not sure that anybody doubted him over there or thought that he wasn't as good as we thought he was. But nonetheless, it was certainly nice to see him show it on the racetrack and prove it.
And Cigar is digging deep. He's never had to fight harder. He's coming back. It's going to be Cigar. It's going to take it. Up the line, Cigar by 3 parts on it. 14 out of 14 for Cigar.
It is Cigar, the peerless Cigar, putting on a spectacular show. 15 for 15. Citations record is next. Cigar wins the Mascap.
Cigar is an unstoppable dynamo. The crowd rises to a champion. 16 in succession as Cigar assumes the crown of immortality. Second, Dramatic Glory. Then Kevin
Mr. Paulson wanted to, he wanted to go to California with him. He had just been to Arlington Park with him and won the Citation Challenge with him. And he wanted to go to California and run in the Pacific Classic. So we took him out there, and obviously he was going to be a big favorite.
So I was also there for the end of the streak in 1996 at Del Mar. And it was a very sobering event. I don't think anybody there was really very happy, obviously, even though he was beaten and was beaten fair and square on the racetrack. It was not so much who won the race, it was that he didn't win. But I guess all things, of course, must come to an end. And you look back on it, how difficult it is to win 16 in a row at the highest level of horse racing, one grade one after another, one grade one after another. In the end, this finally just caught up to him. It was just too big a task.
It was tough. I had become to think he was totally bulletproof, and there was nothing I could ask of Cigar that he couldn't do. I just simply asked him to go too fast too soon, to keep another horse from boxing him in down the backside, because I thought if I always just gave Cigar a chance to win, put him out in the clear and didn't get him in trouble, that he would win. And of course, there was a price to pay to do that day, and it was too much.
After he lost on Cigar, he was looking for me. He's like, "Where's Julie? Where's Julie?" And he walked up to me and he goes, "You can no longer say you were the last one to lose on Cigar."
And he had gotten beaten in Del Mar. And I didn't know if he would be the same again. And he came back into Woodward, and he was the same Cigar. He was so powerful that day. And I thought, okay, he's going to win the Gold Cup again, and then he's going to win the Breeders' Cup again.
Coming down to the final furlong, to the cheers of a crowd, here is Cigar, and he wins with a vengeance today. Cigar wins by 4.
That was it. He ran into Skip Away in the Gold Cup, and as good as he ran, Skip Away was younger and better and stronger that day. And then in the Breeders' Cup in Canada, he had a wide trip. I couldn't save any ground with him. He just wasn't that dominating horse that he was the year before that could take the worst of it and still win. The insurance company had purchased him because they had paid out on the fertility policy, and they had tried all these drugs to make sure he was tried to regain some fertility. It didn't work. And so then he was moved over to the Kentucky Horse Park, which he was just a horse again, and people were around him, and he was kind of a people's horse. I mean, I think he liked it there. I think that's where he was supposed to be, and because he became more people-friendly and people-oriented once he was there.
We had a lot of people come by here to see him, people that had followed his races all the way to Dubai. We had people fly in from Australia to see him, just specifically him, and you know, people would cheer. The pavilion would be absolutely full of people eager to see him. In fact, there was a couple of times people get very emotional, break down into tears of joy.
He was a peppermint horse, like a lot of horses are. As soon as you'd rattle the paper, you know, he'd come running. And so I would always take peppermints. And he was kind of like a wild beast, though. Once, you know, the breeding started, even though he was sterile, once that started, he lost a little bit of that lovey-dovey stuff. And it took about 7 or 8 years for me to find that back in him again. In fact, it was totally against the rules, but Tammy, the girl that took care of him, would give me a leg up and take a picture several of the times that I went. So I got to ride Cigar a few more times, even after he retired.
Behind us, the field that is now Funny Sides was Cigar's back in the day. Funny Side had the next paddock back. And so after the shows are over, we latch those back doors open, and they can come and go as they please. And there were several times that I saw Funny Side and Cigar just peering at each other out the back doors, giving each other the eye, and, you know, just everything would be still for about a moment. And then off they go down the fence line, you know, neck and neck, flat out, no jockeys, no saddles, no bridles, just two horses wanting to see which one was still the best. And there was quite a number of times that Cigar would end up on top.
Somebody asked me one time, was he the best horse that you ever rode? And I still feel like this. I think he's the best horse almost anybody could have ever ridden. So I'm going to crack up through this, I think, but So my mindset when I rode until Cigar was horses were a means to an end. I loved horses. I grew up with them. And I respected them, but I had no attachment to them emotionally. They were a means to an end. It was almost like a doctor-patient relationship. I didn't want to get attached to any horse because invariably I would change to another horse the next race, or I would be taken off, or the relationship wouldn't continue. So that's the way I approached it until Cigar. And he was just such a cool horse. Not only was he really good, but he was like a pet almost. So I just thought that was a special characteristic that I had never seen in a horse, to be that good and to be that docile and cool, you know, when the cameras, were off, when the gate was off, when there wasn't any racing going on. So he made me fall in love with horses.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.